Hey everybody, greetings, howdy, welcome. We'll just sit here quietly for a few minutes chatting while we wait for a few more folks to join in. Hopefully, 3 or 4 of you are interested in seeing me play this game again. We'll see. I'm kind of curious, but it has been 15 months. First week of July last year was the last time I played it for real. We did like a 1-hour demonstration of the game during one of the channel support or update videos I did, live streams, sometime last year. I don't remember when. But that's been pretty much it. Other than that, haven't played it at all. I thought it was longer. First week of July last year. Welcome back. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I need to talk for a while, so like I said, we'll just sit here and chat for a few more minutes, and then I'll give a bit of an intro speech. Then I'm gonna dismiss all you old timers for a few minutes, or 20 possibly, until I update kind of all the new folks that may not know what's going on and what this game is, and my participation with it. And then we'll get into the actual gameplay. So fair warning, it is going to be a little bit before I start actually playing the game. And I'll, of course, when I send this over to YouTube, put in gameplay starts at, because I will get the comment. I always get the comment. Three years? Nope, hasn't been that long. It's somewhat diluted time frame wise because I had so many episodes stacked up to release on YouTube that it was like 3 more months before YouTube viewers noticed that I was done with Cataclysm for a while. Because I had recorded so much and was just releasing them 1 hour per day. Zombie dog already? Alright. We can do zombie dog. Megazorg zombie dog. Am I aware of the battery issue? I'm aware there's something going on, yeah. That and whatever the grab issue is were kind of the things I was trying to wait on before I jump back in, but kind of tired of waiting. People keep bugging me about playing it again, so I don't know. We'll struggle along. I'll probably die to other things before that becomes an issue anyway. All right, let's do some speechifying. We'll let other folks wander in. I'll probably have to repeat some of it, but first things first. For all the folks that have been here a while, know me, know the channel history and such, I want to give fair warning up front. It's been 15 months since I last played Cataclysm, dark days ahead, and I am fairly ambivalent about rejoining the game, about playing it again. So I could take it, I could leave it, I could have fun with it, I could not. I'm kind of meh. Meh is my current attitude. So I mention this because my normal process for picking games to play on the channel is games I'm interested in, of course, and being entertained by. And I mix that level of interest on my side. I combine that with your guys' level of interest in deciding what I play and how long I play it. So I'm giving you fair warning up front. We're starting from me being meh So if you want to see me play more Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, it is totally up to you guys. If it doesn't get views, if it doesn't get channel support in some form, I won't continue playing it. And I'll probably not return to it for a very long time. So I'm just letting you know up front. I'm being very, very blunt about it. The economics of streaming stuff and my time frame available and so on is that this tiny little niche game I'm about to play has a very small but really rabidly dedicated audience. And those rabid dedicated folks need to show up and, contribute. Hit the buttons, do the comments, do the likes, do the subscriptions, do the gifts, do the subs, do the Ko-fi donations, do that stuff if you want to see more Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. Because we're starting from meh. So, all right, now that that's out of the way, I need to talk a bit about the history of the channel and this game. So, I haven't played in 15 months. Anybody new to the channel, and that's quite a few people, and by new, I mean you joined after I stopped playing this game. You may not know what the game is, you may not know who I am in regards to the game, and so on. This is Cataclysm DDA, Dark Days Ahead. First, some brief background on the game, just roughly, and then my part in it and what's going on. It is essentially a turn-based, tile graphics-based apocalypse simulator. You create a character, huge amount of character randomization and customization and variability available. You put them into the world, and there's tons of world options you can use, and you try to survive and thrive and kill things and take stuff and build stuff and craft stuff and so on. It is a huge game, hugely detailed, and very difficult to get to start playing. So I mentioned it's a pretty niche game because of some of these things. It's built by a community of volunteers, essentially, under a Creative Commons license. It is absolutely free. There is a Steam version available, and I'm not going to get into a lot of that thing, but it's mostly used for people that want it on Steam for tracking and update purposes. And it's largely there to prevent somebody else from putting it on Steam, and it supports one of the developers of the game. But it is completely free to go download, and always will be, because it's done under the Creative Commons, one of the shared licenses. So you can go download it, you can install it, you can play it for free anytime you'd like. Or you can buy the Steam version and play that version. There's tons and tons of stuff I could talk about the game, but I don't want to get too in the weeds right at the front. So what we're going to be doing is I'm going to be jumping in and starting to play the game again after a 15-month hiatus. My participation with the game started about 8 years ago, something like that. And I tried really hard to learn the game initially. It is a famously hard game to learn. You use pretty much every button on the keyboard with every different Alt-Shift-Control version in order to play the game. Huge control scheme, most of it controlled via keyboard. Just tons of stuff to learn, to know, to do. It's got a learning cliff that exceeds EVE Online, well, I don't know if it exceeds Dwarf Fortress, but it's mentioned in the same phrasing as Dwarf Fortress in regards to complexity and depth and detail of the simulation and so on. So those are the two bandied about, Cataclysm and Dwarf Fortress. Nothing else comes close, for the most part. So I started trying to play it and started learning it, and I couldn't find any resources. 8 years ago, no resources. There was nothing. I was watching hours-long Let's Play videos from the very few people that were actually making them at that time. To try to get an answer to a question, I would watch an hour video and hope that the person playing the game that I was watching would do the thing that I was trying to get information on. It sucked. So at that time, I decided, there's no resources. I'm pretty good at this kind of stuff. I think I can learn how to do this Twitch stuff and this YouTube stuff. Let's make a channel and let's put out some tutorial videos. So that's how the start of my channel began, was the specific game and me doing tutorial content for it. So I went out and found the information, tested the information, started producing tutorials. I produced hundreds of tutorials over the course of those years, I don't know how many hours I have on YouTube of actual challenge gameplay during Twitch live streams of, Iron Man, stupid hard mode, ridiculous challenges. that would run 40, 50 hours per challenge. I passed 100 of those. I don't know how long ago. I ended up with, I never counted, 120, 130 maybe, at 30 and 40 hours each. So there are thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of me playing this game on my YouTube channel. In addition to that, I was producing tutorial videos. I was researching, testing, answering questions every day on 3 different Discords, Reddit, my YouTube comments, and so on. Just tons and tons and tons of real world time I put into doing this stuff. I eventually burned out. No surprise. I did eventually burned out. My participation dwindled and dwindled and dwindled, and eventually I just said, no, that's it. I got to take a break. So that's what the last 15 months have been, me taking a break. So I am going to jump back in. I'm a little unsure how to format this return to the game. The old timers are not going to want to listen to me just, go on and on about the old stuff and explain the really basics of the game. But I have a very large number of people that have joined in the last year and a half that have never heard of the game or never seen the game. So I've got really 2 different groups I'm trying to cater to, and I'm not sure how well I'm going to pull it off. In addition, I used to be, expert level, knew 99% of all the stuff in the game. And it's really hard to stay up to date on this game. I didn't mention, but the game gets probably a dozen or a score or more updates every single day, nonstop. It's just a nonstop railroad of changes in the experimental builds. And I don't want to get into the experimental stable stuff right now, but if you stay with the current build versions in the experimental branch, dozens or scores of changes every single day. So there's been a lot of changes since I've left the game 15 months ago. I have no idea what's been changed beyond a few things I'm aware of. So I'm going to be both learning new stuff that they've changed since I left, relearning old stuff that has faded from my memory after 15 months of not playing the game. Plus, I know there's a few things that are broken. I always play the experimental branch. I always play with the cutting edge of all the changes, and then I just deal with whatever problems are occurring in the experimental branch. So, long story short, this is a return to the game. It definitely needs support from everybody if you want to see more of it. It's an awesome game. Absolutely recommend it for everybody. But just come into it with the knowledge that it is kind of tough to get into. You're going to have to watch some videos. There are some online resources, but they all go out of date fairly quickly. You're going to find that's true with all the resources, whether it's my old videos you're watching or somebody new's videos you're watching and so on. Just take it with a grain of salt that you're going to have to do a little bit of investment of time to play this really, really magnificent, completely free game. And I'll cover more stuff in specifics as we get through things later. All right. Yeah, let me read through chat real quick, and then I'll start talking a little bit more about the game specifically, and we'll jump in and we'll see what happens. I expect dying. I'm really looking forward to dying. Hopefully fairly, not to bugs and issues and stuff, but it could be either or. But yeah, I'm fine with it either way. All right. Checking back through chat here since I started yabbering at you fine folks. I do know a bit about the map changes and the view distance changes. I did see some of that, but I haven't been watching all the minutia of changes over time, so I'm sure I'm going to be surprised by quite a bit. And relearning the interface is going to be fun. So many key presses I'm going to have to remember. Suffocating crush damage. Yeah, I know we've got grabby zombies currently due to some issue with special attack coding and such. I'm perfectly fine with spoiling this game. If you want to spoil it, spoil the hell out of it for me. I don't care. I've got like 10,000 hours of my life invested in this game. Feel free. I mean, whatever. I don't care. This isn't a new game I'm experiencing and I want to be kept in the dark about. So if you see me struggling with something, especially interface-wise or changes from previously, feel free to jump in and let me know. Some of us old-timers are here for the Vorm voice and wordy explanations. Yeah. You're gonna get both of those. Try the tutorial. I'm aware there is such a thing as a tutorial, and I think it got updated fairly well. I don't know what the current state of the tutorial is, though. 0.8 should come out before 2024 ends, you think? Maybe. I still laugh at the stated goal for how often they said they wanted to get the updates out. I think each one has taken longer since those estimates were made. Do you have a mod list already for the next playthrough? So for all the old folks, and by old folks, I mean people that have seen me play the game before, this is not going to be one of my typical hardcore challenge runs with a bunch of mods. Well, I never really played a lot with the mods. I always played Cataclysm very close to the just standard game experience. We dipped occasionally into a few of the overhaul mods like Magicalism and the Sky one. I forget the name of it, Sky Island and things like that. But I didn't do too many of the piecemeal here and there mods. I usually stuck pretty close to the basic game. So I do not have a mod list. This is just going to be us maybe doing even just a random game. So I need to do a reintroductory time period. I didn't prep for this ahead of time. I didn't play any test games or anything like that. We're diving in completely fresh-ish, considering my history. And we're just going to do a Get Acquainted game stream today. Depending on how this goes and what state we're in when I decide to end the stream today, I'll either continue it if there's enough interest in people watching me play the game, or we'll just call it good and move on. And I'll start a fresh, quote-unquote, real challenge like I historically do. So for the new folks, what I would typically do for my live stream stuff, as opposed to my tutorial stuff for the game, I would come up with crazy character, terrible characters typically. My own personal preference to make the game harder is not to increase the difficulty options, it's to decrease my character abilities. I would play terrible characters in horrifying world settings and give them ridiculous goals, and then we'd start. And I would see if I could stay alive and accomplish those goals in a super hard world with a ridiculously bad character. I like to play with those kinds of settings. There's a lot of things you can do with the game. It's magnificently variable. You can adjust the game in so many ways regarding your character builds, regarding your world setup settings, regarding any personal goals you set yourself, and so on. It is 99% an open sandbox world setting that's infinitely generated as your character travels around the map. And I'll talk more about this when we get in game so I can actually show it. But basically, once you get past the early learning stages of keeping your character alive and you're past the what button push do I need to make, once you're past that stage, it really becomes a matter of you've got to give yourself specific goals. And I have, like I said, on my YouTube channel, if you want suggestions or ideas, just go pull up any of the 100+ challenges I've done to give yourself some ideas. But there's been a lot of that. So that's how I would typically do things. I would set up a challenge ahead of time, let everybody know what the goals were, the character, the world settings, and then we'd jump in and we'd see how I do. And usually I would successfully complete the challenges. Occasionally I would just get totally wrecked. But I always play a complete Iron Man. No take backsies, unless I hit the only time I actually will take back a death, and I only did it out of like 130 or 40 challenges. I think I only did it less than 5 times where I took back a death because there was a very specific, obvious, reproducible issue in the experimental branch or even in the stable branch that caused the death, that was directly responsible for it. Other than that, I take them and we move on. We either restart the run if it's early enough in the run, or I move on to a different one. So that's how I kind of do that stuff. We're not going to do that today. Today is going to be a fairly straightforward, possibly random game that we'll just see how things go, so I can get everybody back into the swing of things and get myself comfortable with the commands and the interface and all that again. All right. But I consider trying out the Mind Over Matter mod. Not anytime soon. Okay, I think I'm caught up with most of the chat. The people asking or commenting about mods, I'm not likely to play any mods anytime soon. If you want to suggest things, wait a while and then suggest them during a stream or something, and I might go take a look. But I got too much other stuff to catch back up on before I start modding the experience. We're going to stick with the basic standard gameplay for a while. So it'll be a bit before I start looking into any mods. This is, again, all dependent on your guys' level of interest and support for me continuing to play the game. Okay, let's start talking about the game specifically. After I quaff some aqua. So, welcome to the main menu. Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. Is this the Halloween menu? I think this is the Halloween menu. It changes during the holiday periods between Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. They change the main menu interface. I think this is Halloween. So, what do we do here? So before we actually start playing, and I'm going to skip over a lot of this stuff just so we can get into the game proper, but first thing we need to do, essentially, is create a world. I have a test world created. I always have a test world created. That way I can jump into it if I need to investigate or research or test something. But we're going to create a brand new world. And they simplified the interface a while back before I had taken my hiatus into this setup. We're going to press this button down here, the S button for advanced options, because that's what I'm more used to looking at. And then we have all of these beautiful things we can adjust to tailor how our world is going to generate. They have moved some of this stuff around and adjusted some things, and the menu screens themselves have changed in how they operate and display, so I may be struggling with some of this stuff for a little bit. But we've got things like how big we want the cities, the spacing between the cities, spawn rate of items and enemies, random NPC spawns, monster evolution slowdown, which is I can't afford the time to explain all this stuff. But just realize for the new folks, there's tons of options to change your world and make it harder, make it easier, tailoring the experience to whatever you find fun, which is great. I always commend and mention when I find games that allow this kind of customization. It's one of my first things I look for when I open up a new game. Just how much can I customize it to my own personal preferences. Okay, so I'm going to leave all this by standard. I'm not going to change any of this. Typically, my personal preference for kind of default settings, I sometimes play with these depending on what kind of world I want. Occasionally, I like to do a mega city run where I make the size of cities as big as possible and I make the spacing as small as possible or close to it so that it generates these just massive, gigantic cities. And then I set myself a challenge to stay alive and do whatever goal I set within that city. I don't actually go into the countryside. I don't travel the map. I just live in this massive city. And do whatever I can to survive. That's fun. That's a variant that I do quite often. But we're going to leave it on default for this very first playthrough. My spawn rate scaling factor for enemies, I usually double. I usually go 2.0 on that, so I double the number of zombies and other enemies that are out in the world. My item spawn scaling factor, typically I'll put it half or 0.5, so there's half of the number of items that are around for me to loot and find and so on. So I make items more scarce, zombies more numerous. And then depending on the playthrough I'm doing and the challenge and so on, I will adjust the monster evolution. What this controls is monsters are in kind of a tiered evolution where they switch from a base level monster at first, they go up in evolution at a certain time frame rate, and they get to stronger and stronger versions. So you'll have a standard zombie, then you'll have a tough zombie, then you'll have I forget all the variants, but eventually you'll have like a Hulk zombie and so on. So the zombie types have kind of a tree that they move through and they escalate up through. So you can speed up or slow down that whole escalation process to suit your own desires. Usually I'll speed that up. Other things you can do is change the start time in your world. So I combine that setting with my start times that you can set to either have evolution already occurred over a period of time, so I enter the world with a lot of strong zombies, evolved zombies in the world waiting for me immediately, or I can change some of these settings and do the reverse. I can make it so it's just standard zombies in huge numbers and they never evolve, or they evolve really slowly. So essentially it lets you create situations like a more Romero-esque zombie experience where it's just undead people, and you don't have to worry much about really exotic or high-level zombie changes, or you can go with just Crazy Town right out of the gate. So we're just going to leave everything on default for this first initial playthrough. Depending on how it goes and how quickly I die, we may change these settings. And if you have suggestions when I get to that point, I'll check into chat. We got monster properties. I almost never change these. And there are good reasons, and I'm not going to cover them all, but I almost never mess with these. I don't find them to be particularly interesting changes, and you got to be especially careful with monster speed. Do not change this without knowing exactly what's going to happen to you, because you are going to get effed up if you're not aware of what's going to happen if you make them faster. It is very dangerous to change this, even a moderate amount. It radically changes your survivability if you increase this even by like 10 or 15%, for reasons, and I'm not going to go into the details. And this is basically their hit points. That one's not quite as bad. That one you can fiddle with fairly safely, but I just don't find these to be particularly interesting for me to adjust difficulty. I like to find difficulty other ways. World time options. So you can change how long seasons last. We have spring, summer, fall, and winter seasons, and the map changes and the temperatures change, and some of the wildlife changes and crops grow and so on via seasonal changes. Day-night cycle, meaning does it actually cycle? You can set eternal day, eternal night. I remember having some fun doing some kind of vampire Earth runs where it was a permanent eclipse and we never had sunshine, and we had some fun runs doing that kind of stuff. We're not going to change any of that. Miscellaneous options, wandering hordes. We got to have wandering hordes. Another one that takes a bit of explaining, and I'm not going to get into it right now, but this has a system whereby you can't be permanently safe once you clear an area. This allows a bit of shuffling of zombies from place to place via certain rules. It kind of works, it kind of doesn't work, but it is what it is. I have a lot of conversations about it in some of my previous videos and comments on Reddit and so on, explaining why and how and so on. And then surrounded start just kind of makes sure that wherever you start, you got zombies real close to you that you got to deal with immediately. That's really only going to be a factor for the first very early period of the game. Once you immediately escape that starting situation, it's irrelevant. I don't generally find it useful. There are scenarios you can pick that do the same thing. Having it here as an option, I guess, is fine. I mean, options are good, but I don't really use this one either. Mutations by radiation. I haven't really dealt with that in forever. I mean, I leave it on, but I really haven't dealt with it. Character point pools, any. So, how much do I talk about this? In the ancient days, we had point pools where, depending on one of two options you picked, you had a certain number of points to spend in certain categories, and that bounded or limited your ability to build a character. So you'd have points, you could spend them to increase your stats, increase skills, give yourself special abilities. But once you ran out of points, you were done. You had to go into the world. They've moved away from that, and it's more of a free-form system now. Basically, build whatever you find fun. And I'm going to probably use that system, but I leave this on any just so if I choose to, I can go back to the point pool system and build a character using that system as well. I don't know. I think they were eventually going to phase this out, but they haven't phased it out yet. So, I don't know. Whatever. That's fine. And then meta progression. Good old meta progression. I mean, my thousands and thousands and thousands of hours played. I doubt there's too many things in the meta progression that I didn't accomplish at some point, but then I've uninstalled and reinstalled the game and wiped out my previous meta progression numerous times, and it's irrelevant to me because I've already been there and done all that. So I usually turn that off, but that gives kind of an achievement progression system for you to chase, and it locks certain classes or scenarios behind certain achievements. And if you enjoy that kind of thing, you know, turn it on. If you don't care about it, turn it off. All right. Where did we put... Where do we put... start date, start time, that kind of stuff. Is that gone now, or is that somewhere else? I don't see it. I'm used to being able to pick the start date for my character and the start date for the Cataclysm, which can be used to be two different things. In character gen now? Okay. We'll go find it in character gen then. So it's no longer a world setup property. That's fine, as long as I know it's somewhere, because it's a good setting to have. I enjoyed using that quite a bit. All right, I think we're all set then. We're just going to leave this on default for this initial kind of tutorial revisit stream. The only thing I'm really changing is turning Wandering Hordes on. Let's turn it off. I mean, you guys won't notice it during this stream. I know exactly why and how and what for and all that, but you don't care. So we'll just leave that alone. So I guess we'll just keep everything pretty much by default for now. Yeah. All right, let's back out to here again. So world name. CDDA. Yay. All right, so we're going to name our world. This front screen is kind of a quick reference way of doing what I just did with the advanced options manager. You can just move the dial up and down for cities, density and difficulty and NPCs and all that kind of stuff. Or randomize it. Randomizing's fun sometimes, but not usually on this screen. I'm just going to finish. I'm going to say this little pop-up window is one of the changes that I'm getting used to, is a different way that they're popping up some of these interface menus. That's funny. I think it didn't like my exclamation points in the name, if I had to guess. Yeah, it didn't create my world. That's fine. How about CDDA 1? Will you take that one? I'm not changing anything. All right, it took that one. Yeah, I think it doesn't like symbols in the world names. So there you go. Don't put symbols in your world names, kids. All right. Let me check back in with chat, and then I will head on to character gen. Where was I? Some of this chat is you guys chatting back and forth to each other. Can't imagine me dying on these settings. Have you played this game? I mean, you can die on just about any settings. That's one of the glories about the game. Am I likely to? I don't know. I mean, I got a fair bit of experience, but I'm also, way out of practice. So we'll see what happens. Points were cool, but apparently devs thought otherwise. I'm fine with the system. I mean, as it currently is, you can do it either way. I mean, no problem there. The instant they get rid of the old point systems and it's only freeform, I'm still okay, but my perspective is different. I mean, I know how to build a terrible character, which is my usual preference. I don't need help. And I mean, the old school players that, 100-hour, 1,000-hour guys, they knew how to abuse the hell out of that point system anyway. So, I mean, that's pretty much why everybody was just abusing the hell out of it to do super characters anyway. So if it's going to have that as an option, why bother with the point system? And trying to keep everything balanced with such a huge game with so many options and so many variables and so many abilities and so on that are mixing and matching and causing these super powerful combos. It's tough. I have nothing but sympathy for whoever was trying to come up with point and values. Okay. Okay. A random start day? That seems kind of rough. Random within what bounds? I mean, start in the year 1 million? I mean, when you say random start day, what is the variance? The hub quests are 100% worth attempting. Are you telling me that? Or are you telling, all these other fine folks in chat? Because if you're telling me that, we're going to have a conversation about, my intense, flaming, all-consuming hatred of NPCs and quests and everything relating to NPCs. You still haven't forced me. I can still manage to play the game and avoid the majority of all the NPC stuff. All right, that's another conversation. Let's not scare off the new players. There are NPCs. Enjoy them. Go enjoy them. They're not my cup of tea. Not my cup of tea. All right, let's talk characters. So we have a world built. We're going to be playing on CDDA 1. Now let's go new game. And we have choices of custom character, a preset character we've built, a randomly generated character, play now default scenario, and, play now, I think, with a random character. It just creates it and then jumps you right in. I think it even creates the world. I forget. We're going to do a custom character, though, so we can kind of show this. And then we're going to pick what world we're going to send this particular character into. CDDA 1. Whoa, a graphic. We got graphics in my tile set game. What the hell? When did this show up? I mean, yeah, it's just, splash screen loading graphic, but still. Taking a little while. All right, here we go. So here's where that choice I talked about earlier comes in. You can either pick Survivor, no point limits are enforced, create a character with the intention of telling a story or challenging yourself. So you basically pick anything you want. You can make him a Superman, you can make him a weakling, any combination in between. Your choice. And it will give you kind of an estimate up here of how you have built it, whether it's super high, super low, whatever. Or you can play the pool game. These are the two pool rule sets, and I'm not going to go into the details here. Multiple pools was the more restrictive, so 99% of my previous gameplay, the challenge runs that I did, I always used the multiple pool system because it put the most restrictions on me to rein in, my absolute overwhelming supremacy. So that's what I would pick. Single pool was a more lenient version of the pool point system, and we're just going to do Survivor. I'll just create something and we'll jump in. We got tabs across the top we're going to go through to create the character. We're going to pick a scenario, pick a profession, pick some background info, stats, traits, skills, a lot of stuff here. And this is where when I mention huge amount of variability, this is a large part of it. The vast, vast range of characters you can build. So let's jump over to scenario. This is where we pick it's mostly your starting conditions that this controls, where you might start, the time frame you might start in, the season or weather conditions. It does control other things as well, but it's mostly your initial starting conditions. There's a huge pile here, and I'm just going to tab through it or arrow through it here so you can see. Lots and lots and lots of choices. Lots and lots of choices. And each one has a lot of different info displaying over to the right when I pick it. So friends to the end, I think, is the default now, right? No, evacuee is the default. So evacuee is the default one. Identity is evacuee, currently male. It can be changed. You've survived the initial wave of panic and have achieved relative safety in one of the many government evac shelters. Now, I didn't mention, and I probably should for the new folks, this game is an all-apocalypses simulator. It's mostly referred to as a zombie game, and zombies are the biggest thing we're going to be encountering and dealing with and running from and fighting and so on. But in the lore of the world, pretty much all the apocalypses landed almost simultaneously. We got nuclear warfare, biological, chemical warfare, and its results and consequences. We've got interdimensional invasions from multiple different things. I won't go into too many details for the lore reasons, but we got issues with interdimensional invasions, even some elder magic stuff. I think most of the magic stuff's been taken out, but I don't think all of it's out yet. Are they still taking it out? Do we have do we still have magic? Do we have artifacts still? Those silly, stupid, idiotic things, are they still in the base game? Please tell me they removed them in the last 15 months. They're so inappropriate to the new lore, especially. But there's just all the cataclysms occurred pretty much simultaneously. So we got to deal with a lot of different things, and that's partly what's going on here with these choices. I'm just going to do the evacuee start for this first thing. We'll see how long it lasts before I jump into something more challenging and interesting for the long-time viewers. But I need to get some fingers on keyboard time so I can remember things. But it limits here various things. So scenario professions, it shows which ones we're allowed to choose from. Sometimes it will blacklist a lot of the professions that you can choose from depending on the scenario. You've got different locations you can spawn your character in based on this. So we're going to be starting in an evac shelter. There's 4 variants of that. It gives the start time of both the Cataclysm and the start of the game. They're the same thing, essentially, or 8 hours apart. And that's the settings I was looking for earlier in the world setup. It used to be these were in the world setup choice. You could say, I want to start the game, meaning my character is going to enter this world at this date and this time. And then separately, you could set when the Cataclysm occurred. What that means is you could say, all right, the Cataclysm occurred on day 31. My character is going to enter the world on day 61. That way, that means 30 days of the world being messed up and the Cataclysm had already occurred. And that evolution factor I talked about had been going on for 30 days. So we might see evolved enemies because of that 30-day gap between when the Cataclysm occurred and when the character entered the game world. So those are the kinds of things you can control, and I think we'll be able to pick those here somewhere. But these are all just hugely variable challenge start conditions. So that's the evacuee. There's a whole bunch of challenge options. These are harder challenges in variable locations, the worst of which is generally considered, and I don't know if it's still the worst, is the really bad day scenario. You start drunk to the point of incapacitation, depressed, infected, surrounded by fire, and sick with the flu. This day went downhill quick. And there's a couple variants of this, I think, still. Can we still pick between shower start and the other one? I don't remember. Oh, yeah, we can press buttons up here to change the Cataclysm start date or the game start date. So it's baked into these systems with these key presses. But yeah, so there's a huge variance here of things you can choose from. Locations and start conditions and so on. So it's fun to kind of roll down these and pick between a lot of them. There's quite a few of these I haven't seen. They've added a fair number that I'm not familiar with, so that'll be fun. Challenge aircraft carrier. Is that still as ridiculous as it was when it was first dumped? All right, so let's not spend too long here. We're just going to pick evacuee, and I'm going to leave default settings. We'll stay a survivor, but this is the profession list, and this is going to dictate a bunch of stuff. This controls your traits, your martial arts, your skills, your items that you start with equipped or with you in containers, a whole bunch of stuff. And it's a big, big list. Big list. Generally speaking, the farther down the list you go, the more powerful that character is. So special operators for the military, where you're starting with marksmanship skills and submachine gun and rifles, and you actually have a bunch of equipment like combat boots and kukris and chest rigs with MP5 30-round magazines and just crazy amount of stuff. So when you're doing the point system, all of these are assigned points, and taking some of these lower ones burns up a ton of points. Whereas at the top, you can be a shower victim. You just stepped out of a nice hot shower to find the world had ended. You've got some soap, along with the most massively useful thing ever, a towel. And that's what you start with, a soap bar and a towel. That's it. That's how you start the world. Good times. Good times. But as you can see, tons of flavorful choices you can make in how to build a character out. And it gets even more detailed here. We're just going to stick with Survivor still. Background. So as a functioning human being in New England, in the current time period, it's assumed that you have these basic life skills as an adult: driver license, simple home cooking skills, computer literacy, and so on. So you start with these, and then you can add any of these other things if you would like. Some are good, some are bad, some are meh. Tons of stuff in here. And again, the lower stuff tends to be the more powerful stuff. So you can have melee expert training in various weapon systems, wrestling skill, fencing, just all sorts of stuff. Where is, where? Oh, parkour. Gotta get me my parkour. I want parkour. I don't care what you say. I'm taking parkour. We can be dependent on alcohol. We can have amphetamine dependencies, caffeine fiend, you know, a lot of fun stuff in here. What else do I care about? Should I take parkour? I'm going to take parkour. I don't care. I'm taking it. Don't want dodgeball. What some of these are doing, by the way, is when you pick dodgeball, you did a lot of dodgeball games when you were in the real world before the Cataclysm, and that then gave you competent level dodging skill, intermediate level throwing skill, beginner level athletic skill, and so on. So it's giving you portions of skill in various categories. Whereas other ones, like parkour, is a flat, this is a special ability that gives you a particular bonus, as opposed to something that levels. So there's important reasons to take a lot of these things and to ignore a lot of them. I'm just going to take parkour. Let's not build a super character. All right, now we're on to the nitty-gritty RPG type stuff. So strength, dex, intelligence, and perception. Welcome to the Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead RPG stats. They do the things you expect. Anybody that's played these kinds of games and might be interested in this game, hopefully, is, you know, played games of the type where you've got these kinds of stats. They do pretty much what you expect. The strength skill does these things. It helps with base hit points, the amount you start with, or your base level, how much you can carry, your knockdown effects when hit, resistance, just all sorts of stuff. And you can see here a big list as well. Throwing range, accuracy, and damage. It's just a huge amount of stuff modeled here. So I'm not going to go into the details here. Let's just give ourselves a couple of freebie points. Let's do strength and intelligence. And I'm just going to leave it there. We're not going to get some super character. All right, traits. This is different from background. These are kind of like special abilities. These give special circumstances or bonuses for particular things. So good hearing, for example, if you read the bottom here in green, your hearing is better than average. You can hear distant sounds more easily. So we'll be able to hear zombies sneaking up on us and stuff like that. A lot of stuff in this list, a lot of fun stuff to play with. I'm not going to get into most of it. Let's just take some by default okay ones. I don't want any of the fast learner, fast reader stuff. Fleet-footed's always good, but we'll stay away from that. I'm just going to take parkour for this first one. Let's take night vision, though. Night vision is natural night vision can see further in the dark than most. And I think that's it. Yeah, let's just take that. This list here, by the way, is all the bad stuff. Good stuff, bad stuff. So good stuff on the left, bad stuff on the right. You know, depending on your definition. I shouldn't say good, bad. I like a lot of this stuff. I take tons of this stuff just to make my characters terrible, so I can have more fun keeping them alive. So, you know, I'm all for genetic downward spiral and imperceptive healer. I don't think I can take both. Well, I could take both now because we're not limited. But, you know, taking some things will invalidate taking other things. So if I take imperceptive healer, it removes irreparable, for example. And did it take out? Yeah, it took out poor healer and slow healer as well. So again, if you're using the point system, what you would do is you would take negative things that you think you could withstand, or you knew how to make less terrible, and that would give you points because you took bad things. It would give you a refund basically on points that you could spend on other good things. And so you would try to find fun combo balances between all the bad stuff you would try to stack up. And then the good things you could do to compensate. So tons of fun. Lots of fun things in here. We're just going to take the night vision and call it good, though. All right, skills. I'm just going to go through and pick a few things. Let's take a couple levels in bashing, a couple levels in dodge, melee, all that good. I don't think I'm going to take any range skills. One throwing. Why not? Yeah, one throwing. And crafting skills. One fab. One survival. tailoring. And then interaction skills. Let's get 1 healthcare. All right. So looking at the top, we've got weak lifestyle, strong knowledge. It says overpowered offense. I guess. I mean, it's this. If we put 1 point in, can we get that down? Yeah. I mean, it says overpowered as soon as I do this. I mean, you can get this just by doing some training in the first few minutes. So, you know, I don't know if I'm really going to pay much attention to this stuff myself. But for newer players, I guess it gives you some kind of valuation approximation. All right, let's do that. And then we're done. You know, simple, easy. This game's easy. You just pick random stuff and you go with it. All right, then you get a synopsis screen. So this is the sum total of all your choices displayed in one place. And this is where you can then launch into the gameplay proper. There's a bunch of commands down here. You can view an alter keybind, save a template of the character. So if you anticipated this guy dying and you wanted to play him again, there's a few ways to do it, but you can save a template of this exact design and then run it again, either in a new world or the same world or so on. The game by design, I should mention also, is Iron Man style. You're expected to play through, die, and then start again. Either a new character in the same world or wipe the world and play a brand new world or so on. So there's no save button or anything like that. There are ways to cheese the system like most games. We don't do that here on this channel, though. Barring, again, the special circumstance of bugs in the system. But yeah, so it's anticipated that you play Iron Man, so meaning 1 life. We can pick a random name. We can change the dates again. I'm not going to fill it with those for this first one. We can set a specific starting location. So if we press this key, the / key, we have these choices. So we can either let it pick randomly, or we can say the Shelter 2 open floor plan version, the Shelter compartmentalized version that has a couple variants, and the Central Pillar version. I'm just going to let it do random. But random's fine. What else? Oh yeah, gender, height, age, and blood type. So we do have a lot of other factors in here. So we can change any of these. You can change all of this stuff via these keys down here. We're just going to leave it by default. For the most part, it's inconsequential. There are some factors that height and blood, well, not blood type so much, but height and... Do we have weight anymore? We don't have weight in here anymore. Huh. Did we used to have weight? Or am I thinking of just the overweight, the XXL and so on? What was the other factor that I used to look at? Back when they were first introduced, they were fairly broken. Whatever. You can change some of this stuff. Only height, I think, from this list has any gameplay effects, and they're fairly minimal, and it's kind of getting into the weeds. I'm not gonna go there. All right. But yeah, so there we go. We'll just leave everything default. So I picked a fairly inconsequential character. I didn't min-max it. We didn't give him crazy stats or crazy abilities or anything like that. Even though it says defense powerful and offense overpowered, it's kind of, with knowledge of the gameplay, that's kind of a misnomer for an experienced player. This is a pretty light character. So we're going to jump in and actually play the game, I think. So if I just hit tab from here, we will get an "Are you finished? Are you sure?" Oh yeah, I want to say no, I'm not. Yeah, let's put a name in. Vorm is going to die. That's our name. All right, now we're finished. This is where it didn't crash. Hey, look at that. I lost the conduct nudist. Oh no. Hey, look, it only took us an hour, and we're in the game. Gameplay starts at 55:30. Back to checking chat real quick. 1 second. TCL starts incredibly hard. Depends on your level of knowledge. For somebody who is not familiar, yes. For somebody who is familiar, either no or at most maybe. But I wouldn't compare it to Shower Victim Star or Really Bad Day. Artifacts are actually decent now? Sure. If you say so. What's the lore reason we have them? I thought we were moving away from that stuff. Aircraft carrier still nuts. Yeah, that place was always nuts. And really, I don't know if I want to use the word poorly, not optimized, but the gameplay experience is weird on the that thing. We're playing pure base game, no mods. This is my getting reacquainted with the game after 15 months away, not Vorm doing stupid hard mode Uber challenge run. Yep. Yeah, you could learn parkour with the faction camp setup before I left. Is it actually faction camp restricted? I thought it was... You had to build something, construct something, but I think it wasn't tied to faction camp specifically when I left. I don't remember. I never actually built whatever needed to be built to do it, but I either started with it or I didn't worry about it. Perception 9 since the dark vision breakpoint. You would think it is. Oh, the conversations I had about night vision when they changed the vision rules. Oh, the conversations. Fast metabolism. I mean, I could build a super character, but I don't want to right now. I'm not really interested in min-maxing or whatever a character at this stage. Pain was made worse. All right. I did see something about that, about pain being pretty bad now. Okay. Artifacts are interdimensional. Oh, gonna roll out that excuse, are we? Good old multiverse allows all bullshit. Come on now. That hoary old chestnut. Yeah, no camp necessary. I thought it wasn't necessary for the faction camp specifically, but, you know, whatever. All right. I mean, you can change the wording on them if you'd like, but they're still magic. I don't care what you call it. It's still magic. People just didn't have the stones to actually hack it out of the game like they did so many other things. Whatever. I don't care. I just don't use them. Not interested in them. Still not interested in them. All right, gameplay. Let's do the gameplay. I'm caught up. So here's our character sheet. Oh man, I got to remember so many things. So many things. So what's going on here? We are in a shelter. We have an NPC. This is us. We're the baldy guy right here. And this is an NPC, Marie Card, who's currently ignoring me. The interface is divided into a main game window, and then off to the right we have kind of an interface that shows us a bunch of stuff. We've got our body locations and our hit point status. We've got a kind of a micro map of the local area around us. Green F's being forest spaces, the plus being the shelter, and this being a road. The green line being a pathway. So we can see that at a glance. We've got our stats, kind of our conditions. Really important info here. I'm not going to go into a complete breakdown of all the crap and all the stuff, but just realize there's a lot of information kind of buried in this, and you'll learn to kind of read it. This is kind of a graphical mini-map right here. That'll be more obvious as I start moving around and revealing things. And then we have a few lines of text box here for a log. And all of this is modular and adjustable. You can adjust how this looks and how it presents info and tons of stuff. So there are lots of ways to display the info. This is just the way I have habitually and traditionally organized my information. It is a turn-based game, so I'm going to be moving. There's an action point movement system that dictates how quickly, essentially, I move, enemies move, and so on. We all have speed ratings. Different actions take a different variable amount of points, with modifiers thrown in for various things that kind of govern how things work. This is also a specific tile set, so you can play this game in ASCII, just letters and numbers and symbols. The people that do that are crazy and, you know, are not right with the Lord, and I don't understand them. Uh-oh. Camera's going bye-bye. 1 second. Did the battery not activate? Okay. Apparently I didn't turn on the battery pack for the AU. Okay. All better. Forgot to press one button on the hardware. What was I talking about? Yeah, this is a tile set. You can actually bring up the options menu. Hopefully this is still the same. Nope, not that. Graphics. Tile set options. Use tile set, yes, and then choose tile set. And at the top of the screen, you can see there's a bunch of different tile sets. So if you don't like the look of this one, we'll pick a different one. The ones that are listed are all built in. There are a few that you have to go download. I don't know if the more popular, there's one Undead People. It looks like it's in there, the new version. So maybe that's available directly now. Used to be you had to go manually download it and drop it into a folder so that it would show up. But, you know, you can pick different versions. I'm not going to demonstrate them right now, but just realize that there are choices in regards to how things display. This is also where you can, you know, adjust tons of stuff. You can adjust your pixel mini-map down here, how big it is, how it displays, just bunches and bunches of options. So, let's get back out of there. I'm zooming in, zooming out. Lots of zoom levels. That's the furthest out, I believe. Yeah, so lowest level, and then highest level on down. So pick your poison on where you want the view level. We're going to be just moving around the shelter here. It is kind of dark in here, so we're going to open a window and hope there's no bad things nearby. So I'm using the numeric keypad to move my character around, and things I'll point out is we have a speed of 100. This is how many action or movement points we have in a round to spend. This is how much it cost us for our last movement. So it took us essentially almost a round and a half to move. I think that was a diagonal move. Yeah, that was a diagonal move. So it's 100 right here. And this is kind of the base. You have 100 points, and if you're unencumbered and you got shoes and a few other variables and you move orthogonally up, down, left, right, your movement roughly is going to be the same as your speed. So we're essentially moving a tile per round. Enemy monsters, for example, might have 70 speed, and so they have less points. A standard zombie might have 70 speed, so he's slower than you. So you could literally walk away from a standard zombie because he's got a speed of 70 to spend each round. You've got a speed of 100. It costs him 100 to move, just like it costs you 100 to move over the same surface. And so it takes him a little bit longer to have enough points to do all these movements. And it's a little weird and finicky in exactly how it all works, but that's roughly what's going on. And every action you take costs points. If I wield a weapon, it costs points. If I drink something, it costs points. If I drop a backpack, it costs points. If I put on a jacket, it costs points. And all of those actions consume the amount of points you have to spend each round. So I'm just going to open this window by moving into it, and we can see the X key. Hey, look at that. It's the X key. We can see out quite a ways in the daylight. Quite a ways. Jeez, let's zoom this out. That's a long way away. And if I move, the view shifts. All right, let's not open a door. Let's go ahead and open a window over here as well. And I'm going to peek this window. Trying to remember, what did I do for, was it that one? Yeah, crouching. All right, crouching and walking. All right. So, if you look right above me, This is indicating there's items on these spaces, and if I point at it with my mouse, we get a little pop-up over here on the right listing a little bit of the info, but there could be more items on some of these. So I can hit G to grab and pick a direction, and it shows me there's 22 cardboard boxes with protein rations and some protein rations frozen. So apparently it's pretty chilly. We're starting in spring, early part of spring, so it's pretty chilly outside still. Checking the other spot, we got a large fire extinguisher, some light batteries with no charge, and a radio. Are all batteries completely discharged and broken currently? Is that what's going on? That'd be a little rough. All right. Not included the base game? All right. I've probably got it from way back when. Oh, I'm using Chibi Altica. Altica? However it's pronounced. But my graphics options for the tile set as listed up here. Whoops. Undead Legacy and Undead Legacy. Undead People New version. So I couldn't remember if that was grandfathered in because of my install or if it was default now. Okay, so yeah, we got items. I can display them or see them a few different ways. I can also bring this up, which is the Advanced Inventory Manager. I'm going to sort it by columns, and I can pick via this what space I want it to look at, or I can say all spaces with the A key that are adjacent to me. So I'm seeing everything here, and this is my own personal inventory. I guess I should mention that. Let's go back to this screen. So, a synopsis screen for our character with the @ symbol. Shift 2 on the keyboard. Gives us our current stats. If it's modified by various factors, we're currently slightly overweight. Just, a pound or so. Shows us our encumbrance values. So we see some numbers because we've got like a jacket on and some pants and some shoes. High encumbrance bad, low encumbrance good, generally. But, encumbrance is usually representing clothing, armor, things like that. So you gotta balance everything. Shows our speed and movement cost by default. Shows us our skill levels and our progress towards leveling it up to the next level. Our traits, and we can look at the details. There are bionics in the game. You can get compact bionic modules or CBMs that you can install in your body and make you Superman. And then our proficiencies. These are kind of, you do things and you get more proficient at doing things. So these will change and increase and add as we adventure through the world and we do certain actions. There's a ton of them. And I'm not going to get into all the details for that right now. If we hit add again, we can bring up a medical summary showing our hit point totals for our body locations, stats, current effects, a lot of info here. So character sheet, what else to show? There's so many things. I don't remember so many things. I'm just going to kind of walk around and do some things, and I'll kind of talk while I do it. But the batteries are dead. Radio isn't going to do much anyway. I don't want the fire extinguisher. I don't want the protein rations quite yet. We've got a locked door here. A little key symbol on top indicates locked generally. If we try to move into it, the log tells us the door is locked. Down here we have some lockers, which I'm going to use this to see the locker. So I want the lighter. A whistle would be fine. We got lots of clean water. Bunch of useless tools. That's pretty much it. That's it. All right. Let's, my smartphone UPS battery is charged. Have the matches. We do have limits on how much we can carry, and it's based on the pockets and containers that we might have on our body. So when I pick up items, it's putting them into certain containers, literally pockets. Currently. So we have here a total amount of weight we can carry as well as our volume that we're allowed to carry currently. So we're pretty low on the total volume. What is giving us that volume anyway? Jeans, shirt, the messenger bag. That's where we're getting the bulk of our volume. 15 liters of carry volume. There are a lot of rules in regards to inventory management and items. Item weight is a factor, the volume that it takes up in any containers, as well as there's a third factor, which is a length. You can't stick a pole arm in your back pocket, for example. So a lot of limitations. You just kind of learn them as time goes by. Right now, we're just picking up some small stuff, and we got some space. So I'm going to go ahead and transfer a couple of bottles of water, and I think that's all I'm going to worry about. We'll leave the rest here. And let's take a couple of protein rations. All right. Looking around some more, we've got more rations. And that's pretty much it for this upper area. So if we want to go anywhere else, we either have to break this door down and get into here, or we, do we not have... Ah, that's right. We got the stairs to the downstairs, and this goes up to the roof. What do we got? Flashlight, whistle, blanket, water, rations, standard stuff. Go downstairs. I don't have a flashlight, but we do have night vision. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Really? With my 8 perception and my night vision trait? It's about 1 space further than I expected, but I think I remember not an issue, but for whatever reason, when I started the game in the past, I would have, in the early part, 1 extra vision point, vision level. But we're just going to move around, and again, I'm using the numpad to move my character around. You can use the mouse. I could click, and he would move to that location, but I have to have the keyboard for so many other things that I just by habit typically use the numeric keypad. One of the nice things about this game is it's set in the current world, so you should recognize just about everything that you see, and you're going to be familiar with everything. A game like Dwarf Fortress has a sort of a negative or a downside in that it's an imaginary world with made-up names and made-up items. I mean, if you're familiar with fantasy stuff, you probably recognize the generic stuff. But there's a lot of learning to do and a lot of remembering and memorizing all the odd names and items that you may not be familiar with and so on. This game, if you're a human adult in the current world, you're going to know and recognize most all of this stuff. You might not know all the variations of weaponry and such and guns, and there are so many guns. But it's familiar. So one comment or suggestion I give new players commonly is, yes, it's a game, but it is such a detailed and largely simulated game world that if you play pretend and put yourself in your character's situation and then thought to yourself, all right, if I'm in this situation at this place with these items, what would I do at this point? And if you just follow that chain of thought, you'll be able to do almost everything you come up with, be it gathering certain things, crafting certain things, going to certain places to get certain things, like gas stations to get fuel, grocery stores to get food, pharmacies to get meds. If you just follow that train of thought, you'll be able to do 99.9% of those things, and even stuff you can't think of. There'll be wacky, crazy things you didn't think of that are also possible. But for example, we've got sinks here with stuff. We got scrub brushes and bleach and soap bars. You got toilets here that have water in them. There's 24 units of water. And be very careful. The distinction between water and clean water is water bad, clean water good. Don't drink it if it doesn't say clean water specifically. So I could drink out of the toilet. It's just water in the tank. You're not drinking out of the bowl, but you know, it's bad. And so we got the men's and women's bathrooms. Not much. Oh, never mind. First aid kits. Hey there, first aid kit. Look at all that info. So much info. So much stuff. So much reading. So much reading. Yeah, I mean, we got capacity information here. Item length is, it'll fit into a pocket or a container that can hold anything up to 7 inches. It's got 6 pounds of weight and so on. And it contains some medical gauze, some bandages, some adhesive, some medical tape, saline, some acetaminophen, and some antiseptic. So some pretty good stuff in there. Was it this button? Nope. It was that button. How do I break this out? Nope. I don't want to transfer the whole thing. I thought it was greater than, less than to break this out. What am I missing? The C key? Oh, yep, C key. Thank you. So I just want the antiseptic and the acetaminophen and the bandages and gauze. That's good enough for now. We'll leave the box and the rest of that. We're just stuffing random crap into my pockets. Didn't have any of that over here, did we? We did not. All right. So we got a few bandages and some other stuff. A lot of medical conditions, bleeding, diseases, tons of stuff that you have to deal with. I'm just going to pick up a small amount of a few things and we'll keep moving. Okay, next up we got to get a little more creative. Now typically when I'm familiar and I'm you know, at my prime and doing stuff, I would immediately leave this place and go find the other things I need elsewhere. You can actually use this as an initial base, and the raw materials and resources that are in this survival shelter between the basement, this ground floor, and the roof, you can put together a lot of early game survival things. You can craft knives and make screwdrivers and hammers and tear down the sheets and craft them into carry bags and just a whole plethora of stuff. And I've got videos on what to do and how to do all that stuff. Some of it, most of it is still valid and still good. Although some changes to material types and what's available will restrict some of that. But you can make a go at making this an actual early base if you're a newer player. This is the map. So we can zoom in and zoom out on this map also. There are different versions of this map. What am I using currently? I forget. Graphics, tile set, and overmap tile set. We're using the ASCII overmap. And again, you can choose different versions so that it displays differently. I'm just going to leave it on the ASCII overmap. Is that still the suggested one, or is it the ASCII tiles now that people are mostly using? What's the current flavor du jour on the map? And while you guys tell me, I'm going to back up through chat real quick. ASCII folks attacking your cam feed. I'm sure there are, you know, they're fine folks as long as they take their medicine. Real-time runs, that option sucks. Game wasn't made for it. It's not designed around it, and it's too easy to ignore it just by going into a menu and pausing time. At least that's how it used to work. There is no real-time passing. Unless you're talking about while using that real-time mode. Yeah, you can choose a different tile set for the map. What brought you back to CDDA? You know, incessant whining from a cadre of desperate CDDA addicts. I just finally got tired of it. This was, I'm playing Cataclysm to shut up those whiners. When Cataclysm? Going prone does absolutely change the chance of getting hit by grenades and mines. So if you happen to go danger close with a grenade, duck and cover. So much chitter chatter. No, I just grabbed the items from one of the kits. Don't mistake me leaving stuff behind as a tactical error. I just don't care. So, you know, I am going to be doing inefficient things, and a lot of them are totally on purpose. I don't care. I don't need them. This is just mostly a test run for me to get back into the swing of things. If there's enough viewership, I'll play it a lot today. If people are wanting to watch me play it, then we may switch into a hard mode one once we get a little bit of practice, get my fingers back in the swing of hitting the right keys. Finally, some facial hair? You mean on me? I've been rocking the beard for quite a long time. I just don't usually have the cam on all that often. It's just more comfortable to just provide you with the soothing tones of Vormy voice. Nobody's showing up to look at my ugly mug. What do you think about the Bright Knights version? I wish them well. In about a decade, when they've actually added some content that's new and not just excised content from the game I've already played, maybe I'll take a look. Other than that, I couldn't care less. I've already played the game that they want. I played it back in the 0.c, D, and maybe E days. I forget how back they went, how far back. But now I don't care about Bright Knights. You didn't mean to imply an error. Well, sure you didn't. Nah, you didn't miss anything. I just purposely didn't grab the other ones. All right, I'm all caught up. Let's go back to doing some things. I only saw a couple things about the map, and none of them really answered my question. Larwick is the default? Larwick? All right, let me go look at Larwick. What the hell's Larwick? That definitely, I don't remember that name. Larwick overmap. Sure. That's the default now, huh? So my main issue with these graphical maps, when they switch to this mode, they switch to having this ability to use different tile sets for maps and all that, is that I do not like losing information. If I lose information, I don't care what it looks like. I don't like it. What I mean by that, specifically in regards to maps, is in the other versions in the past, I could look at a house and I could tell what direction the facing of the house was by the graphic. So let me see in this example. I don't know if these are houses, but I mean, I know because there's only one road that the front of the house is facing north. But for intersections, for example, I wouldn't be able to tell with just this kind of a thing which way was the front. Maybe the difference between that and that is telling me. There may be some graphical way that it's instructing me, but my issue with some of the maps is just that I lose information in regards to the direction a building was facing. I'm not sure if that one's doing it or not. Graphics. Larwick pen and paper overmap? What the hell's that? Sorry for the diversion here, but I need to see it. Whoa. Wow, that's different. Look at that. Yoinks. Not sure I like the pencil. Wow, what am I looking at here? So, yeah, see how these have arrows pointing to the road? That indicates the direction of the front of the house. Nope, that does not indicate the front of the house, because those aren't pointing to the road here. So, yeah, this isn't giving me some information I used to get. I mean, that's interesting. I'm not sure my brain can handle it after so many thousands of hours of Cataclysm I've played. That's a bit of a departure for me. It's cool, though. I applaud the diversity. But we're going to switch back to the one I'm used to for now. But again, another thing you can choose to adjust. So many options. Love having choices. I want to see what that one looks like. One last look. How does this... So yeah, see how the green... It's an arrow pointing to the road, which means it's pointing to the front of the house. So, house front is on the roadside. Those aren't right. Weird. That's not right. Whatever. Enough of that diversion. Alright, back to the one I'm most used to. So now it's working correctly. So the arrow is pointing to the roadway. Arrow points to the roadway. Arrow points to the roadway. So I know what direction these houses face. And it's weird. If you're not familiar with the game, you might be saying, who cares? Why is Vorm concerned about that? It actually can make a difference. There are times where that's important information. So I don't like losing that kind of info. If your map causes me to lose info that I have in other methods, then I generally am not liking your map. All right. I should talk about, though. So it's mostly obvious and straightforward. We got these roadways. This is a town. It's represented via ASCII symbols in this particular map design. This is a bookstore generally. Am I seeing? Oh, yeah, we got the starting info here. So, yeah, that's a bookstore. That's the hardware store? No, gas station. I got to remember all the things again. Clothing store, a house, a pizza parlor. And I'm reading the info up here, by the way. Once I highlight an item, a garden, public garden. So you learn what all these symbols mean. And there's particular reasons why you would want to go to certain ones. Ooh, public waterworks. You can get some good tools at the public waterworks, but it's right in the middle of town. These Z indicators are zombie horde indicators, indicating that I can see, detect, whatever, that there's an assembly of zombies of a certain quantity in these locations. We got trailheads, we got swamp spaces versus forest spaces, and so on. And I know one change that's been made is in regards to how far you can see at what detail level. Most of this I can see because we started in this area, but as I start moving around, I think I'm going to get less detail unless I get close to places. So... All right. So, not much time has passed. It's 4 minutes have passed so far in our grand adventure. We're at the hour-and-a-half point, and, I haven't moved anywhere. But I knew it was going to be like this. I tried to give fair warning up front what we were in for today. Let me go check some things real quick before we continue here. And I want to repeat, now that we've got more people watching, because I gave this warning/info tag at the very beginning. I've got a disparity in viewership in regards to this game because I built the channel on this game and streamed it heavily and did tutorial stuff on it for 6 years. Then I took about almost a 1.5-year break, 15-month break since I last played it. So the people that have joined the channel here on Twitch and YouTube and such over the last 15 months may not have any idea what this game is. So I'm going into a lot more detail than I would normally for a challenge playthrough. But in addition, my return after 15 months to this game, I'm trying to be as honest as possible with you guys. It's 100% dependent on your participation, enthusiasm, and support for the channel. I'm fairly meh about returning. I'm fairly ambivalent. I could do it if you guys are interested. I still will enjoy the game, and I'll have fun, and I'll do my best at it to provide you guys with entertaining live stream and YouTube gameplay. But I personally could take it or leave it. I've just got so oversaturated. I'm still at a point where I'm not just backing away in horror from it like I was 15 months ago. But whether I continue to play it, how often I play it, how many hours I streaming at a time, totally dependent on you guys. If there's not enough people watching and there's no channel support coming in for it, then I'll have to put it away again. This one more so than most, because usually it's a combination of my enthusiasm. If I really like a game and having a great deal of fun, I'll put up with lower viewership numbers and channel support numbers and keep playing it because I'm having a great time. This is not where we're starting from here. I'm in an ambivalent state. You're going to have to enthuse me, both, all the normal stuff, like, comment, subscribe over on YouTube, and subs and gift subs or Ko-fi or whatever donations. Chat in the chat channel to show engagement here on the Twitch side. Tell people that I've returned in whatever places you visit. All that kind of stuff. If that doesn't happen, I'll just put it back away and we'll just play other games. So, there's the spiel. Okie dokie. What was I doing? I was going to actually start playing the game, I think. All right. Vorm returns? Yeah, possibly. We'll see. You got ping-ponged on Discord. I try to keep myself... I think my average for hitting the @here on my Discord announcements page, I think I average 1 a year over the last 7 years. Something like that. Maybe 2. If I'm really feeling rambunctious, I might ping the crowd. That's it. I try really, really hard not to, burden you guys with just group pings or constant exhortations to support the channel and like, comment, and subscribe. I try to keep my invasive overlays to a minimum, all that kind of stuff. To my detriment, because, I don't shill the channel and I don't bombard you guys with rotating floating messages and slide in, slide out, subscribe graphics and all that kind of stuff. And it actually hurts the metrics because I don't do that kind of stuff. I just don't like it. I'm not good at shilling that kind of stuff, and that's part of the charm. But it does hurt me in the long run, because I know that that engagement, constant barrage does pick up and encourage people to do that kind of stuff. But I think I average maybe 2 a year, 2 times, where I'll kind of get up on the pulpit and gently remind people to support their small streamers, which I am very much a small streamer still. Whoever you enjoy watching, whether it's me or somebody else, whatever. I mean, that's your choice to make. But if you got a small streamer who's providing content you enjoy regularly, throw them a few bucks once in a while. You can't understand just how little there is in advertising revenue for small streamers, especially for games like this one. This one. Where's my camera? This game. Little teeny tiny niche market games that have no mass market appeal, get nowhere on the metrics, get no assist for anything from Google and Twitch and YouTube and so on. Anybody doing stuff of a very niche content creation category, really, really, if you want to have them stay around providing that for you, it's really important to do what you can. All right, let's go get killed. So let's do I go towards town? I mean, I need to, sort of, but we have no weapon. Let's see if I remember some things. So that one. All right. This is a crafting menu. There's a few things on this list. It just goes and goes and goes. And that's only the stuff I think we currently know about or have access to. So many things. Oh, here's a quick quick thing. Let's jump into the debug menu. So I've mentioned just how large and how variable the game is for the new folks. Here's some things for you to gaze upon in wonder. I am not kidding when I say this is one of the largest, deepest, most variable. I don't want to say most complicated. It's not super complicated. It just takes a bit of investment at the front end to learn. And again, completely free. You can play exactly what I'm playing. It won't look the same because you won't know how to set everything up, but you can be playing this game right now completely for free. It costs absolutely nothing. It will never cost anything. You can just go download it and you're off and running. But I just want to show off a few things. So I've mentioned variability in monsters and evolution of monsters. I don't care about achievements. Here is the list. Now notice how many entries are on this screen currently. And notice how big the scroll bar is. I think why am I getting all this? Are things kind of broke? I think things are kind of broke. Uh-oh. Is this like a me thing from me having an old install, or we're not getting any info on here? I don't know what's going on. Whatever. The point is, I'm going to start paging down. And a lot of these at the front end are variations of all the different kinds of animals that are in the game world. But we're starting to get into broken cyborgs, exodii, quadrupeds, zomborgs, autonomous gun platforms, experimental lab robots, flying grenades of various types, of different feral versions of human and axemen and security guards and swimmers. And it just keeps going. There's a bunch of fish. How exciting. Pretty big fish list. We got a bunch of fungal enemies of the various types. We've got plague nymphs, centipede larvas, warehouse spiders, black death widows, wasp guards, giant ant larvae, mole crickets, adult ant lions, cocoons, nymphs, black rats, a whole bunch of cats and dogs. We got Migos, we got XO3 Spectre Recon mechs and combat mechs, grapplers. Oh, here's the important one. Here's the one you really never want to meet. Right there. That's the one everybody fears. Your mama. Your mother. Oh, we got dragons of various types. Why do we have dragons? Oh, yeah, never mind. I'm not going to answer that question. We got mutants of a whole bunch of different types. What are we up to? Grinning coyote pups, Amagara horrors. Oh, that's a good one. Albino penguins for the HP Lovecraft crowd. Shrapnel swarms. Skewered juveniles, wraiths, flaming eyes. I mean, I'll just keep hitting the button. Are you getting what I'm putting down? Now, let's go look at spawning items. And this is just the 22 caliber ammo. This list here. Now a lot of this is casings and powder and so on, but just one ammo type. 223, 270s, 30-06, 300 AAC, blackout rounds, 308 Winchesters, 338 Lapua AP 485 reloaded. What is Amagara? Oh, you got to be into Japanese anime to know what the Amagara is. I'm not going to say. Look it up. Google will tell you. Now, its implementation here is not exactly as the manga, but, you know, it's from the manga. This is just ammo. We're still rolling through ammo. Page, 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 page. Page, 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 page. And this, I'd have to sit here for like 10 minutes hitting page down at a fast pace to get this to go all the way to the bottom of the list. How about rifle? Oops. Oops. Nope, can't see it. How about rifle? So American Battle Rifle. Ah, damn it. This system of displaying and these menus are completely new to me. How do I get it? I guess it is filtering by rifle now. But why is my page up, page down? Oh, there it goes. Exodii Battle Rifle, the Garand Battle Rifle, HK417A2s with different mods. It's just so many guns. If you're a gun nut, you're in the right place. Now, how long it takes you to find / build / whatever these things might be a while. But I just wanted to give an idea to the newer folks just what you're in for. Vehicle list. Spawn a vehicle. Helicopters. Ambulances. Street sweepers. Bicycles. Canoes. Child's tricycles. Electric sports cars. Racing cars. Sedans. Fire truck. Hearses. Hybrids. Humvees. Luxury coupes. Medevac choppers. Pickup trucks. You know. It's massive. Absolutely massive. Alright, that's enough. Enough of that stuff. Let's go do some things. I was hoping I just wanted to open the eyes on some folks on what's going on. And just how big the game is. If you don't get an idea of scale and scope from this particular live stream. Oh man, you guys been talking again. Nope, no build in mind for this particular stream. This is a welcome back to the game, me relearning some things and bringing the thousands of new viewers that have joined the channel over the last 15 months that don't have any idea what the hell this is. So that's what we're doing today. I'll try to get more gameplay in now that we're mostly through all the intro stuff, but there's just so much to talk about, and I have a hard time not talking about them. Yeah, no, all the old guys know what I'm talking about. Somebody posted on Cataclysm on Reddit. Yeah, I didn't do that. They yell at me for self-promotion. So, you know, don't bug them too much over there. Is there a Vorm effect pejorative? Of course. That's where my name came from. You know that. All right, let's do some things. So I think what I was about to do is that I was going to look at and try to remember from this list what I can make. What was the new hotness? Was it the pipe mace? The great pipe mace? Is that what I was thinking? 2 pipes and 2 sets of pipe fittings. Can we get that in the bathroom downstairs? Doesn't take any tools. But to get the pipes and the pipe fittings, I'm going to need to whack some sinks. I'm not sure I can get the great pipe mace. So it's one or it's double. Oh, I don't remember. Pipe spear. I think you have to sharpen the spears. Yeah, you need hammering and metal sawing for that stuff. But these are also, what, terrible slow, if I remember right. 129 moves per attack. 103, that's not bad. Lot of info over here for detailing specifics about weaponry, and I can't go into all the details, but just roughly I'm looking at the damage value. It gives a damage type. There's bash, pierce, cut, things like that. So there's there's damage types, damage amounts, base moves per attack. So a high number is bad in that regard. It takes you more of your movement points to swing, and you'll get hit more often. Then it gives you typical damage per second against different enemy types, stamina usage amounts, and so on. It also has techniques, so you've got a lot of different techniques to learn about, and so it's a fairly complicated process to evaluate weapons, craft certain weapons, not craft weapons for reasons. Some of it I'll have to get back into and remember. What was... oh, yeah, that key. All right, so there's more info down there as well. So there's a lot of... you have to learn keys to scroll different windows sections up and down. But yeah, so we got pipe mace option. What about good old-fashioned cudgel? What's involved in making the cudgel now? What? No cudgel? How is there not a cudgel? Okay. Apparently I don't have the cudgel recipe unlocked yet. We must have to have either a weapon skill or a fab skill or something that's got it locked out. So no cudgel for us yet. But yeah, so we got a lot of options here currently. The ones that are realistic for me right now, can't do most of those. Good old home wrecker. Home wrecker's fun. Takes a little bit of effort to put the home wrecker together. But that would take care of the sink, no problem. I don't know. Should I just make a bunch of nail boards and walk zombies onto the nail boards for victory? I don't think we can do a quarterstaff yet either. I don't remember all the requirements for a lot of the crafting stuff, and some of it have shifted. So that's the kind of thing that's going to take me some time to get back into. Good old wooden club. Sucks. Sucks. The Zwei timber? I don't remember the Zwei timber. That's funny. Just saw a plank and make it, huh? Plank with a handle and a whittled down point left large enough to require 2 hands. Still not much good for slashing, but far better than the plank on its own. That's pretty funny. I don't think I have the quarterstaff. I do have the quarterstaff. So the long stick, I know we need to go knock down a young tree to get a long stick. But it takes a tool with cutting of 2 or more. Do I have a knife? I don't think I have a knife. Oh, I have the pocket knife. What are your stats? Hey, it has level 2 cutting quality. Alright, so we just need to knock down one of those. Tell you what, let's tear down the curtain right here. To examine, tear down the curtain. So by tearing down the curtain, we have achieved a long string, some nails, and a couple of sheets. And all of these can be used for various things. And a stick. I'm going to grab the stick. Nope, I'm going to wield. Alright, fine. I'm going to wield the stick. Let's go ahead and just pop the window open. Step outside. Nothing coming after me. I need to find a young tree. There's a couple over to the left. And I guess we'll go over there. Use the peek command. Uh-oh. What was I seeing? Nobody. Alright. 3 American robins. So I'm looking at this part of the screen here. It's showing me the nearby enemies. I can hit Shift V and see where they're at. So, 3 robins on the ground there. Ignoring me. Alright, so we're going over to the left here, to these scraggly looking trees. We're going to smash them. Then we're going to grab long sticks. What we'll do instead is we will move. Let's take 2 long sticks. And what key was it? Not crouch. Nope. What the hell was my drag command? I don't remember my drag. Forget what I had it set to. And where it's at on this list. All items on the ground. Oh, that's right. Alright, now I remember. I was in the right area. Oh, I got a menu now? Alright. Everything here. So I'm just dragging these along the ground because I don't have enough space in my inventory to pick them up. So it takes more time to do this, but it allows me to move items. Now we can shift them from below me to above me, space-wise. Now they're inside. We'll just stand over here. Not much likely anything can see me. We can even crouch. Alright. Quarterstaff. So quarterstaff, what we're looking at here is this is the crafting screen. I chose quarterstaff, I searched for it, and then it's showing me that we need a tool with a cutting of 2 or more, and our pocket knife satisfies that need, and then we need a long stick. So we've got all of that. This is going to take an hour, so we're going to spend a bunch of time doing this, and hopefully nothing shows up to eat me while we try to craft a quarterstaff. Dispose of your wooden stick. Oh, I should do this. I should do this near a table. That's right. Everything here. Oops. All right, we're gonna craft next to this table. We should get a crafting bonus for the table. How did this work again? Activate the in-progress quarterstaff. Wield it and start working. Sure. Drop the stick. Alright. So we got a progress indicator at the top. We crafted the quarterstaff. We're wielding the quarterstaff. And we should have gotten some XP in crafting. Yeah. Oh, nope. No XP? I guess we already had the skill at too high a level. Alright, so we now have a quarterstaff in hand. Problem with this thing is going to be it requires both hands, and I can't just stick it in a pocket. So unless I have something to wear that I can attach it to, like on my back, I'm going to have to constantly be putting it down again. It's one of the reasons why I hesitate to use weapons like quarterstaves. Stop hauling. Stop hauling. Alright. So we've got a weapon. It's pretty good. Let's talk about weapons real quick. So it's 2 yards long. It's not going to fit in my pocket. Got 16 bash for the damage. It's got a 2-hit bonus of 3. The higher the better. 3 is on the high end. I think it's the highest, actually. I don't think there's a 4 or 5. It's got a good base moves per attack. It's got a high to hit bonus, which is great. Decent bash damage. There's reasons why you use different types of damage, like bash versus cut versus pierce on different enemies. Very important to learn these kinds of things as you go along and play. You want to use the right kind of weapon against the right kind of enemy. A certain weapon, there's almost no such thing as a one thing does all. You know, a high-tech battle rifle with tricked out mods and plenty of ammo is a pretty good one solution for killing things. But for the most part, for melee combat, especially in the early game, you want to be particular and you want to understand some of the basics. This is a really, really good starter weapon. And as you saw, as long as you've got a knife or something with cutting 2 quality, very easy to make and get a hold of. Other than the basics here, the other thing to point out is this section here. Techniques when wielded. So techniques are automated when you're doing combat in the game. You don't activate them by pressing a key and picking which one or anything like that. They just have a certain percentage chance to occur when the combat conditions warrant. So this particular one has rapid strike. So occasionally it's going to have a rapid strike that only costs half the number of moves, but you get 66% of the damage, and you have to have a minimum of 2 melee skill for that to fire off. So that's great because, you know, 50% of the move cost, half the move cost, but you still get more than half of the damage, so you're getting a benefit there. The sweep attack. Down the enemy for 2 turns, so you can knock somebody down. You sweep the legs, do it Johnny style, and sweep the leg, and it takes 3 minimum skill in order to get that to activate. Only works on a non-downed humanoid target of similar or smaller size, incapable of flight. So you can't knock down or do a sweep attack on a bird or a flying enemy or super large enemies or things like that. And it also has parry, which is a high blocking ability. So you can hold it up to block enemy attacks. Now, unfortunately, because of the material it's made out of, it might get damaged when it blocks and degrade, and you'll have to make another one, but you know, it's great. It parries. And there's no skill requirement for that. So we got a 2 melee and a 3 melee skill requirement. We have 2 melee, so we're not going to get that sweep attack. We don't have enough skill yet for that one to fire off. But we should occasionally see the first one. Alright, so we've got a weapon. We've got a lighter, and we've got a little bit of food, a little bit of water. This is terrible food, by the way, but, you know, whatever. A few bandages and some antiseptic for wounds that we might get. A little bit of money, which doesn't have a lot of use at our stage, and a matchbook. Other than that, all we got is quarterstaff. We got a jeans with a bunch of items. I should probably switch this around. Let's see, how did this work? We go here, we go pocket settings. We do that, and then we say set priority. Whoa, it's all blacked out. Again, is this a me thing with my setup that I need to fix, or is this like everybody having it kind of darkened and certain info missing? I suspect it's a me thing with just updating an old install. But I'm setting a priority for the particular message bag. The higher the number, the more priority. So it'll go into here first is what I'm looking for. Set it to 3. And then what we'll do is we'll come down here. I'll just drop a few things just to test it. So if I grab those 3 things, they should go into the bag, not into my pocket. Yep, they went into the bag. So when I highlight the item here, you'll notice over here it puts a little indicator showing what is in the messenger bag that I'm highlighting. So the things I just dropped got put into the messenger bag, and that's because of the priority. So, I, again, don't want to get into the weeds, but just wanted to point out a few things about the interface. So, now that I have that set, that higher priority, anything I pick up will default be put into the messenger bag first. If it's too large, it'll then attempt to find some other location that can hold the item, and if nothing can hold it, it'll just not allow you to pick it up. In the case of my quarterstaff, that's going to happen. I can't just stuff the quarterstaff into any of these containers because it's too big. So we just got basic clothes and a wristwatch. All right, I'm fine with that. There's lots of other things we could do in here. We could, like I said, actually let's do one other thing. Let's see if we can bash down this door. So I don't remember the keep smashing until destroyed thing. I think that's new. But I don't like automated things because I don't know if it takes into account the auto pause if an enemy comes into view or if we hear an enemy. So I'm going to say no. It's going to keep asking me, huh? I'm attempting to smash through this door using the quarterstaff. There, we got it partway down. We're probably going to damage our staff here. This is, the likelihood of this working is determined by a combination of our strength and the bash value of the staff and things like that. So if we were much stronger, or we're using a stronger bash value weapon or tool, it'd be easier. We did get it down, so now there's a hinge, some nails, some splintered wood, some planks. I just wanted to get to the ladder and go to the roof to kind of show off the roof. You can kind of see the view has changed a bit because we're up on a higher level. We can examine the edge and peek down. There is tacking across different height levels is a thing. I don't remember the status of that when I last left. We got things up here though. We got a solar panel. And any of this stuff, anything you see can be destroyed. All of this stuff. We could literally tear this entire place down for raw materials. I can destroy all of the stuff up here. I could literally tear the building down. I don't think we still have operable nukes, but in the past you could drop a nuke to wipe out a fairly good sized area. So all of this stuff is destroyable and destructible, depending on what you bring to bear on the material type. Typically, if a new player is starting in an evac shelter and is trying to go through kind of an early game building of the various early tools and survival gear, you would come up here and smash this so that you could get things like chunks of steel, which are used in making like a hammer and screwdriver and things like that. You can get scrap metal in volume and a bunch of other things that you can use for various crafting. So chunk of steel is the big one though, because if I try to make a screwdriver, for example, need a tool with hammering of 2 or more, need chunks of steel, and you need a stick or a plank or some duct tape to make the screwdriver. So you got to make the hammer before you make the screwdriver. So makeshift hammer. That only has a hammering of 1. Do I not have a regular hammer option? Oh, I think that changed. Whatever, I'm not going to get through all this stuff, but that's the idea, is you can just break a bunch of stuff and or disassemble it. There's 2 options. You can just smash it, or you can disassemble it if you have the right tools. What was the disassemble? Construction. I forgot the key for disassemble. That's fine. If you have the right tools, though, I could disassemble something, and occasionally the items you get are going to be different between smashing and disassembling. Smashing is louder and faster, disassembling is slower, but better output of resources. So there's various things up here and reasons why you would break stuff. Same thing with going down into the basement and smashing things, like I mentioned that pipe mace. I could try... I didn't manage it, and I think I zeroed something out because it stopped trying. So why do I have 0 night vision right now? Perception of 7. It went down 1. Why did it go down 1? Glare in my eyes? Really? I'm underground. Effect started 1 minute ago? Wait. 1 minute. Alright. Apparently I got glare in my eyes when we were up top. It bonked my my night vision. Alright. Whatever. You get the idea. I'm just going to generalize a lot of this stuff with a brief description or explanation. And when I say brief, it's the Vormithrax version of brief, which is usually like between 50 and 5,000 words. Not regular humans' a version of brief explanation. Ideal on epic scale. All right, let's just let's go out and let's move some around. Let's go get killed by something. Damn it! I'm getting glared again. There were no sunglasses in here, were there? I got no hat. Yeah, there were no sunglasses in here. Let's just keep moving. Okay. Yep, I made the quarterstaff. A lot of bugs with the imgui stuff. Yeah, I knew it had been changed. I only know of a few major things that have adjusted that I very loosely noticed in my brief checks with the Reddit and Discord. But I didn't know what state they were in. I think it's good to have them, and it'll eventually clean up and be nice. I know that it was done for specific reasons that will bring more control and variability to things. So may look like ass temporarily, but hopefully it gets cleaned up. Okay. Hey there, Skilled Libra. I do see it. Thank you very much. That's very generous. Greatly appreciate it. I will put that towards more water to sustain me through these marathon Cataclysm sessions. I keep switching between my mug and my bottle. My mug doesn't work real well with the green screen effect because the mug is green. That's a floaty, scary ghost mug. All right, what else you guys talking about? Uh-oh, Remo has shown up and dropped a gift bomb. What do you mean, Rem? What no longer gives me chunks of steel, only tiny sheet metal? I knew that the lockers didn't give chunks of steel. Why are you telling me? I'm not the one that said it. That's why I demonstrated going to the roof and doing the solar panel. Anything interesting about this run? No. This is bog standard default. Me just getting back into the game, demonstrating, and mostly introducing the game to the cadre of folks that have joined the channel in the last year and a half that have no idea what the hell this is. So, this is not a Vormithrax tryhard 4444 stat character with all the bad qualities trying to survive in a 10x zombie environment. Nothing like that with this particular one. So if you're looking for that, you're not going to get it. Not with this particular stream. Claire got harsher around a year ago. Yeah, I assumed I need a hat or sunglasses. I don't remember it being that bad. So yeah, that definitely got harder. This is a surprise. Thought you were done with CDDA. When did... oh, why are you being... You've been bad somewhere, Ashes? You got tagged as monitoring the comments. Whatever. No, I never said I was done. I said I was on extended hiatus. I after literal thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of play and tutorials and research and testing and question answering everywhere, I finally burnt out and I just needed a break. So my rough plan was a year or 0.h stable. 0.h stable still in the wings and hasn't been released yet, and the year has turned into 15 months. So I decided to stop waiting. Enough of you pesky guys keep asking me when Cataclysm that, I finally caved, and here we go. But as I mentioned, and I will continue to mention during this stream, I'm still fairly ambivalent about returning to play it. I don't mind playing it if there's enough interest, but it's going to be completely based on your guys' interest, viewership, engagement with the various metric systems of whatever platform that you're enjoying the content on, whether it's here on Twitch, and to subs, gift subs, chat, whatever, Ko-fi donations, PayPal, I don't care, whatever, and just viewership, the viewer numbers, of course. If it doesn't get that, then on the YouTube side, similarly, like, comment, subscribe, and so on, because I'll send this over to YouTube as well, so they know what's up. But I'm starting from an ambivalent status, and if there isn't interest and support for this particular game, it won't be around for long. So This one in particular is very susceptible to your guys' input and engagement. Usually, if I'm really hyped up about a game and really having fun with it, I'll put up with low viewer numbers and so on and keep playing it for a while. But this one, we're starting from a, I can take it or leave it standpoint. Okay, back to chat here. Got to get that done. I keep getting too chatty. Just made the account to watch the stream. It could be that. I don't know. If it's a brand new account, they sometimes think you're trying to. They may know that you had a previous account or something. I don't know. You're being seen. It's just they're monitoring it for whatever reason, and I get a notice. Some people are abusive. Not saying you are. Don't know you. Okay. Still need to download Bright Nights? Not me. I don't know if you're talking to somebody else. I don't have any interest in Bright Nights. Less talking, more playing. Told you. I knew I was going to get that from you old folks. I haven't played in a year and a half, Dr. Hyder. Vary my play style. Not adventurous all the time. Have you not watched the 130 challenge runs? All right. Yeah, more playing. I knew I was going to have this issue. People familiar with the game are looking for, high level, super exciting, super, oh my god, I can't believe you survived that gameplay. But I'm catering to two different crowds. People that have never seen or heard of the game or me, and, all you old crotchety bastards that just want to see the super gameplay. The old crotchety bastards are going to be a bit disappointed on this particular stream, because that's not what we're at. We're at the, oh my god, what button do I press to do this thing stage still. All right. I will try to lean more into the gameplay at this point. I think I've gotten most of the yakety stuff fairly well out of the way. So I got to evaluate, if I just dive into town here, we are going to die. But I want to get at least close enough to show the enemies and all that kind of stuff. So we're just inching our way up the road here. I'm keeping an eye on a couple of things. Right in here, it's showing me enemies within my line of sight. And I can usually, with a few notable dangerous exceptions, you can usually see things before they can see you. So you just want to be careful at how fast you move and try to avoid the auto stuff. All right, there's our first zombie. Oh my god, we got the worst of the worst of the worst. The decayed zombie. Hey there, decayed zombie, sitting in the windowsill. So, right there, decayed zombie, full health, hostile to me. He has not spotted me yet, which is good. There'd be a little exclamation point right here if he had spotted me yet. And he's 58 tiles to the northwest. A once dead human corpse. Its discolored, swollen flesh is riddled with festering wounds and open sores. Alright, so, we'll go examine up that direction. We're right on the outer edge of town here. I don't really want to fight anything. I mean, it's a terrible idea to fight. I always will preach to new players that when you're starting this game, and even after your experience with this game, this is not a zombie fighting game. It's not a zombie killing game. It's a zombie avoidance game. It's an enemy avoidance game. You don't want to fight generally. Fighting is the last thing you want to do. Because it's so dangerous and it's so deadly to you. You have to, of course, fight for stuff, for resources, for, getting ambushed. There are reasons, but you want to be smart about it. So you want to be really careful if you're going to fight going into a town. I'm surprised we haven't seen a vehicle on the road yet. We got not a lot of choices here via our map edge. Looks like we might be right on the edge of one of the chunk borders, given how flat that line of forest is right there, but maybe not. So typically I try to move around the outside edges of populated areas like this and look for opportunities to kind of scooch in and grab some stuff. Without having some combat ability and some practice and some experience, I'm really loath to go in here, but there's really no downside. I mean, I could restart and be back at this position in a minute, really. So, it's a choice between time frames, how long it's going to take me to do things. So we're now at 9:14 in the morning. There will be sunset, and it will get dark, and it'll be dangerous. And if we're not in a safe space by then, bad things could happen. So we'll move forward. We'll see if we can deal with this guy. If he's alone, he is not. Now we're up to a decayed zombie, a SWAT zombie, and a swimmer zombie. Again, showing over here on the right. And you can also see them kind of pulse on the mini-map. So the decayed zombie we knew about, but there's two more standing right there. So we could see them. Yeah, right there and right there. SWAT zombie would be the dangerous one. That guy's outfitted. He's going to be tough to do any damage to. Bash damage is one of the better choices early game against armored enemies. But and the swimmer zombie is very quick. And it's got some sharp fingernails. Both of these are problematic for different reasons. Turn off safe mode. Stop protecting me, game. I'm going to get killed. I know I'm going to get killed. This is going to be a horrible, embarrassing fiasco. And everybody's going to laugh at me. I'm okay with it. I'm resigned to my fate. Oh, a dermatic. Youch. This place sucks. Not good. Colorful parasitoid wasp grown to the size of a dog with a huge ovipositor extruding from her abdomen. She darts around in search of a suitable home for her many, many children. Her home being my flesh. You get stabbed or stung by that thing, they, insert some of their many, many children. And, good times. There's some fun/funny things that can happen when that goes off. I don't think I think I've died to a dermatic in the past just from hit point damage, but I have never from memory experienced the fun of, having a pet dermatic. Yeah, they like to compare things to the size of a dog. Now look at what we got going on. They showed me a zombie group over here. We got another damn SWAT zombie. Damn, what is up with the SWAT zombies? Why so many SWAT zombies? And why are you guys out here? That's not even this one we're looking at. There's another group right here. I was hoping to kind of edge up in between these, like so, but I gotta remember the approximate ranges things can see me at. We are at 49. I think we're okay. What were the numbers? It's been so long since I played. I mean, used to just have this inherent feel for distances and ranges and so on. I'm so far out of practice now. It's going to take me a while to reacquire all of that info. So it looks like we could maybe use the shadow of the building to keep us shielded from these guys and work our way in here, but I don't think that building's going to have much. I'm going to keep trying to cut the angle here. See if we can find a better opportunity. This is where a trapdoor spider pops out of the ground and eats me. Oh, what do we got up there? Zombie inside the building. I can see the zombie right there. Ooh. Well, hi there. Let's use the other version of looking up that direction. We got a toolbox. No, we just have tools sitting on the... Oh, there is a toolbox. Is the hammer, nails, and pliers that it's showing me in the box? Or in the same space as the box, but not actually inside of it? That's kind of weird. Okay, so more zombies. It's going to be the case. There's zombies pretty much everywhere. All right, so yeah. Getting into town and getting anything useful done in the daytime is going to be a problem. So another opportunity or another option I have is to just stay clear of the compilation center and then do a night raid. the grand old, if I want to start an easy, quick argument, I can just make a statement like night raiding is obviously better than day raiding. And then a horrible cat fight feud will erupt all over the place and in every location where there's discussions. And, you know, it'll be a civil war. But yeah, day raiding means, you know, here during the day, I can see long distances and see what's coming and try to get things and kill stuff and so on. Night raiding is I can only see like 3 or 4 spaces around me, but the zombies also can't see me from range. So I can get fairly close if I'm quiet, and I can creep into town in the dark and rely on my knowledge of the world and the movement rates of the enemies and the building setups and which ones have doors and windows where and so on. I can leverage all that information and knowledge and experience to try to creep in at night where both the zombies and I have severely reduced vision ranges, and then I can try to use my maneuverability and so on to just run in and grab certain critical items and then get out again. So there are proponents for both. There are reasons why they're both good for various reasons. They both have their place, and I'm just always my opinion, just know the options, know the benefits and the disadvantages, and use whichever's appropriate for the time. But that's another thing to think about, is forward thinking in that way. Do I just go kind of hang out and do some other stuff or do some searching around the map and then try to go in at night? Because this daylight approach is going to get me spotted, and I'm going to have 10 zombies running after me or shambling after me in no time. So, yeah. And the secondary problem is if I move in towards a building and then zombies spot me and start coming towards me, I've got no cover out here to retreat to. It's just open space. And the thing to know about zombies is the player generally, barring over-encumbrance and other factors, the player generally, without special circumstances or super encumbrance, is faster than most of the zombies. The zombies do vary quite tremendously. There are fast zombies, slow zombies, medium speed zombies, but the vast majority of the types, especially at the early game, you are faster than, even at a walk. So as long as you don't tire yourself out and you run out of breath and such, you can just walk away from a crowd of zombies. But if there's any faster ones in there, you can get into a serious problem. And not having a retreat location near enough that you can take advantage of to either give you a walls between them or vehicles or a forest to hide in or whatever can be a big problem. And pretty much the number one way early players die, other than, you know, overestimating their ability to fight zombies, is they'll have zombies fighting, they'll try to fight them, they'll get somewhat tired, they'll make the decision they need to run away, they'll move to sprint mode, and they'll start running as fast as they can, and they don't turn off sprint mode. And what happens is the player has a resource that when they switch to a sprint mode, so I'm in run mode right now, and we have a stamina bar. Basically, this is a limited resource that when you go to run mode, you burn, you deplete as you move in this mode, but you move essentially twice as fast, roughly. So you have a resource you can turn on that will let you start sprinting away from the zombies, and you'll be faster than 99.9% of the zombies at that point. There's only a few that might be able to keep up with you. But as this depletes, this is like your stamina and your amount of wind that you have. As this depletes, a couple of things happen. You slow down, your cost to pay for moving a space goes up steadily as that bar goes down, and you'll hit a tipping point eventually where you no longer have the wind or stamina to keep moving at that speed, and now you're winded and you're slower. The zombies move at a steady rate. They don't vary the speed that they move at all, but they never tire. They can move at that speed forever. So you might have a situation where you initially get a lead on them, then get winded, that lead gets cut and cut and cut, and then they start gaining on you. And if you haven't found a safe point by then, you're going to get killed in the middle of an open field. So a lot of strategy behind all this, and all the old team players know about all this kind of stuff. But I mean, I talk about it and I discuss it, but it's one of the most common ways new players die. They try to run away from a town from zombies. They just die in an open field because they didn't turn off the sprint. What you want to do is you want to toggle this on and off. Just turn it on just a few steps, just long enough to keep zombies 2 or 3 spaces away from you. Then turn it off and walk. Then turn it back on, turn it off. And you just kind of stutter that pacing until you find a location that is a place where you can put a wall between you and the enemy, or some kind of terrain that you can take advantage of to lose pursuit. So you'll see that here demonstrated pretty soon. I'll attract some zombies and I'll have to use it, but let me keep moving. I really don't want to move into this area. What I want is an isolated cabin location, not a big city. Right now, a cabin in the woods would be my preference. This is a power substation. This is going to have some certain types of zombies and not too many resources I could take advantage of. So I basically have to make a call on, do I move away from this town or do we stick around for an extended period and then try to move in? What I'm looking for in these zombie piles is like the Rottweiler here. That's a fast zombie dog. So that I'd have a problem staying ahead of. Zombies, brainless, and fat zombies, I have no fear of. I could literally walk away from these guys with no problem. But that thing is fast enough. I would have to go into sprint mode, and I'd have to get rid of it. I'd either have to be at a pretty far distance to begin with when I started running away to ensure that I break contact before, and he loses track of me before I run out of stamina. So that's a dangerous one, a really dangerous one. Most dangerous so far, actually. Speed is king. All right, so that's quite a crowd. There's the Rottweiler right there. The rest of them I'm not worried about. I could walk circles around the rest of these guys, but the mixing of the faster versions is the dangerous part. All right, this is pretty much my last opportunity. I either have to call it and just move out into the field and kind of parallel a road, or try to get into this city. Night rating is superior. There's no argument. Everything is situational, but sure, go with that. Avoid fields and forests in the night. Yep, it is rough traveling at night. You really, really, really don't want to be traveling at night. Especially forests and even open fields. Night vision goggles are common enough through soldiers. Really? They increased that? Yep, Vorm on CDDA. That is correct. Okay. Let's, what call do I make here? I think what I'm going to do is, let's just do a demonstration. I'm going to get killed and we'll restart, but I want to demonstrate kind of what happens. So I've been talking a lot about this stuff. Let's actually try to move in here. It's a bad call. I wouldn't normally do this call, but I'm going to do my best to get into these buildings here. And we'll try to get in and out. I doubt we'll be successful. I really doubt it. But I'll give it a try. We're on standard settings. I've got parkour. Parkour's benefit is that it cuts down on the cost to move over rough terrain, things that cost more to move through. So on flat ground like this, it's not doing me anything. But when I'm clambering over tables and chairs and windowsills and vehicle frames and so on, it basically speeds me up essentially by saving me some of the cost, the point cost to move. So it's better for me to be in that kind of an environment. Let's make our target the tools in that toolbox. Let's just do an initial attempt here. So far, nothing spotted me yet. Looking at the mini map, we got a couple zombies there that are probably going to see me before I get in there. And I can't stay too close to this side because that's the area I really fear currently. So let's keep trying to cut the corner here. Still nothing sees me. I'm trying to get the shadow of the building here to eliminate these guys being able to see me while staying far enough that these guys can't see me. So it's a bit of a delicate balance trying to cut through this little intersection here. So when I bring this up, I'm checking to see if anybody can see me. A little exclamation point will appear here when they spot me. So hopefully we can keep it to 0. The next problem is going to be getting into the windows. We likely... Yep, it's locked. I can smash it. It's going to make a bunch of noise. The volume level is going to dictate how far away zombies might hear me. So this bench here is an example. If you look at the detail screen right here, that bench has a move cost of 150 versus flat ground only costing 100. This is where my parkour comes into play to help me save on some of the cost of moving over this kind of terrain. So we're going to take that up, and there we go. All right, so there was still a zombie in the room. We are now 2 spaces away from a zombie. Tactically, few things to know. The zombie can see me. You can tell by the exclamation point there, plus the exclamation point on the pop-up window here, or from the exclamation point right there. So he knows where I'm here, or she knows I'm here. There is a broken window right here. If that zombie tries to move through that window to get to me without first smashing that away, there's a pretty good chance the zombie will give itself a bunch of cuts and it'll start to bleed. You can have zombies lose so much blood that they literally fall over dead. They need a circulatory system. But and it'll do just hit point damage to them as well. So tactically, there's a few reasons why it's important. Another thing is that zombie to move into this space is going to spend 400 movement points. I'm basically going to get a whole bunch of free attacks on that zombie if I let it move into that space. It has to pay that cost. It only has 70 or so action points to pay that movement cost. So it'll pay 70, then I'll get a swing, it'll pay 70, I get a swing until it pays everything off. So there is a debt system in regards to movement and action point costs. If you try to do something that costs a whole ton of action points, you get to do the action generally immediately, but then you have to wait until you have accumulated and paid off. So a number of rounds will spin by until you have paid off that point debt. So a tactical consideration, whenever you're setting up a fight, you always want to try to pick your position for fighting, and you want to pick the best position possible. So right now, I'm standing on this bench, but because I've already been here for a round, it doesn't cost me anything to stand here. But I'm going to wait for that zombie to move into that space, and then we're going to fight. So you can kind of see what happens. So I'm just going to hit my 5 on my numeric keypad to pass around. Zombie moved into the space. May or may not. Nope, doesn't look like it got any bleed damage or anything. But it did just have to spend a whole bunch of action points. So now I'm going to swing a couple of times, and then I'm going to back up 1 space. And the zombie will have to move on. Well, it might move here, but it'll probably follow me directly if I move diagonally back here. So I want to fight the zombie here, then fight the zombie on the bench, because it has to pay more there also. And then I'll reposition, and we might have to continue the fight. So I'm going to go ahead and move into the zombie. Just moving towards it is going to initiate an attack with my wielded weapon, my quarterstaff. So we swung wildly and missed. I'm going to do 1 more. We got a hit. Whoa, we got a critical hit. Awesome. You batter the zombie for 22 damage, critical. So you can see the hit point bar of the zombie here in the pop-up. It uses a bar system where it'll remove bars from the right towards the left as damage occurs. And it uses the same system for condition of items and so on. So that indicates damage. So that's a great hit. We got a really, really strong hit. I'm not sure I can pull off a 3rd attack before this thing gets to move. Or get to take a swing at me. So we're paying, what, 103? So just over our normal amount. Risk a 3rd swing. I don't, like I said, I don't have the feel that I used to have automatically for a lot of this. I'm going to go ahead and risk it. We'll take a 3rd swing, although I think I should back off 1. Nope, we got, ooh, another critical. Holy crap, 2 criticals in a row. We be rocking. Now, the chance to hit is based on a lot of factors. There's a lot of critical information here. We got various skills that are involved. We got generic melee skill that's always involved in melee combat. And then more specifically, we have skills in various categories. We took a couple of points of bashing skill. We're using a bashing weapon. So we're getting benefits there. The higher the skill, the more likely you are to hit and crit and do all that kind of stuff. We also have a dodge value. We only took 1 point of dodge, but because we're so lightly encumbered, our effective dodge is 4.1, even though our skill is 1. If we put on a bunch of gear and such, it would bring this effective dodge number down substantially. But right now, while we're pretty lightly geared up, we got a fairly good dodge for this level of our gameplay. Now it's definitely time to back off, though. We need to back off. I don't want to take another swing from here. So we'll back up. Zombie also moved and followed us. We're going to take another swing right here. We'll get at least one more free swing. We hit it. A quick strike. So that's good. So remember earlier, if you were here, I talked about the weapon information. So if we look at the details here, we had rapid strike. That's what that quick strike message means. We quick strike for 13 damage, so it only costs us 50% of our move. So basically, I can swing again, and he might get a swing. I don't think he will, because he had to pay extra points, and we just had a fast strike. But we got less damage, but it's more than the 50% that the cost was to swing. So we're going to swing again before we move. Another good hit. Another quick strike. Wow. We're getting all the techniques firing off. Zombie's almost dead. One more hit of even a light grazing variety is going to finish the zombie off. But I am going to back off one more time. And then I'm going to wait for the zombie to come to me here on this bench. Move again, zombie. I was wrong. We actually did not quite enough damage. Oh, the age-old question. Do you swing again to finish him? But if you miss, he's going to get to swing at me. The answer is you move. It's the safer call. Yeah. All right. And another quick strike. Holy crap. Did they change combat? I don't remember getting that many techniques firing off in succession with these fairly low skills. All right. We've killed our first zombie. Bruised corpse of a zombie. He's got, filthy breaths. He's got a fedora. He's got a hat. Got a game system, a mini lighter, some cough syrup. I don't want any of this stuff. I got plenty of fire making capability. We could take the game system. That would, we could use it and play games to raise our morale. Another system I'm not going to get into right now, but I'm going to ignore that for the moment. So we're not going to take anything here. So another thing to know about zombies. The exclamation marker here indicates this is an unpulped zombie. If we leave him in this condition and just walk away, he's going to stand up again in, I forget the time frame, 6 to 12 hours? It's a variable range. I forget the exact numbers. Like 6 to 12 hours. If we just leave him here, he'll stand back up again. So we're going to smash that space to pulp the corpse. So the corpse is thoroughly pulped. He can no longer reanimate. Yep. Anything you see here, I could take. They start filthy. I mean, he's been, not bathing and crapping his pants regularly and all that stuff. So it's all dirty, nasty stuff. I could take it if I find a water source and a some detergent or soap and a washboard. I could clean these up and I could wear them. Generally, they're damaged, which affects various things. So you can see these little hit point durability bars on the left. You only get 2 bars for items as opposed to the big bars for hit points, but it indicates the level. So that one's heavily damaged, about to break. That one's not too bad, only the first tick of damage on that one. But yeah, you can grab this stuff, clean it up, wear it, do whatever you want, take it apart. I could disassemble it for components that are used to manufacture that. Everything is very, very modular. I mean, all the items generally, not every item, but most items can be broken down into component parts that are used to craft that item and other items and so on. Yeah, there are some fairly complex rules and reasons behind the different weapon systems and why they're beneficial and so on. Piercing damage is not great at the low experience levels, but the way it scales at high skill levels, that is, pierce is kind of the king. But at low skill levels, cut, bleed damage, and blunt tend to be better. And blunt tends to be better against armored opponents, whereas armor will just, for cut damage and pierce damage, it's much more resistant to that. But it's a whole thing. It's way more info than the newer players need. Most of the older players already know it. Go look it up if you want more details. But you always want options. Always, always, always important to have options. Because I might run into an enemy that I just can't hit with one weapon, or that just won't penetrate for any damage. You gotta have backup. You want to make sure you cover several different categories or bases so that you've got options. All right. I'm just gonna break this window. Well, let's see if this one's open first. Nope. All right, so I smashed the remainder of the broken glass out of the window before I stepped into this space. Now, it's possible something heard me. We made a bunch of noise when we broke that window. But unless something's in the building with me or real close here, the window breaking isn't loud enough to attract like the guys out this direction. All right, so stepping here, what do we have? We've got compression top, thermal electric socks, some jeans. I don't need any of that. Another lighter, rubber boots. There's reasons why rubber boots are important. Fanny pack. Ooh, large cardboard box. All right, so let's look at this. So I do want the hammer. I do want the pliers. I don't want the toolbox itself. We'll just take the tools. What else is around me? A clay relief. A small clay sculpture. All right, I don't want a clay relief. I think we're good. All right, so we're in the building. What else can we see? We got a teddy bear, a down-filled blanket, pillow, pillowcase. There's reasons why you want these things. Like if I want to set up a base back at the evac shelter, typically for a new player start, what you would be doing, start at the evac shelter, use the resources there to get a few basic things put together so that you have some things you need. And this somewhat depends on what character you start with and what your scenario is, and so on, what your resources are. But then you would try to raid into the city if you have opportunity, and you're after certain things. You need food, you need some water and water storage, clean water specifically. You want to get certain early tools. You want to source a screwdriver, a hammer, pliers, a wrench, things like that. Medicine of any kind, most kinds is good, things like that. But you're after pretty specific things. Don't get too greedy and try to pick everything up, because you won't have space for it, and it'll weigh you down, it'll give you encumbrance, and you'll just get killed. But there's a set of things, and as you play the game, you'll learn kind of the chances of getting certain things in certain places. I mean, if I want food, kitchens of houses is good, restaurants are good, supermarkets are good. I don't go to the auto store to find food. It's mostly obvious. I mean, just use common sense, and if you think about what you might find at a type of building in the real world, you're likely going to find those kinds of items in the game world, because there's just so many items, so many things. So right now, we're still undetected as far as I can tell. We do have a book right here, a mystery novel. I don't need a mystery novel currently. You can read books for morale gain, and there's kind of a differentiation between skill and cook and recipe books for crafting versus entertainment books, and there's lots of different kinds, but we're not going to get into that. Let's see if we can open this door from the inside and see how many zombies see me when I do. Nope, door's locked, even from the inside. So we can't get through that without making a bunch of noise and draining my stamina, or circling back out the window and breaking the window for that other room. We do have a kitchen right here. My fear is just that we're going to attract the attention of the zombies up here. They'll be able to see me through this broken window on that diagonal. Let's work our way back out. Nothing showing up yet. That's good. I think I'll take the long string. Then we're just going to break this window. Take the long string again. Oh my goodness. So this is the advanced inventory manager. I have this left-hand pane set to all. This A is all. So every single tile around my character, it's showing me all of the items in all of those tiles. I have my right side of the pane set to my personal inventory. You can change these however you'd like. Like if I only want to look at the location to my upper left, the number 7 location, I can switch this side just by pressing 7 to only showing me things in that specific space. And then on this side I can do the same. Like if I wanted to move the balaclava from that space to the one behind me to the right, I could set my right hand side panel to 3 So I have this one showing me upper left, this one showing lower right, and I could just press enter, and it relocates that balaclava right there to the bed. That's the whole point of this. It's the Advanced Inventory Manager. I and other people have got tutorial videos up on YouTube showing how to use it. Learn it. Learn it. It's extremely powerful, extremely useful for inventory and item management. A lot of cool things you can do in here. A lot of categories you can switch it to show specific things and so on. But I'm going to keep that on all. We got what? Fast draw holster. That sounds interesting. If we come across a pistol, that would be very useful. Looking at the rest. Sunglasses. We're going to put the sunglasses on. And I don't think I see anything else I care about. So let's switch this back to my inventory. I will grab the fast draw holster and the sunglasses. Okay, that's pretty much it. We can see pretty much the entire room from there. Then we're going to wear the sunglasses. Oh yeah. And we're going to wear the fast draw holster. Now, wearing this without the gun, it's going to get it out of my inventory volume that I can carry with me, because right now we're just holding it in the backpack. If I wear it, it'll take it out of that, so it frees that up. But it is going to add a little bit of encumbrance, usually. Yeah, 1 encumbrance on average. So it has a slight downside, but it's not enough, and I would love to take advantage of it. Having the fast draw holster means if I try to wield a pistol that's holstered in that, the action point cost for me to do so is going to be much, much lower than if I try to pull it out of a pocket or wherever else I've got a pistol. Okay, so 2 rooms successfully. Uh-oh. Zombie coming. So we got some attention. Now we have to make another tactical decision. This is where it gets really dicey, because if I retreat into these rooms, the doors are locked and broken. I can't just open this. I'd have to smash this door to go out this way. And that leads to the street where there's a whole crap load of zombies. Terrible choice. If I go in this room, that door's locked. No way out that direction. I'd have to go back out one of these 3 windows, and I'd have to open or break them to get out of these 2. So where do I fight this zombie, and or do I fight this zombie? If I'm going to fight it, it's better to fight it in this kind of an environment, because I can take advantage of my parkour and the zombie stumbling across these high movement cost locations. But I run the risk of other things also approaching while I'm fighting this guy, and I could get myself into trouble getting stuck in a room I can't get out of. If I run out into the field and then try to fight, like I said, I've lost all of those advantages, and it becomes a lot harder for me to kill the enemy, because I won't get nearly as many free swings on him. So I'm kind of gauging the local environment, what I think might be the chances that other enemies than just that one are coming. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to move forward towards that zombie. If anybody else shows up, I might beat a retreat. If it's just him, I think I can handle him on his own in this room. I'll pull him to the window ledge, then I'll retreat to across the table and the bed, and I'll use my stamina and my parkour to give me the movement advantages. And then he'll step up to me, pay those costs, and then I'll whack him each time he does that. As long as it's one-on-one, we should be okay. So we're both moving now, using our various points. I'm going to wait right here until he gets a little closer. All right, we'll go ahead and back off for now. Yeah, this is fine. I want him to step into that window frame. Again, he's going to have to pay 200 movement points because it no longer has glass in the frame. So it's not as good as it was previously when it had the partially broken glass. It was 400 back then. So I'm only going to risk maybe just 1 swing and then back off. We're going to do a little ring around the rosy action here, if I can get away with it movement point wise. I worry about going out the window here because of what might be able to see me up the alley. But first, we got to let him step into that space. All right, 1 swing. We got a hit, and we did get a quick strike, so I'm going to go ahead and take another swing. Oh, and we stunned him. Even better. We got another quick strike. Do I go for a 3rd? I'm going to risk a 3rd. Oh, we damaged our quarterstaff. Damn it. Stupid skull. We whacked him for 15 with a critical strike, but now we have damaged our quarterstaff. So we're down to, I think we were 16 bash when we started. We're down to 14. I knew that was going to happen. Good news is we can make a new one pretty much anywhere. It's time to move. I'm going to switch to run mode. And the reason I'm doing this is I need to get to my new position before he moves again. So I'm going to burn a little bit of that very important stamina. And we're actually using stamina for the combat actions. So stamina is burned for both. So you got to be really careful about this stamina value. You want to keep it preferably above 3 bars at all times if you can before you pull the evac button or press the evac button. So I'm going to move up, and I'm going to move to here. That's going to have the zombie most likely move directly diagonal, and then we'll take another swing. We got another quick strike. Do I risk another swing, or do I bring him onto the bed? It's 250 for the bed, and I can get him to move to here. I strike, then I move to here. He'll move over again. I strike, and then I may have to go out the window if he's still in decent shape. So, one more swing or not? I'm going to take another swing. Alright, another critical hit for 17. He's down to 1 bar, so we're going to now play it safe and back off again. Whoops, should have turned that off. Let him move. Take a swing, and down he goes. You battered the zombie for 21. Alright, what do you got? Electronic cigarettes, chewing gum, sandals. Alright, nothing I care about. So I talked earlier about the corpse, and if I don't smash it into a pulp, it's going to rise again later. It takes time and stamina to pulp corpses, so you want to make sure you carefully consider whether to do it or not. And the primary consideration I have for this situation is, do I care if it gets back up? If I'm just going to leave and never come back here again, it's irrelevant. There's no reason to pulp the corpse. If I'm just going to start running on the road and go to the next city and I'll never return, doesn't matter. Don't bother wasting this stamina. If you're trying to make a base here, or you're trying to clear this town, you definitely want to pulp the corpse. So for this circumstance, I'm not going to waste the effort. Pop back outside. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Zombie dog. Zombie dog. Luckily, he's across the street. He took some damage from something, maybe running across a thorned bush or something, or through a window that was broken. Could have done him some damage. He's not going to see us, though. Next thing I got to think about, do we try to go in this kitchen? Danger. Ooh, zombie medic. Oh, way back there. Don't care. Alright, I'm going to peek to here. What do we see? We got a view. Oh, that guy will be able to see me from there? Wow. That's quite the line of sight through a window, through the middle of the house, through another 2 windows here, and then just enough. He'll be able to see me. So the peek is pretending that I'm standing in this location so I can see. I'm just craning my head around the corner, basically. I'm actually still standing here right below the door. But the peek is simulating what I'd be able to see from this location. So he doesn't actually see me currently. This is the what if. Which is good info. That's why I peeked. So I could double check if there was anything that would have line of sight on me. Now, do I care? It's going to take him a while to make that trip. But if I move into this to try to grab some stuff out of the shelves here, or the refrigerator, for example, I could get the attention of other stuff that is more dangerous. So, zombie dog treat. Didn't somebody fire that off earlier? I don't remember. Do I still have it set to 1 or? Usually I have it 1 per stream. No problem. We can summon the zombie dog. All right. Zombie dog has finished consuming his prey. So judgment call time again. Do we do it anyway? Sure. Why not? Okay. So, moving to that position. Both zombies can see me from their current position, so it now reminds me, 36 during daylight, 36 range is viewable. So we came close to that when we tried to cut that corner earlier, coming up through this way. I got close to 36 from this group. The range that they can see you can vary depending on the zombie type. Some can see farther than others, but a general rule I think I tried to do in the past was 40. I think 40 is safe-ish. Now we are sitting right next to these two counters. I could grab stuff. We got a whole bunch of goodies. We got candles that we could light to have light at night. We got pots that we can cook in. Flashlight with charges. I do not have a flashlight yet, right? No. Take the flashlight. We've got a hammer. Did I get a screwdriver? No. So we've got the hammer, the basic pliers, which have what property? Only one bolt turning. It'd be nice to get a wrench instead of pliers. We already have cutting 2. Let's take a candle. These pots are pretty volumetric, so I gotta be careful about taking pots. What else? Duct tape. Duct tape is pretty important. I'm not sure I'm gonna grab a bunch right now, though. Super glue. Super glue's new. Is super glue new? I don't remember finding super glue like this in kitchens previously. I think super glue is new. Newish. And some light batteries. You know, let's grab 1 tube of super glue. And I guess 1 thing of duct tape. Just to have some options. Oh yeah, and a permanent marker so people can rename things. Alright, I got a cutting tool and I got a permanent marker. I can rename. Alright, do we move in? We are at 4.79 out of 20 volume, or liters of volume available. Everything should still be going into, inventory-wise, into the messenger bag, so most of them have the highlight showing where they're at. That's fine. The Stickinator? Sure, we can do that. It was activate, I think. Activate. Let's do it the other way. Inventory. Activate on an item, quarterstaff. It's a label. Stickinator. There you go. We're now wielding the magic quarterstaff named Stickinator. Alright, so we know the zombies are going to be coming at me. It's still restricted to just a couple. It's going to take them a little bit of time to get here. I could probably check maybe this space in the refrigerator before I'd want to pull back. And I need to make the decision, am I going to try to fight multiple zombies and then keep looting, or what? Go ahead and move in. What do we see over there? Cornbread. Ravioli. More cornbread. Tuna fish. That's pretty good food. Yeah, let's move to that space. Fruit jam. Barley wine. European Pilsner. Almond milk. Protein shakes. Mineral water. Tofu. A lot of good stuff. We do want almond milk 5. I'm not too worried about hydration. We'll take a mineral water. And I'll take the raviolis and some of the cornbread. I think we'll call it good there. Alright, so if zombies lose track of you visually, they will still pursue where they last saw you to some extent before they eventually lose interest. So there are systems in place for that. They also... gee, how much into the weeds do I want to get? What was the option? I don't remember where it's at. There's I forget which key presses I need to bring it up, but there's a scent map where we're actually exuding scent around us in a cloud. The longer we stay in a particular space, the stronger the scent gets, and it kind of moves outward from us. And once the zombies get within a certain range in that cloud, depending on the value and their scent ability, they'll follow you via scent. So it's another system to be aware of. Just because they can't see you doesn't mean they're not going to keep following you based on sound, scent, vision. There's several different things. Oh, is scent removed? They remove it entirely? If it's new to me, if scent's been removed entirely. Alright. I think it's too dangerous for me to do anything further here. I think we should back out and try to disengage from this little area. 3 zombies up there now can see me, so I'm going to get out of here. Hopefully, none of these guys see me. They don't. And then we're just going to try to get out of town. And the trick here is I need to not attract anything else. And I need to get far enough away that the guys that saw me in the building lose track of me. So I'm going to use a bit of my stamina. But I'm going to be careful how much I use. So I don't want to use too much. So I'm just going to kind of pulse that stamina. While walking, we're going to gain some back. So if you look at my stamina bar here, I'm just going to walk for a while, and you'll see this one go straight as we recover some of our stamina. And then I'll go back to sprinting again. So you can see those guys following me still. They're still in range to see me. So it's a bit of a trick disengaging from zombies in the town. So my stamina bar just recovered a bit. I'm going to go ahead and pulse the run again, get a little more range. We're now out of their vision range, so a little further, and they won't be able to see me anymore. They'll chase for a little bit longer, and then they'll lose interest. So let's switch back to walk mode before we burn any more stamina. I gotta be careful I don't have anything in front of me as well. Ooh, zombie runner. Where? Alright, I gotta stop going straight south. Alright, so the farthest one has lost interest in me. I can see he's falling back fairly quickly. We just need to get a few more steps on the other guy. Alright, he's also lost interest. Alright, so we successfully disengaged from the city environment. And that's kind of how you do it. You try... You try to find opportunities like we had in that circumstance where I minimized the number of zombies that might be able to see me, dash in, grab what you can, get out, get disengaged from anything chasing you, and then lather, rinse, repeat. It takes a while to learn the danger levels of the environments and all that kind of stuff. Bunch of stuff on the ground over here, huh? Anything I care about? Not usually. Nah, I don't care about any of that. Alright, let's do some road running. What time is it? It's 9:30 still, so not much time has gone by. We're going to return roughly around that northern structure there, the power substation. There's nothing in there that I need. We're going to ignore it. Couple of tool opportunities in the workshop here. A hard hat with a flashlight, so, you know, a miner's hat. That's actually... and earplugs. Maybe we will go look over there. So far, I don't see any zombies. Alright, as long as I don't see zombies... oh, there's the tech. He's inside the building. Or next to the building. Not a lot of good terrain for me to take advantage of in that environment. There's probably at least one more. Human zombies no longer track your scent. Zombie dogs can, and think hunter zombies too. Alright, I might have to look that up. I don't think it's worth it. Let's just keep moving. It would be really nice to have a hands-free light system where I could wear that helmet, get the armor bonuses for the helmet, and be able to just activate it to turn a light on, as opposed to a flashlight that I have to activate inside a pocket or wield in a hand. So there's benefits to that. And we could probably take the tech. Yeah, I'm undecided. He's also going to have to break the fence for me, or I'll have to climb over it to engage him. Let's keep looking around. If it's just the one tech, I might actually try to dip in there and grab that helmet. That's actually a pretty powerful piece of early gear. Alright, let's give this a try. I only see one tech, unless there's one hiding in the building. So... oh, these guys are blind. This guy can't see me from this range. Wow. 15 range and he doesn't see me yet. Alright, as long as there's nobody on the other side of the building, we'll break that exterior window and not even have to deal with the chain link. So I do have the option of climbing over this. I can't do it with the two-handed quarterstaff in my hands, so this is one of the examples of pick your weapon system. Quarterstaff is great, easy to make, good bashing combat weapon early game, strongly recommend it, but understand the downsides. So I would have to drop that. So what I could do is drop it into the space I'm in, climb onto the fence here, then use the inventory manager to move the staff from here to here. Then I climb down off of it and I wield it again. But it's cumbersome and a pain in the ass, and sometimes you won't have time to do that if you're desperately running away from zombies. So that's a downside to having a two-handed weapon with no way to strap it or put it in a sheath or anything. So, oh, I'm aware. I'm just choosing what things I do and don't want to explain. If I start explaining all of the options and perambulations and features and so on, we'll get 1 minute of gameplay per hour. Because, you know, I've been there and done that 10 million times. So I'm not mentioning certain things, not because I don't know them, but because I just don't want to explain every single variation and option and circumstance. Some I'll mention, some I won't. But we don't have to worry about that. We're going to go to this window. Go in this way. Nothing I care about there. Alright, so now we can have a hat too. A blue hard hat with a flashlight. I think the battery problem is going to keep this from working properly. So it covers my crown and the forehead of my brain case. Coverage, vitals, protection values. There's a lot of info here. I haven't really covered armor and clothing, but it covers certain parts of the body and the head location. There's coverage percentages. There's amount of protection from various damage types if you get hit in those locations, and so on. And the picture here kind of shows a graphic of where it's protecting. And even more stuff down below. It just goes and goes and goes because there's kind of some extra info and mods on here. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and wear that. Oh yeah. Oh, he's in. He's in. Anything else? I'll take the earplugs and then we're going to get moving. Or he gets to me. Alright, we're going to run slightly. Just to get a head start on him. And now we're basically safe. It's a good stop. Glad I diverted. Alright, so let's test something. So, unload the flashlight here. And then reload. Can't reload the hard hat. How does this work? Oh, so the flashlight I unloaded was the one for the hard hat. Huh. Oh, now greater than does switch. Alright. Alright, we ditched the flashlight I won't need. We'll use the one as part of the hard hat. Battery seemed to work there. I mean, I took the battery out, I put it back in, I activated, I turned it off. So what battery problems are we having currently? So yeah, in regards to the spear strap, I don't know if I have access to the recipe yet, but yeah, I don't have access to the recipe, so it's dependent on something. One of the skills I don't have enough of, probably fabrication. Well, 2 fab, that's not too bad. Yeah, kind of got to look it up online to see what you need for certain things if you don't have the recipe already unlocked. Tailoring 3, yeah. Alright, but yes, for the spear, you want to eventually try to get a spear strap. That'll allow you to put it on your back, basically. Let's keep moving. Let's just go down the road and see what opportunities present themselves. Okay. Let's turn safe mode on, and I'm just gonna kind of speed run down here, holding the key down, which is always a terrible idea. Self-killed quite often if you do this. Fear anything that says auto and or holding a key press down. Not worried about an oversized fly. So the danger here, the trick is I'm trying to find a space. Ooh. Which camp is that? Smithfield. Building east. Oh, I can't see the details yet, right? I have to get closer to see the details. Is this part of that map change? Let's see if it changes when we get closer. It's been a while since you got one of these. Well, I haven't played it in 15 months. So, you know. Yeah, I'm aware of the looper rope. Are you aware of the reason why you don't want to use a looper rope? I mean, I appreciate the suggestion, but are you fully cognizant of the consequences of using the loop of rope? It's a technique. Yeah, it's hard for me to tell sometimes when people are telling me versus telling other folks. But yes, if you have a length of rope, you can tie it around your waist essentially, and you can loop it and tie an item to it to you. The consequence, though, yes, it gets it out of your hands and you can carry it with you. When it's too long to go into a backpack, that's great. But it also takes an obscene amount of time to wield it when you need it. Having it that way, whereas a spear strap cuts that cost to wield way down from loops of rope or things like that. So just always be careful to know the disadvantages along with the advantages. Nah, I've never played OpenCom Extended. I'm roughly aware of it, but I haven't played XCOM since XCOM, meaning the original release 15 years ago? When the hell was XCOM released? I haven't played any of the iterations, clones, copies, mods, nothing. I enjoyed it enough, but I just never revisited it. Motel. All right, so yeah, that's part of the map changes. Used to be there was no differentiation. If you could see out a certain length of distance on the map, you would know exactly what was in the locations there, but now they've instituted a change since I last played where proximity gets you more detail. You just get kind of genericized markers that something is there of a certain type, but you got to get closer to see the specifics. Mostly pertinent for reasons of height. If you can find a high point, like going up on the roof here, gave us a wider radius of sight. We climb a radio tower, we'll get a much wider radius of sight. Things like that. The higher up vertically you can get, the farther away you can see on the map area. And it used to be perfect knowledge of the terrain and the buildings and so on. But now apparently there's a proximity factor to get a finer level of detail. Wasp Motel? Do we have wasp motels? I mean, other than the randomized wasp infestation. I don't remember wasp motels. A motel is pretty dangerous for us. It's not the kind of place I'm hoping to find. We're going to scoot south a bit. We should start seeing... There's usually a good dozen or so zombies, at least, for a motel. Depending on which version it is. There's some vehicles, finally. Now I can talk about vehicles. I don't see any zombies yet. I also don't recognize this version of the motel, so it's either a new version or they've modified one of the old ones. What do we got? We have the luxury electric coupe. That's a possibility. We have the SUV. And we have an electric sports sedan. Oh, and we have a chopper. Motorcycle. In pretty good condition. Hammered controls, but a broken security system. That could be really good. All right, so, you know, vehicles. A couple things I'll mention. Vehicles are drivable. Vehicles are constructible. You can actually build one of these from scratch. You can build your own Apocalypse Deathmobiles. It's a lot harder now than it used to be. If you go back and look at my challenge series from a few years back, we used to be able to build stuff a lot easier than is possible in the current game. Things got a lot more complicated and time-consuming and resource-consuming and more items needed. And it just got more complicated all the way across. So it's not nearly as easy now to build ridiculous vehicles. But some of the old videos of mine or other folks, you'll see all sorts of crazy, huge, complicated Apocalypse Deathmobiles. Tricked out with all sorts of stuff, but, you know... when you're looking at vehicles, what I'm looking at is if you look over on the right here, if I pick a particular tile set, you'll see it has a frame, a light wheel mount, and motorbike wheel, all in perfect condition, so that's great. Moving to the next space over, the battery is slightly damaged, which means it could be draining, depending on how much damage it has, and a few things. But it does have a 10-liter vehicle tank, and, you know, I have X-ray vision. I can see that there's some amount of gasoline inside. It's not empty. Then on this space is pretty important. The security system has been broken, so I don't have to worry about setting off an alarm or hacking a security or removing a security system to get it to run. But the controls have been pretty heavily damaged, so if we take any more damage, the controls could break entirely. And then finally, the back end is good enough. A little bit of damage, but it's got a box we could store 68.75 liters of stuff in. The vehicle wheel's in good shape. The frame's good. All the frames are good. So this is a really good looking vehicle. It's even got a sidecar, which I can take or leave other than, you know, another box. So that's a possible opportunity if we can get in there without any zombies trying to gnaw on my face. Oh, they modified the pool motel. I didn't recognize this section down here. They've changed the southern part of the building. That's new to me. But otherwise, I recognize the design. I'm still surprised I'm not seeing any zombies. Could be zombies in the buildings or in the rooms. If we look at another vehicle, let's look at this one down here next. Luxury electric coupe. Nice and small, but it's got some trunk space, 200 liters and 200 liters for us to stuff junk into. Getting a working vehicle, super, super critical. Super helpful. Too helpful in some circumstances or estimations, depending on your gameplay desires. But getting a working vehicle, keeping it working, repairing it up, modifying it, all stuff you can do. And I showed a list of kind of the vehicles options earlier. There's a massive number of different vehicle types. And like I said, you can actually build one from scratch. Forming and crafting the frames and setting them down and then attaching all of the other components. They're all completely modular and modifiable. So... what I'm looking for when I'm looking at these kind of vehicles is first, one of the first things, I look at the driver's seat. You got to have a driver's seat. The seat itself has to actually be there to work. Now the downsides are, I'm looking at this list here. The downsides are the controls are good. Everything is pretty good. The storage battery is a little damaged. And it has a working security system, so there's a chance you can still get in. It's possible the owner left keys in the car, but don't just assume because it has an operable security system that you can't get in. You always want to test it if you can get close enough to do so. But I checked this space to see if the mandatory things are present. Controls, a seat. That's pretty much it. In this case, the battery is located here as well. And the possibility of security system. Sometimes they're functional, sometimes they're damaged and broken. Then you also want to check for wheels. We got wheels on all 4 sides. All 4 wheels are present. Check the engine compartment. This one has electric. This one is right there. Oh, the electric motor is toast, so that's not going to move. No need to go check that. So I can remotely check most of the things that I need to know to verify whether it's going to work or not. So that one's a no-go. Electric motor is toast. Next on, what do we got? Everything there looks pretty good. It's still got a functioning security system, so it's a maybe in regards to that. We got wheels, so we're okay there. The gas tank is usually here. It's got a tank, but it's draining the gasoline. It's got enough damage on it that the gas is leaking, and there's gas on the ground underneath it. So there's still a little bit left. If it's drivable, it won't be drivable for long. What else? So engine compartments. It's got a fault on the engine. It could be innocuous. It could be completely not going to work. It depends on what kind of fault it has. And that I can't tell unless I actually get up adjacent to it and examine it. So you can't check that remotely. So this one's a maybe. Can't tell from a distance for certain. The 2 question marks are, is there going to be enough gas left to make it worth the while? And what is the engine fault? And does it have keys in the ignition that we can use to bypass the security system? So a lot of questions on that one. Security system is busted. That's a good start. Everything else is there. It's got the storage battery slightly damaged. Going to the back. The motor is an okay shape. 3/4 condition. And it has wheels. So this one's a maybe. Security system busted is great news. Actually, this one's... the only thing I can't see is the charge on the battery. So this one's very likely to be able to be drivable. So I'd like to get in and check that one. So first one's a no. The other 2, the middle one's a maybe. And this one's looking like the best option so far. With a possible on the motorcycle, too. All right, let's see if we can get in close enough. I'm expecting zombies to show up pretty quick, though. Oh, there's a zombie. Of course. Zombie and some chipmunks. So there's no way I'm going to be able to check these without get the attention of the zombie. He's going to come through that window at me once he can see me. I can try to get to the vehicles and check them real quick. But there could be zombies in these rooms that'll see me as soon as I step in front of these open windows, and or they'll hear me if they're close enough. So it's a bit of a risk. We're going to do it anyway. Turn off safe mode. I don't need no training wheels. I know what's going to happen. Still can't see me at 45. We'll use the corner of the building to get us a little closer. Okay, and now comes the fun part. So these bushes are going to cost me $250 to move through. I could whack them. Or not. Now I want my stamina back. I'm going to wait here until I get my stamina back. Ooh, that's not good news. That's a zombie in the back corner of this building, I believe. Stop catching breath. No. Oh, yeah, damn it. Alright, so it took me a while to catch my breath. The zombie was close enough to see me. I don't think that's the same zombie as the one we had up north, at the north end of the building. I think he was in here, and then he came this way. Yeah, he broke through there. Alright, well this is the best fighting position I can ask for currently. So we'll take advantage of this. We'll let him step onto the bush and we'll give him a smack. Quick strike, definitely gets a second. Critical, we didn't stun him, and we're about due for him to swing back. Now I'm going to have to play the sprint walk game to try to keep striking him. He is at 2 bars left. Yeah, we got to back off. So now I'm going to swing, and then I'm going to run and stop. Let him advance. Swing, run, and stop. So there is some random variance to the zombie pathing. They don't always move in an exact direct line towards you. I'm taking advantage of our stamina right now to keep me ahead of the zombie to force him to step forward, and he's slow enough that he doesn't have enough to step and attack me in the same round, usually. Sometimes the way the math works, you'll get surprised thinking a zombie won't be able to attack you, but they'll both move and get a swing in. So it's a little tricky. Another 18 crit. He should be close to going down. Let's keep putting... Whoa, see that one where he got the move? That's kind of the timing I was talking about. So we're going to have to run an extra space and wait for him. Alright. Zombie down. I am not going to bother smashing this because I don't think we're going to stay here long. He doesn't have anything I care about. Maybe I should grab... does he have... Let's grab the cash card. Want the cash card... I think that's it. I don't know if money has become more useful or valuable. I'll take the cash card because we can use it in vending machines to buy candy and drinks and so on. There's actually vending machines in the motel here. Cash cards don't work anymore? Oh, they turned the power off to the vending machines or something? I think I did see a message about that. So now that it's the same boat as cash, paper money and coins also... Are those useful for traders with trading with the NPCs now? Alright, zombie and a fat zombie. Neither of which can see me. They're kind of tucked back in the shadows there. They might not see me while I check these vehicles, but likely we're going to get zombies coming at me from one of these windows. None there. Oh, yep, two of them have spotted me. Alright, I got to be careful here. So we're already down a bar of stamina. I'm going to try to avoid using... any stamina. Alright, so we're going to examine the vehicle. So this is the vehicle detail screen. We do have... we have two. I didn't check the other gas tank. It didn't occur to me. I forgot some of the vehicles have 2 tanks. So this one's got a tank probably on each side. So 20 liters, one of which is draining currently. We got 40% charge on the battery. So that's good. The fault on the engine is what we're curious about. That was... mend? Faulty starter, damn it. Alright, this one's out. With the starter fault, we can't actually get the thing going, so this one's out. Sometimes it'll just be, I forget all the other, there's a couple of them that are innocuous problems that you can still drive even though they have a fault. But this particular one, we are not going to be able to get this started. Can't see. Whoa, you can't see the vehicle screen. Oh, this is a problem. Why the hell? Now you can see it. It doesn't... I have to actually move... Oh, that's going to be annoying. So, as soon as I move the cursor within the window, it opens and you guys can see it. But when I first opened it, after examining... This must be part of the GUI thing. Yeah, it doesn't immediately pop up. That is weird. Alright. Well, some of these you're just going to take my word for some of the info I talk about, because I may not notice that you're not seeing a particular screen. So just keep reminding me when screens aren't showing up, and I'll eventually develop the muscle memory to make sure I check it. Same with the advanced inventory. So, yeah. It doesn't show up until I actually change something. That's really weird. I think it's a combination of problems. It's the game GUI upgrade or changes they make combined with the fact that when I stream, you have a few different options on how you do it. You can capture a monitor. So if I have the game running at full screen on a monitor, I could just tell my software to capture the monitor, and I'm pretty sure it would get everything then. But I'm capturing the game window, so when I do it that way, occasionally I run into some issues like this, where it's like a new window opens, but the capture thing doesn't grab it until you interact with it in some way. So it's a combination of the way I stream and the way they've got the GUI system running. Yeah, I'm sure with monitor capture it works fine. I just don't play on a dedicated monitor. play in a window on a big nasty ultra wide with the game window kind of the right and the remaining portion of the ultra wide space on the left. It's where I have my capture software so I can keep track of volume levels and stuff. So I understand why it's happening. All right, like I said, let me know. I'll try to remember that I got to watch out for those. I'm just so used to doing things a certain way that I just blithely keep going because I forget that some changes have occurred. All right, our hopes. Look at all that power. All the power. A little bit of damage. A lot of power for us to use. I don't think there's any problems here. Got the motor, we got the batteries. That's pretty much it. There's no fuel to worry about. We don't have a security system problem. We have the reclining leather bucket seat. Got the dashboard and controls. We got a stereo. I think we're good. We should be able to hop in this and drive off, which I think we'll do. So I will point out, take a look at the cost to move, the number right here for all of these vehicle frames, 400, 400, 400. It's a huge cost to move, clambering across metal frames and trunk spaces and seats and so on inside the vehicle. And I know there's been some changes as well about getting into a vehicle when you've got like big bulky backpacks or something going on. So we'll encounter that, I'm sure, at some point. But just be aware, you move really slowly when you have a vehicle like this that you're moving through. But conversely, or beneficially, you can use vehicle spaces as good combat locations. So if I waited for this zombie and I popped this door open, for example, and pop this door open, I could wait in this seat and have the zombie move onto this space. And just like I did earlier when I was using the bed and the bushes and the windowsills and so on, I choose my battlefield. I have the zombie move onto a high-cost space. I take a few swings because I've already prepaid my costs for those. I take a few swings, and then I back off one using my run mode, using my stamina. And then he moves forward, has to pay that huge cost again. I get 2 or 3 more swings. I back off again, get 2 or 3 more swings. So in a one-on-one fight like this, we'd just be annihilating these standard zombies. As long as I don't break my staff, of course. But vehicles are awesome, awesome, awesome escape options or combat locations for fighting things. So if that example earlier where we were going to have to pull back out into a field and we had zombies close that we weren't able to lose, we would just use the run, sprint, run, sprint, run, sprint, conserve our stamina as long as possible, just keeping a few spaces ahead of the zombies. If we spotted a vehicle that we could get to using that method, we could then either get into the vehicle, close the door, they would bump up into it, and they'd have to break through the door before they could get in. You go out the far side and keep running. Zombie's not smart enough to walk around the vehicle. He'll try to keep moving straight forward towards you. Or you use it as a really good fighting platform. Just got to know how the movement action point system works and so on to take advantage of it. So we could fight right here, and I could probably kill all the standard zombies in this location by careful manipulation and movement. So far, only the 2 zombies. I haven't seen any in these buildings, and no more have come out of here. So the fat zombie's a bit of a hit point bag. It's just going to take a bunch more thunks to get him down. Otherwise, he's slow and isn't too dangerous. So in a circumstance like this, where I could just circle a vehicle, constantly dragging them onto high-cost spaces, we could easily whittle them down as long as our staff doesn't break. It'd be kind of nice to clear this. I mean, it's not, if we can actually clear all the zombies, it's isolated and it's got a bunch of basic resources. Not too different than the space we started in, the survivor shelter, but it's got a source of water that we could use to get some hydration after we cleaned it up and boiled it. It's usually got some vending machines, but maybe they took them out after the change. There's also a chance of a map. I don't see a map yet. Sometimes they've changed this building slightly. Typically in the past, I would come in and I would look for a map pretty much right here on this space. So it'd be interesting to see if there's a map here or not that we could read to get our overworld map would show us a huge swath of the local area. Yeah, let's go ahead and fight. I'm going to fight. If it's just these two, I'll keep fighting until they're dead. If we see more show up, I might have to bail. But I don't actually want to fight in this vehicle, necessarily. I don't want to risk the zombies damaging the vehicle. So, it's going to be tough to lure them off to fight another space. We'll probably kill the first one before the fat zombie shows up. Let's go ahead and just fight right here. So we'll pop all the doors open, and we'll wait for him right here. So he's going to have to move on to... Oops. Yeah, I needed to move on to this space. No, that space is fine as well. There's a door frame there, costs 400. All right, we're good. Really? All right, fine. 12-point crit, missed, and a 10. Now I very much need to use this. This again is where my parkour is going to come in to really help me on cost savings for moving over rough terrain. Parkour plus a knowledge of the movement action point system is really powerful. So he followed me to there. I think I'll still get at least one swing off. Yeah. He's also stunned. I'm still going to move again and then wait for him. We got 2 more slots. Critical for 26. That's a big one. Let's try to finish him without moving, which is usually where I get hit. Oh, he's down. All right. Cool. Another MP3 player, a duster, wedding ring, granola, mineral water. Okay. Fat zombie still on the way. Let's prep for him. Oh, another zombie. Brainless zombie. That one's pretty easy. We'll keep fighting. I'm still not seeing any danger. Only 6 and then a miss. Ooh, terrible. And then, well, the 6 and the 8 were quick strikes. Let's go for one more. All right, now we definitely got to move. Uh-oh, somebody's breaking stuff. Please don't hit my vehicle, stupid zombie. I think he's hitting the vehicle. You hear gargling? Dude, don't want to move. What the hell, zombie? What are you doing? You can move onto both of these spaces. Why are you punching one of the side panels or the window? This is weird. Oh, that's right. He's large. Maybe he can't fit in. I forgot about that. Thanks for the reminder. Alright. That changes the equation a fair amount. Pull him out here. And I think we'll walk him down to the hedges. We'll use the hedges for our fighting position. Yeah, let's use the hedges. Two damage. A lot of quick strikes. Okay, we might actually stay here. I'm going to go ahead and pulp these guys. A USB drive. Sometimes they have interesting information on them. I don't remember if you can tell. We already looked at that guy. Alright, brainless zombie next. This guy will be able to fit into the vehicle, but they're really easy to kill. Let's just use the counters here. Got the map right there. Tourist guide. Wonder if that's the new location for it to spawn. No map here. Alright, I'll take a tourist guide. This brainless zombie is going to be hard to get to move the right direction. Let's yell. That'll get his attention. Come on, brainless zombie. Okay, another marker. Nothing else I care about. Let's go get this map. East Providence guide. East Providence tourist guide. All right, so this is what we can see currently. I activate the map. Now we can see this. Wow, flashy, flashy. All that color. So what it's showing us is the road network, and you can see like there's a town here. We can see there's a town here, little tiny one here, here, and so on. And it shows for a fair distance around the location where you find the map. So that gives us some idea. It's not going to reveal the terrain, just the road network. And it also, depending on the type of map, we had a tourist map. So in these city locations, it's showing us certain buildings. So a tourist map is showing restaurants, museums. We've got mostly little tiny buildings. There's the zoo. But it's touristy stuff. So depending on the style of map, it'll also reveal additional things. This here is a bridge, so we know there's a river right here running north-south. Okay, so good info to have. This room is clear. We do have vending machines that are busted. Hey, stuff on the ground. Jeez! Where's my butter? I don't have my big old pile of butter yet. Tell you what, let's, I forget, where do I check these things? I don't remember where I check my hunger and thirst. Weariness, activity. What was that key? Let's have yogurt and a pudding. It's on the consume menu. Hydrated is our status. Consume today. Really? I know my exact kcal count for the day. Is my phone giving me that info? Do I have a calorie tracker? Do I have a phone? I don't think I have a phone. Alright, let's drop a few things. Don't need you. Done with the guide. Medium battery? Yeah, I do have the smartphone. I think I was looking for the word phone instead of smartphone, so I went right by. So yeah, smartphone has a calorie tracker. So, popular fancy smartphone capable of taking photos. So yes, you can take photos. I've done some photo taking Savari challenges in the past where I was, as part of my challenge goal, I chose, and I had the audience choose some of the nastiest enemies in the game, and my goal was to go get close-up pictures of all of them. You can also turn on a flashlight app. Clock app includes an alarm and an app for tracking consumed calories. Yep, there you go. That's why I know the exact calorie count, because we got a calorie tracker on the smartphone. Actions, calorie intake tracker, use camera, read stored books. Oh, we can store books on our smartphones now, can we? Cool. SD card apps, storage, play music, play a game. So, What was it? The V key? No. Not Shift V. The hell key was it? Where'd the morale window go? Standard V. No, that's insert item. At and then M, huh? Alright. I guess we'll do it that way. So total positive morale currently. We had some nice pudding and yogurt giving us a little bit of positive morale. Our morale total is 20 plus 25, and our focused trending towards 125. But we can activate our phone and play a game. Let's play Minesweeper. I mean, I'm an expert Minesweeper. I lost. Boom, you're dead. Played a game. So we're getting a little bit of a boost from playing a game. You know, lots of things can affect morale. Just wanted to show that as a demonstration. Are these doors locked? Oh, nice. This must be the motel manager's location. Coffee maker and a microwave. Nothing in the refrigerator. That door showed a lock symbol, but opened right up. What do we got? Food person mask. Oh, that's always hilarious. Love the food person mask. Food person, the mascot your stomach deserves. Another toolbox with locking ply. Ooh, adjustable wrench. Adjustable wrench. Yes, I would like the wrench. I would like the screwdriver set also. Let's ditch the regular screwdriver. So we got the best screwdriver, the screwdriver set. I don't need the pliers anymore. We got the adjustable wrench. It has 2 bolt turning and 1 fine bolt turning versus just 1 bolt turning quality. So yeah, we don't need the pliers. We don't need the screwdriver. That covers, other than the hacksaw, we're pretty well covered on the basic tool set. What else do we got? Hack Pro. We got the Hack Pro. I think that's a little more common now. Can we still do fun things with Hack Pro? Is this still a thing? So the USB with the Hack Pro software in the past was used to create a control computer, and I forget what the hell else we used it for. I don't know if it's still a thing, though, or if it's been defanged and doesn't really do anything anymore. Somebody currently up to date on the game would have to tell me. Leveling computer skill? That seems familiar. Used to be really powerful. You would go on long quests to try to find Hack Pro software. It was used to make some really powerful items, but I think most of those systems and content got excised. We'll take it because it's funny. Rubber gloves, bubble wrap. Everybody needs bubble wrap. Put it on the floor and in front of a window or a door, and when zombies step on it, it pops and it wakes you up while you sleep. So you have a zombie detection system. Yes, I'm being serious. It's a thing. Just to further give ideas of just what's possible in the game. Alright, so cool. So far, pretty friendly dim motel. Very light zombie presence. So, we got 0.5 liters of gas. The engine is functional. We got the seat. We've got pretty much everything. So we should be able to drive this as well. 0.5 liters won't get us too far. We need a rubber hose in order to siphon gas out of a vehicle into a container. There were some, I think there was a gallon jug or 2 over here. And from memory, smashing up a refrigerator, if we can actually get it smashed, will give us a rubber hose. I don't think anything else here in the motel will give us a rubber hose. Although They all have refrigerators? Not all of them? No, they all have refrigerators. So yeah, pretty good chance. Alright, let's do a demo. What do I do with Stickinator? We drop Stickinator in the back, into the box. So Stickinator is now inside that box. Vroom vroom! Whoops. They moved where my buttons are. Alright. Wheeled Stickinator. So, yeah, there you go. We have one working vehicle. Actually, I don't want to park right there, because I need to try to move that other vehicle. Damn you, Stickinator. Will you fit in a chair? Yes. I am squeezed uncomfortably into the cramped space. Am I? I don't see a negative morale indicator. Cramped space effect. I can't move into that section to see the details. Yeah, I see speed of 80. Current speed 80. Speed 80. But I would like to directly... I would like to not have to look for something that changed. I would like to be able to, like, select this or somewhere to have it tell me exactly what is being done to me. I don't like it if I don't have a way of actually directly seeing the info. Alright, so... Strength -2, dex -2, speed -20. Painfully crammed into a space too small for your body. Really? I am a regular human with one backpack. With not even a backpack, really, with a messenger bag. So if we dump the messenger bag behind me, we still get the cramped space. Really? There is stuff on the seat below me, possibly including... let's just move all this stuff over to the pavement. Plus I need to pulp this corpse. Alright. Yeah, apparently it was all the stuff on the seat with me. Now it's gone. We put on... Uh-oh. Apparently I also moved the messenger bag. Alright, so now it's not affecting us. So yeah, it was all the crap sitting on the seat that was causing the problem, not my current loadout and character. All right, so there's good and bad things about the electric vehicle. As long as the battery power lasts, you know, we don't need gas. The downside is I got no way of recharging this. Not currently, anyway. So let me make a spatial adjustment here. Right back. All right, just had to shut the curtains on the window. Sun's coming down right through that window. Getting a little bright. Yeah, so I'm not sure how long it'll take us to drain this battery down. But it's a pretty good vehicle otherwise. You guys can't see the vehicle. This stuff. That stuff. So until that drains out. That is going to be the problem. So I have a love-hate relationship with the electric vehicles. If we got a solar car that had solar panels on it, it would recharge in the daylight, and then we could use it, recharge, use it, recharge. This one doesn't have that, though. We don't have any solar panels on this thing. And I don't know if they've added charging stations, and I don't think the charging stations would still be operable, so there's no reason for them to. Even if they existed, they probably wouldn't have any power to charge. So there's no realistic way of getting this recharged short of installing more batteries in, and we won't have that capability for a while. There is an additional benefit, though, to this vehicle in that it is whisper quiet. So there's no combustion engine, no exhaust or anything like that. So you can cruise around in this without attracting zombies via the loud sounds that you might get from gasoline-powered vehicles. So it has secondary benefits, and it's got a fair amount of cargo space. I'm just torn between it and the motorcycle. I like tiny vehicles just because they're more maneuverable. You can get them through narrow gaps and so on, but it limits the cargo space. This one being 2 tiles wide cuts down a bit on maneuverability, but it does give me 68.75 and 68.75 liters of space. That somewhat pales in comparison to 200 and 200. Plus, you can throw stuff onto these leather seat benches, 95 and 95. So, a lot more storage capacity in the electric vehicle. All right, what else does the motel offer? I haven't seen any more zombies. Doors are open. Got bedding, pillows, and the bacon, cheeseburgers. So to win the Cataclysm, he who dies with the most bacon acquired and consumed is the winner of the Cataclysm. So that's my strict rule. Amount of bacon consumed. Ooh, it's old bacon. We better eat it now, or it goes rotten. The bacon is not long for the world. Lots of fun stuff. Leather wallet. Ooh, full-face motorcycle helmet. That would help protect your dome. Plastic bottle, sealed liquid soap. And lots more liquid soap. Okay. So much food. Is that a knife? Pocket knife. I'm looking for medical items mostly. I'm not too worried about food and water. Oh, milk. Milk also isn't long for the world. That'll go bad fairly quickly. None of this stuff is refrigerated because the power's out. That door is locked. We'd have to smush our way in there. Another map. Newspaper page. And a pipe. I mean, a good old pipe, 10 bash, only 80 base moves, and it's got precise strike, rapid strike, and parry. Don't discount the power of the pipe. Steel pipe makes a good melee weapon, useful in a bunch of crafting recipes. So you can either mash things with it, or you can use it to craft things. I mean, it's not a great melee weapon, but when you got no other choice and you just need something to swing, this would be one of the better things you can find in the environment to do that with. Day pack. More yogurt, cheese pizzas, more bacons, milkshakes. Milkshakes are going to go bad real fast also. Alright, I'm going to stop picking up bacon. There's freaking bacon in every single one of these things. Locked. A hydration pack. That's kind of interesting. Windows open. Cargo pants. Poor fit cargo pants. Cargo shorts. More cheese. More bacon. Looks like we're not going to get any medical supplies. Uh-oh. Zombie in the bathroom. Fully charged lighter. I had a sound indicator. Now it's not showing up. Break our way in. I wouldn't mind a nice jacket. An H&K operational briefcase. That's new. Plain, hard-sided black briefcase with a trigger and a handle and concealed hole in the side. Squeezing the trigger would currently do nothing as it is empty. Don't forget to put a suitable MP5 back inside before you try to pay any ransom fees with the lid. I see. That's a new item. That's kind of funny. Thermal electric balaclava. Ooh. A full perfect condition duster. What are we wearing again? Hard hat, jeans, and a long sleeve shirt. I don't have a jacket or anything yet. Yeah, let's wear this duster. So that's going to have consequences. We're now up to 13 torso encumbrance, so we're getting modifiers to various things shown in that middle box for balance and melee attack modifiers and grab breaks and dodge chance and so on. So you want to be careful about how much encumbrance you put on the various body parts, and the effects are different per body part. But I want the duster. Duster is pretty good. Full length duster coat, pockets for storage. So that's going to give us more pockets. Plus some protection from minor damage. 100% coverage on the arms. Legs are draped. Protection for the torso. So it's given us 3.75 bash and cut protection at 100% on most of the body parts that it covers. And it has 2 pockets, 2 pockets, 2 pockets. 1 pocket, 1 pocket. So many pockets. That raised our total volume that we can carry around also. Now if I fill those pockets with stuff, it has effects as well. Yeah, nothing in the bathrooms. Another full-face motorcycle helmet, lots more bacon. Looks like that's about it. Well, okay, I'm really shocked that there were only 3 zombies? 3 zombies. I think, yeah, there were only 3 zombies here. I don't know if that's normal or an aberration. So, what vehicle do we take? We've got a road network now. So when I look at these road networks, things I look at are these endpoints. There's going to be some kind of a building here at the end of each of these little endpoints. Now, occasionally it'll just be the trailheads, like over here. We have these little road endpoints that just end in trailheads. That's basically just an embarkation point to take walks along these nature trails. There can be vehicles there. Could be a tiny hut and a well or a pump to get some water. But other than the vehicles, there's not much of value here. But locations like this, not likely to be a trailhead. Kind of depends. But I look for endpoints like this, clusters of them, because I'm hoping to find specific isolated buildings that we can raid into. as opposed to towns. East Providence town here is going to be really tiny, probably just a 4 houses or buildings on the intersection type thing. Portsmouth is a fair bit larger, but that's still a fairly small town. That's probably qualify for a medium-sized town there. Gray, tiny, a little bit larger, and we can only be seeing the eastern half of that one. There could be more, the unmapped section there. So, where are we going? Look at that cluster of endpoints right down there. Let's just go down the road this way. We'll check. Actually, I may go up diagonally. We got some kind of a building here, here, and then the tiny East Providence. It might be easier for us to raid into at this stage. Probably be a good idea, actually, to stop and get another quarterstaff made. Toss this one while we have space. I'm not actually wielding it. Where did I put it? I don't remember where I put the quarterstaff. Is it in the vehicle? Or is it in, it's not in the motorcycle storage. Yeah, Stickinator. Where's Stickinator? We're playing in a completely default game world. I didn't change any of the world settings. So, 8.4. Standard item drop, stand-up zombie population. I didn't change anything. I showed it. I kind of talked a little bit about it. But for this first stream, I wanted to keep it simple. Alright, let's... I don't think I'm going to bother looting anything else here. I want to get a long stick and craft another quarterstaff for a backup. Let's take the larger vehicle. We'll leave the motorcycle here as a backup. We'll get a feel for how fast this is going to... Oh yeah. How quickly this is going to... run through the electricity. We might end up driving back. Okay, let's go ahead and cut across the field here. Now that we got a vehicle, it can still be danger that we have to worry about, but a lot safer for us to maneuver around. We could even use the vehicle as a battering ram to kill things if I'm willing to do damage to it. Gotta be really cautious depending on the vehicle type. This vehicle is made up of standard frames, not even light frames. I guess it's the solar cars that are light frames. This one could take some punishment depending on what direction we hit from and how much damage we have on certain locations. But yeah, we'll be able to move around a lot faster. What do we got? Parking lot to probably a mine? It says large building. Is this a mine? Nursing home? Nursing home. We got an NPC rolling. Ooh, we got bandits on the road. Laverne Alexander and Augustus Dougherty. Well, what are you guys doing over here? Do you have a tree dropped across the road? You got a deadfall sniper position right in the middle of the road, do you? Whoa, dude! An AR pistol +1. Hostile attacking to kill. Tack gloves, riot helmet. I'm not sure where the other one's at. Alright, I'm not, gonna go that way. No particular reason to get into that fight. I don't want to explore the nursing home. Well, I don't know if I've never seen that setup with the vegetation or whatever that was in the middle of the road. So, I think these are just bushes. But ramming things is always a danger. You gotta get a feel for how fast you need to be going. to kill the thing you're trying to go over, you don't want to run the wheels over the enemy because it'll destroy items. But you also don't want to bump them and not kill them and then have them shooting you as you go by. You can duck to try to counter some of that and hit them blind, but you know, there's lots of odd variables. I don't particularly care about that one little pistol that'll probably have like 2 rounds of ammo and then be done. And it's just not worth the possible damage to a functional vehicle like this. So while we're driving by the thing here, we got zombies we're seeing through the windows. We could pop into that kitchen area and get a bunch of kitchen utilities and food possibly. Whoa, what the hell killed that zombie just now? Corpse of a feudal fighter. What the hell is a feudal fighter? I don't have any idea what that is. More new stuff. Zombie medics. Well, yeah, it's a nursing home, so... Wonder if they have medicine loot. Do I get bandages and disinfectant and antiseptic and stuff from zombie medics? Alright, we're coming up on East Providence. Let's toggle off that so it stops flashing at me. You can, over on the right here, you can toggle a bunch of things on and off, depending on what you do or don't want to see on the map. Were you seeing the map? Yeah. Alright, now that we got the vehicle, I can maneuver around and we can take a look at some things. Ooh, soldier zombie. Possible good gear on him. Let's just look at the list. Regular zombies. Not a single one of these is a fast zombie, so even if I was on foot, we'd eventually be able to escape from all of them under standard conditions. So none of that stuff is particularly dangerous. The only one I'd have a hard time killing is the zombie soldier. He'd be a little tough. If I had a vehicle to work with, we could wear him down. Oh yeah, I forgot I was going to make a quarterstaff. Got distracted again. So, had I not gathered the attention of all of those guys, I could try to creep up with the vehicle quietly, stop, jump in and grab stuff, and then if I get detected and zombies come after me, I just scream and go running for the vehicle, hop in, and then take off driving again. That's the biggest reason why... Oh. Did I read rightly that we no longer have distance zapping zombies? Did the magic electrical throwers get nerfed? Now we just have melee combat touch shock zombies. Alright, that was a pretty big worry. That was always a bit of a problem. If we no longer have the shock ball throwing zombies. That's a fairly significant change. Used to be there were versions of these electrical zombies that would zap you from range. They had a ranged attack that would go out like so far, and it would light up a small area with electrical shock particles. And if you got tagged by them, you get zapped and stunned and take damage, and it would be really nasty. So those being gone is a pretty big downgrade in danger level for early in game or mid game. Uh-oh, can we get into this building without having any attention? Those guys behind me are still coming. So, do I play Pied Piper? Zombie runner to the north. Which house is this? Pretty good stuff in this house. This is one of the larger buildings. Is this a duplex? I think this is a duplex. I hate duplexes. There's an interior wall right here. Bedroom, kind of a hall, laundry room, kitchen, but it's split down the middle. I hate duplexes. Therefore, we shall ignore the duplex. Ooh, ferals. Hey there, feral human. Pupils are dilated, and what can be seen of the iris and sclera are bloodshot. This crowbar-wielding maniac still breathes, but the zombies treat them like one of their own. They also throw rocks. Bastards. They also open doors. Bastards. We got 2 more of them further up the street. Those are the most dangerous of that group. No fast zombies in there. Just the ferals would be a bit of a challenge. Oof, look at that crowd that was just around the side of the building. More ferals. I'm not going to be able to do any quick dip in, dip outs right now. All of the buildings have got too many zombies right near them. Oh, this is one of the good buildings here. This is one of the multi-floor buildings. A lot of good stuff in there. That's a pretty good one to set a base up in. So we could play Pied Piper. What that is you get the attention of all these guys, you get them following you, you lead them out into a field far enough, and then you speed up and you circle back around. So you can maneuver the zombies around when you've got a vehicle like this. Plenty of power still. Zombies ahead of me. Oops. Don't want them banging on the vehicle. There's a list. Now we're talking. Couple of Rottweilers, several zombie dogs. Nothing too exotic. Still pretty early game without any mods or modifications to the world settings. They're all still their pretty basic forms. What do we see in town here? Sometimes I look for specific vehicles, ambulances, or vehicles I want to drive, depending on if I have one already or not. So I kind of scan around to see what's available. Sounds a little bigger than I thought it would be. It's a few more buildings than I expected. Let's blip north, though, along the road, see if we can find anything fun up this way with these 2 points. You heard gun ferals were removed? I don't know. There weren't that many that you would run into. Trailhead on the left and an orchard on the right. More not fun stuff. And we're running out of mapped area. The orchard does not have the axe. I don't think the orchard has the axe. This is the trailhead I was talking about. It's just a parking space for people to leave their cars and then go walk in the forest trails. This one, there's variants of this, and this one's just got some bathrooms. That's it. Not even any vehicles. Well, we have an orchard on the left, but not going to be much in there that I care about unless they pretty radically change things. A rural road. That'll go back to an isolated house. Let's go see which one it is. Wrecked vehicle. It's going to be one of the big farms. And or it's going to be one of the big POI. This one of the NPC farms? Yeah, this is the Isherwood. I don't know. I don't want to deal with the Isherwood right now. Let's go a different direction. So Isherwood Farms is a big kind of an NPC location. It's a really big area of the map. It actually occupies like a huge area with different buildings and some NPCs and stuff. Isn't Isherwood one of the Walking Dead references? I don't generally deal with the NPC stuff, so it's been a while since I thought about them. Let's go. Well, we're running out of east to west locations to go look at. We could go back down this way. Yeah, the body pillows are pretty funny. Yeah, let's go ahead and head out that way. Why not? Another farm. Possibly get up into a silo, get a bit of a view around to fill some of the map in. So far, the world's been pretty empty. Swamps. Lemmings. All farm to my north as well. Doubt that's another Isherwood. It could possibly be if we had a chunk border. Oops, we passed the rural house that may or may not be connected to that farm. Nah, let's just keep going. Let's go. So many trailheads. Some of the endpoints I'm trying to go to are just stupid trailheads. Find me something. Not even a bathroom on that trailhead. Ugh, all trailheads. At least we don't have a water world so far. Across the dirt area here. A lot of zombie horde indicators. Pocket guide to firearm safety. Alright, and the zombies start. Let's wrap around. Oh, is that a Migo? Migo encampment? Ooh, Migo encampment. Well, that ruins this location. Migos are extra-dimensional travelers / invaders / bug people. They got zappy guns. They'll just completely shred me in melee combat if we get into fight with one. And the higher level ones have guns that'll zap me dead in 1 or 2 shots. So, we're gonna go south to avoid that. Oh, there's the first Migo. Panicked persons. What are panicked persons? Oh, the Migos to the south. That's not cool. Alien creature of uncertain origin. Shapeless pink body bears numerous sets of paired appendages of unknown function, and a pair of ribbed membranous wings which seem to be quite useless. Its odd, vaguely pyramid-shaped head bristles with numerous wavering antennae and more stuff. What are panicked persons? Hysterical individual has a faint yet fading glint of intelligence in their bloodshot eyes. They sometimes scream in fear and behave clearly irrationally. This will quite likely cause their death or demise at the hands of the undead horde. Huh. Is there a point to panicked persons other than moving zombies around as they get chased? Do they go towards the player? Well, I guess we'll interact with them at some point. We're definitely going to try to avoid that Migo who's already spotted me. Oh, he's going after zombies. Cool. So, there are, I guess we'll call them factions. There are factions in the world, and some things will fight certain other things. So, the Migo is going to go fight the zombies. And there are rules for who will go after who, depending on distance and whether they consider them a hostile or not, and so on. But a strategy to use for early game, well, any parts of the game, is to lure one type of thing into another type of thing. So if you're getting chased by zombies and you know, have a bear nearby, you can hopefully work out the movement and distance parameters so that the bear goes and eats the zombies. And you get far enough away that the bear doesn't aggro you, that kind of stuff. And there are a number of different world enemy faction types. I'm not going to talk about them much because it's a bit spoilery. And then, of course, Amigo Scout Tower. Well, damn game. Guess we're going north. What are you guys all getting attention on? Why are you guys moving northeast? Who died? Feudal fighter? They went after the feudal fighter, apparently. Alright. I'm fine with that. 4 amigos ahead of me. Coming at me. So, let me demonstrate. Hopefully not kill myself. Amigos coming after me. Zombies also coming after me. Now, the point where I get farther away from the Migos than the zombies, they'll turn on each other. At least the Migos will go on the zombies. I'm not sure if the zombies will switch. I forget. There they go. Yep, the zombies switched also. Alright, now we can just kind of park right back here and watch these Migos annihilate all the zombies. All of them. We need to get moving again before all the zombies are dead. This is why I'm not messing with the Migos. But if we lead the Migos away, we could then come circle back and we could sort through all the corpses and see if we can find some fun stuff to loot. A lot of stuff on the ground. You can sort and filter and so on as well. I'm just kind of scanning through. Ooh, a steel jerry can. Up inside that house, huh? If I was driving a gas-powered vehicle, that would be pretty sexy. Or if I needed a lot of water, that steel jerry can would be nice. Alright, let's get out of here. But yeah, take advantage of opportunities like that. Part of the process. Yeah, road roller. Ooh. APC? Or is that a... That's not a cargo truck. Is that a prison bus? Not an APC. Prison bus. Don't need a prison bus right now. It's a fairly infested town. Oh! All the long-term viewers know what's going on. I just gotta lure some Migos away. Migo right up on top of it. The Humvee. Vehicle of choice for Vormithraxes worldwide. I have traveled many millions of miles in Humvees in Cataclysm. This is absolutely my #1 preferred vehicle. And this one so far is looking like it's in pretty good shape. We just need to get these Migos out of the area and then circle back and check it out. 2 Migos. Where is second Migo? Second Migo's behind me. Alright, where can I take you guys? Could just circle back south and then loop around. I think that's the best thing to do. Bring both of these guys back this way. See if we can get them looped into killing zombies. So far we're just adding Migos. Oh, that's the Migo tower I'm about to plant into. And more Migos coming from the northeast. Alright, we'll speed up, do a big wide circle. Back up and check out the Humvee. We might be switching vehicles. Absolutely my favorite vehicle. Why do I have the headlights on? I must have hit a hotkey for that. This is dangerous. This stupid vehicle's got this open trunk area back here that the Migos or anything else could hop onto if I'm not careful when I'm moving. Alright, come on Humvee. Be a working Humvee. It's looking beautiful. No completely damaged parts anyway. It's got wheel. It's got wheel. It's got wheel. Oh, it's in really good condition too. All the frames are looking pretty good. Armor's a little sketchy. A few of the heavy frames are sus. Alright, first big one. Tank is gone, controls are gone. Well, we can't drive it. Damn it. It was too much to ask for. Oh well. How's the engine looking? Oh, look at that. Oh, the frame's about to drop out. This is always a fun one. If you look at this section here, the very first item is the heavy-duty frame. It's pretty much trash. If you, like, bump a bush in that spot, the frame will break. And the battery, the alternator, the engine, and so on, all of that other equipment will just drop right out underneath the vehicle. All at once. So the parts are in great shape, pristine nearly, but the frame that's holding all the parts is completely trash, one slight bump away from just dropping right off the vehicle. So that's a recipe for getting yourself killed. So unfortunately, you know, we can't drive it. The tank being completely busted is, well, there's 2 tanks usually. There's a tank there with some JP8 in it. So there is fuel, but the broken controls means we can't use it. One of the big benefits of the Humvee and other military vehicles is they don't have security systems. You don't have to deal with or worry about any of that. As long as the basics are functional, you can just hop in and drive off. So you got to check the seat and the controls and such. You got to check the engine compartment, items, and the wheels. Got those? You're golden. So we were so close. How about the gun? What is it? The 240? Yeah, so we got a mounted M240 machine gun with belt-fed 20 rounds on the belt of 7.62 by 5.1 M80. And there's the other tank. So 9.2 liters of JP8. So we could unload the belt from the gun and then strip the ammo out of the belt if I felt like I was likely to get a weapon system that could fire 7.62. Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting you guys aren't seeing the screens unless I actually activate them. My bad. The mounted M240 machine gun. I talked about it and demonstrated earlier. It's a combination of the way I capture for streaming. I capture a game window instead of capturing a full monitor. That combined with changes they've made to some of the GUI menu systems is causing an issue where unless I interact with the window after bringing it up, you can't see it. The instant I interact with it, like even just moving the cursor around, it pops up. I keep forgetting because I'm not used to that. That's the explanation. So when I pop into a screen like this, or the this screen, which you're not currently seeing either, unless I press an arrow key or move, you don't actually see this change in the menu screen. So I just keep forgetting that we're having that display problem currently. Okay, so that's disappointing. Love me, just absolutely love me some Humvee action. It's compact, got a ton of cargo space, which I modify. Well, I used to modify further, but they changed the amounts. I would rip seats out, put in workstations of various types, and just have a complete mobile apocalypse base in my Humvee. And it's got heavy-duty frames with military composite armor plating, heavy-duty wheel assemblies, 32-inch armored wheels. I just love the Humvee. It's the perfect vehicle for me. I know a lot of other people love it too, but man, I really, really love me the Humvees. Okay, so almost so close. Let's go, I guess, up that way. Say what I put in the interior? Nah. Why bother doing that? Nah. ABCs are terrible. Hey, we got the Mushroom Mans. All hail the Mushroom Mans. The Micas Fungaloids. Large white fungus, bulging gray stalk supporting a bloom at the top. Spores float from its gills and tendrils extend from the base. Chunks of rock, metal, bone, and wood are held by the tendrils as a kind of armor. Yeah, one of the major factions in the game. The mycanoids, the fungaloids. So, Migos are one, the fungus are one. There's a vegetable based one. What else we got? The robots. Yeah, the Triffids are the vegetable based ones. Good old Triffids. And these things, they spread these spores, which plant into the ground and then start forming. They can't do it on roadways, but on the ground and grass, they'll start forming this stuff. Fungal beds. And it just keeps spreading and spreading and spreading and spreading. So, people have a love-hate relationship with the Micas. They're a big part of the game lore and history. And kind of factionalities. They have their advantages depending on whether you plan to live near them. As long as you're not trying to live near them, they're actually beneficial. They make it a lot easier to raid into towns if there are fungus nearby, because the zombies fight the fungus and distract them. So while they're distracted, it gives you opportunity to sneak in. Ooh, a mine. Gives you opportunity to sneak in and grab stuff. So, just got to know how to leverage the situation. Where the hell are all the zombies? What did you guys do with all the zombies when I was gone? Where's the 30 zombie miners in the mining station and the 15 zombies at the motels? I mean, I know I usually play on double zombies, but that doesn't take into consideration this large a drop. Did they also lower the general spawn rate of zombies? I mean, the towns seem to be pretty occupied, but all these outside areas seem to be really lightly populated. I'm used to seeing, I mean, I guess 5 in view right now, 10. Maybe it's not as big as I'm making it out to be, but it seems like there were more previously. So this is a mine location. Of note, of particular importance are gas pumps. We have diesel pumps here where you can get some diesel fuel for certain vehicles. Stuff. We got a steel jerry can again. Rubber hose. Rubber hose. Got to have a rubber hose if you want to siphon fuel. So right there, rubber hose and steel jerry can, you're golden. Gives you what you need. Toolbox with some tools, which I can't see from remote. There's mining, rock, and stuff. And there's reasons why you might be interested in some of this stuff, depending on circumstances in your gameplay. Then there's some offices up here and some living quarters back here. I don't think I'm going to mess with anything here right now. It'd probably be a good idea to hop in and grab the hose and the jerry can. Just if I have to switch vehicles. Like I said, we will eventually burn down all the power on this one. I forgot what the myconid fruit was called again. An A deployed appliances southwest. Huh. Marlos, yeah, Marlos berries. You know, we are the Micas. Join the Micas. You can actually become a fungaloid uber warrior. There is a progression path to join the Micas. Whoa. A depression. And craters. What am I looking at here? The force of the explosion destroys the gravel. They're still doing that, are they? That's still a thing? Where the bombs go off right as you approach and generate all the wreckage and craters and so on. That is a lot of craters. So the depression is just the upper level, you don't have enough detail yet version of the craters. I don't remember seeing a concentration of craters like that. No, I'm not unstable. I have never played stable at any point in my 8 years or so of Cataclysm. I always play the whatever the current version of experimental is. I update right before each live stream. That won't change. Maybe we could scooch around. Well, I guess I could backtrack to this road and then come up this direction. You get upwards towards Gray. It looks like we might not get an opportunity to cross over. Looks like there's a big forest up here. So going up this way is not going to get me over there. Yeah, let's flip around, go back the other way. The force of the explosion damages the active alien bomb. Destroys the gravel. What the hell? There are active alien bombs back there? Well, now I gotta go back and look. Am I ever gonna actually see an active alien bomb, or is this just kind of the way things generate and they're not actually items out there? Alright, let's not mess with active alien bombs. Well, I know that's how craters are made. I was just questioning the active alien bombs tag. That's new from the last time I played. So are alien bombs responsible for all the craters? None of them are, you know, nukes that we launched? Are we retconning that stuff too? Slimes! Where are you at, slimes? Oof, all over the place. They're just really small. You gotta zoom in to see them. There they are. So where is the slime pool? I'm gonna flip around again. Another stupid trailhead. Yeah, folks joining in kind of late that aren't familiar with the game. It's primarily focused on zombies, zombie apocalypse, Cataclysm stuff, but a whole bunch of apocalypses all occurred simultaneously, pretty much. So we got aliens, we got interdimensional invasions, we got eldritch horrors, we got lots and lots and lots of different cataclysms. That is a security van? Yeah, security van. Pretty trash security van. It's got a gun. There is a weapon in that basket right there. Which weapon was it? Did it randomize it? I am remembering right. I believe that there's a pistol or something right in there. I could probably get it if I did a little bit of Pied Pipering and maneuvered some enemies around. We don't have a lot of maneuvering room here, though. I mean, we're going to get stuck into the end of the city here, and trying to maneuver an electric vehicle through the middle of the city streets to get to these outer roads is going to be rough, and we're kind of pocketed by the terrain. We'll move around a little bit more, see if we spot any good opportunities. But in the middle of the day, we're going to get just constantly... Oh, baseball field. Ouch. A lot of zombies in the baseball field traditionally. Football player doing in the baseball field. Zombie runners! Yeah, it is faster than you. I am aware. That's one of the dangerous ones. Just because of their speed, you can't walk ahead of these guys. You have to go to sprint mode. And they endlessly sprint. Where your sprint mode runs out when you run out of stamina. So these are the kinds of guys you gotta be really careful with. And they like to travel in groups. So that's one of the high danger things. Yeah, we're kind of stuck. Having a rough time finding a decent spot to get some fun stuff done. Without getting completely overwhelmed. Shady zombies. Are they still shady zombies? Gawky. Oh, these are gawky guardians. I thought those were shadies. Partially constructed building. A toolbox. We're finding lots of tools. And a dead end unless I brave the streets, which would be really bad idea. Really bad idea. How much backtracking am I going to have to do? Not a huge amount. I just don't see any opportunities here worth the danger level. Look at this fence. Look at this innocuous, safe-looking fence. This one of those where you hop the fence and all of a sudden 30 dogs come after you? I'm just gonna hop out real quick. I'm just curious. Go to run mode. Well, just a big property. Some zombies in the backyard. Zombie child, a regular zombie. I remember the building. It's a pretty good building, but we'd have to run a gauntlet of zombies in this place. I already got stuff coming after me from the north. I still can't quite find an area I think I can get some stuff done. I want to just drive endlessly. I've done too much of that in the past. That's not much fun for anyone. Once I have a vehicle, I always have the urge to play it safe. How's the ratio to map and node points in regards to like light industries and mines and so on? Is it still like an overwhelming number of trailheads and farms and 14 copies of things you don't care about constantly? Or have there been adjustments to kind of the density of some of that stuff? Another power substation. Don't really care about. That's right. We caught the edge of the Triffids and then went out of it again. I might be diving deeper into the Triffid area. There's going to be a central location that's kind of generating these things nearby. Since we didn't see it anywhere out here, it's going to probably be right in the direction I'm heading. We might get stopped just because the density of these things gets too high. We'll see as we travel if they their presence keeps increasing. I suspect it will. We may or may not get close enough to actually see the tower or the other. There's 2 or 3 locations. Not too bad so far. Still seeing a few. Oh, there it is. It's right there. So it's going to get fairly dense. We might be able to scoot past it. Got a really wide radius, like 15, 16 spaces. There it is. There's a central spire. I think we can see it now. Fungal tree. We got the Marlos bushes. There's the Marlos berries. Yum yum. Tasty. I think we're not quite seeing the central structure still, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Not something we're going to deal with. I got no desire to try to clear out a fungal infection. Ooh, that is Refugee Center? I think that's Refugee Center. Folks that are new to the game will be interested in this. For me, it's the worst possible place in the world. But, you know. Other people like different things. So let's go show the Refugee Center. One of the primary story-based hub locations. I need to bring my whack stick. Stickinator. which I still haven't replaced. I really need to replace Stickinator. Alright, so very large building with a big old pile of NPCs. This is one of the primary places the game, what little storyline, mission type stuff it has, this is one of the places it'll lead you. The place we started in, way back here. The survival shelter we started, the evac shelter we started in, had a computer system, which I assume magically still has power via the solar panel on the roof. That when you activate it will give you, if you're close enough and there's a road connection, it'll give you a route and suggest you go to the refugee center. And more than one will generate in a world. There are rules for how often things generate. But yeah, you'll be sent here, and you can interact with the NPCs, trade, buy and sell stuff, do missions for NPCs, and such. So, you know, a lot of people in here. We got beggars and guards and doctors and merchants. We can walk over to the merchant and chat with him. Talk to Smokes the merchant. Who are you? This is a refugee center, right? Just passing through, don't mind me. And then Smokes talks to us up here. And then we got more options like let's trade. So Smokes' stuff is on the left, my stuff's on the right. And you just have to trade for equivalent value, essentially. So a Mossberg 590 A1 shotgun with 2 attachments, which are the sights mount and the bottom mount. Or is it not telling me the actual items? Even got a picture. You know, Mossberg shotgun. Military police-oriented version of the Mossberg 500. Features a heavier barrel, bayonet lug, and a different magazine tube for easier cleaning and maintenance. 9-round capacity. Only $32 for a Mossberg 590 A1? I mean, not that I have much that's worth much in trade value, but my cheeseburger's worth $1.73. My bacon, oh, they're valuing bacon appropriately. Look at that. Although I would dispute that any amount of cheese equals even a single slice of bacon. So, you know, I have some quibbles about their valuation system. But yeah. Antiseptic at $3.45. Super glue $2.56. My duster $7. Well, my messenger bag, but it's including, I think, all the things in it. So yeah, you just, you know, pick what you want, queue it up, then queue up equivalent amount of stuff over on this side. Look at all this stuff, jeez. There's my hacksaws that I need. Crowbar's useful. Wood axe is fun. Although fire axe, of course, rules them all. Oh, look at all this. Holy crap. I guess maybe working on vehicles isn't as hard. I don't know what the rate is. Is this 11 cents for one piece of aluminum brazing rod out of 1,221? So is it 1,221 times 11 cents? Or is it 11 cents gets you a pack of 100 or something? I'm assuming it's a per each. All that welding and crafting gear. Welding goggles. Got to have your welding goggles. There's a Halligan bar, firefighter set. Yeah, fun stuff. So yeah, you can talk to them, you can trade with them. Certain of them will give you missions to go on. There's different factions of NPCs as well. Quest chains that you can track down and take part in. You won't generally see me interacting with the NPCs much. I just have a pretty intense burning hatred for all things NPC. I just can't stand the NPCs, their behavior, their micromanagement levels, and so on. Glad they're in the game. Glad people can enjoy them. I hate them. So, if anybody that doesn't know, all the newbies, during my challenges, you're not going to see much NPC interaction. I may poke and prod at some of it just to see some of the changes, or for a particular challenge if we keep playing the game, if it retains enough viewer interest and channel support, but I'll be hard-pressed to do much. I just really can't stand them. Can center get overrun? The center can get overrun without hordes. There are actually zombies back in the back corner. Spoiler! Too late. You've been spoiled. Typically, there's actually zombies already in the back corner. And as you start exploring through, you might bump into them and have to deal with that. But there are occasions where the zombies will overrun the whole place. These guys are usually well armed enough that doesn't happen too often, and it may depend on world settings. And it may depend on changes I'm not aware of. Like I said, I haven't dealt with NPCs hardly at all in years and years and years. Not just the last 15 months where I haven't played. And the horde feature is only going to make a difference if there's other zombie concentrations nearby. So if the refugee center with this huge space around it and not much in the way of zombies in the outer area, you're not going to have hordes just randomly wander in here. There are rules and manners that the horde system works. And I know it's been changed somewhat, but I don't think it's been overhauled to an extent like that. So to have hordes, you got to have existing zombies. They don't just generate them out of thin air. And they're not going to travel huge distances on the overland map. But a lot of my issues with the NPCs just stem from I can't keep them alive. My personal and my character's ability to maneuver and use terrain and so on is so high that the behavior of the NPCs that might be quote-unquote on my team drives me insane with where they choose to move, and I die so often when I'm trying to herd the cats and manage to actually keep NPCs alive. It's just almost never worth my time and my effort. And the menu system to interact with them is somewhat onerous to me. Where you have nested menu within nested menu within nested menu of option choices and configuration choices, and constantly having to adjust those to the situation and fiddle. It's just too much for me personally. Other people might not bother them, and you might enjoy it and have fun with having a group of NPCs. Just to kind of mention what you can do with them. You can do quests for them, you can chat with them, you can sell and trade with them right here, as obviously. But you can also find them in the wild and recruit them to your side, or do a quest for them and they'll join you, or they might attack you. So there are NPCs out in the world, and you can bump up the frequency of them in the world, and you're going to want to adjust your world settings if you actually hope to have interactions with NPCs out in the world. But they can send you on mission chains for them and such. And if they will join you, you basically get full control of them. You can outfit them, equip them with equipment and gear, level their skills up, learn skills from them. You can actually set up a faction camp where you designate, there's certain areas where they're allowed to be, certain building types or locations, but you can set up a camp that you then have to actually go get vast quantities of raw materials for to put up buildings, and then you can assign NPCs tasks, and they can do harvesting of resources for you and farming and just all sorts of stuff. So it's pretty intricate, and like I said, I'm happy it's there. There's just certain things about them that bother me specifically and personally, both from the combat AI and how they function, the clunky menu system for interacting with them, and their limitations. I just don't enjoy interacting with them, and it makes me grind my teeth every time I try. And I have many, many videos over on my YouTube channel demonstrating graphically why I twitch. I get these twitches, and my eyes start to squint every time I try to interact with them. So, but like I said, your tastes may be totally different, your tolerances and what you want to do. Use them, take advantage of them, learn them, and so on, and have a great time. It is fun and sounds great to have 4 or 5 NPCs marching along next to you all decked out in heavy armor and toting assault rifles, or loaded up on your vehicle in combat positions with pikes while you're driving through a street. They're stabbing out and stabbing zombies that are next to the vehicle while you're driving, and lots of hilarious stuff. But just know what you're in for, and learn the systems and try to use them for what you want, and not for otherwise. All right, that's NPCs. This place is pretty big, though, so if we move around a little bit, you can kind of get an idea. There's different areas. Bathroom. Hello, stuff. If I try to take any of this stuff, it'll be stealing, and you gotta be careful of that as well. Hey, guards. Shall we go trigger the zombie invasion? I'm not sure I can get to it from this direction. Oh, yep, I can. This is the back warehouse. And see how this is kind of all piled up over here? I think I have to, drag a box out of the way or smash through a box to get there? I'm not going to ruin it. Just, there's something about this room that is interesting if you want to pursue it. But cool and all, it just gives me the ick personally. Lots of people here. The main dormitory for all the folks. You can't talk and detail and trade and do missions for all of these people. There's certain ones that you can do various things with. Hey there, Bryant Gerard, the Merc, with an M4A1 carbine with mods. What's he got? Army pants, combat boots, armored fingerless leather gloves, dustered load-bearing vest with attachments, leg pouch, leg ammo pouch, 2 Stenig 30-round magazines, ankle sheath, National Guard bayonet. He's decked out pretty well. I'd get killed pretty quick if I started getting froggy in here. Alright, that's enough for that visit. There are other NPC locations in the world. This is just kind of the biggest and the primary one. There are a few other notable ones, large and small. We saw the Isherwood farm earlier. There's NPCs in there you can interact with as well. And a bunch of smaller ones like a blacksmith and blacksmith and weaponsmith, and such. Oh yeah, Stickinator. Back into the seat, Stickinator. Oh yeah, do we still have portal storms? Have they changed dramatically? Glad we found the refugee center, though. For the folks that hadn't seen the game previously, give an idea of scope and options. We're still, even with everything I'm showing and talking about, we're still just barely scratching the surface of all the different things that are in the game. And the sheer quantity of options and items and enemies and vehicles and just tons and tons of stuff. Huge main systems I haven't even started chatting about yet, much less the detailed mechanics under the hood of so many of these systems. For the amazing price of no dollars. Completely free. Ooh. Oh, we're not close enough to see the details. I keep getting fooled by that. Alright, what are we looking at? A rural church. I don't remember that design on a rural church. I don't see the details on that one yet. And then another stupid trailhead. I have no idea what's in a rural church. That is a new building for me. The light industry? What am I looking at here? Oh, the pump station. Sewage treatment plant, I mean. Pretty good tool possibilities for loot in this place. Fairly light zombie presence, if I remember right. Let's not move to the front of the building. Let's grab Stickinator. I'm not sure this guy's going to be able to break through that fence on his own. If I jump the fence, things get a little froggy. Especially if there's other zombies. Yeah, let's go ahead. Oh, that's right. Yeah, drop the item. Then use advanced inventory to move the object there, and then wield Stickinator. Go Stickinator. Yeah. Three swings, 6, 13, and 27. No stuns. Down to 1 bar. Kind of back off, though. 2 strikes, both quick strikes. We might get away with 1 more, but let's not risk it. Got a good critical hit on that last one. What's in there? A mop and some bowl wrap. This is not the part where... Oh, actually, I'm thinking of the wrong building. This isn't the one I usually get the good tools out of. Hey there, working computer. Let's interact with you. Logging into EnviroCom. Bypass security. Yes, no, cancel. Let's cancel. We will absolutely fail that check. What do we got? We've got maintenance log, hard hat, steel drum filled with bleach, lab coat. Nothing too exciting. Zombie tech. Alright, where's a good fighting position? Probably best to lead him back into the office. Did we confuse him? Or hiding in the shadows? Come to me, zombie! Man, these zombies feel weird. They're not pursuing like I'm expecting. I've passed time like 15 times now and he's still not coming towards me. I guess without the scent cloud, the fact that I'm in the shade... Yeah, that's weird. That's going to freak me out. That's going to take me a while to get used to. Previously, the light differential here is why he's not chasing me. He's losing track of me. Previously, the scent cloud would bring him straight to me. He would just follow the scent cloud. So that's weird. That's going to be a big change. Oh my god. That is weird. What the hell? I'm sorry. I call that bullshit. That is stupid. Alright, so far during this stream, that is the thing that bothers me the most. That is dumb. Having them instantly lose track of me just by stepping 1 space into shadow. Don't like that. Don't like it. My official position is that is dumb. I mean, look at this. This is terrible. I gotta chase the zombies down, do I? What the hell is with this guy? Oh, he got the grab off. All right, this is something we need to chat about. So this indicator here is we have been grabbed. Being grabbed is bad. Let me reinforce that. Being grabbed is bad. So if we go look at our effects on our character screen, grabbed. You've been grabbed and held in place by an attack. You're not able to move until breaking the grab, and depending on the strength of your opponent, using this limb is difficult to impossible. Wait in place or attempt to move without attacking to try and remove this. How do I scroll that? There we go. in order to remove this effect. So yeah, being grabbed is bad for multiple reasons. It's causing problems for dodging and attacking and so on. We're getting some negatives for all that. But also, you can't be bitten with the zombie infection, a deep bite, unless you're grabbed first. So we're in a bit of danger here. We got to make some decisions. He is probably one swat away from dying if we can land the blow. So we can stand in place and do no action, which will try to break the grab. We can try to move away from him, which will try to break the grab. Or we can swing at him. So, you know, my understanding is grabs are currently a little broken, and that the zombies, due to some issues with the code on their special attack options, they're throwing grabs more often than they should. We haven't done enough combats yet for me to get a real feel for that. This is the first grab we've seen, but we've only done a very few fights, and very few of them did I give the opportunity to grab me just with the way we were fighting. I'm going to swing and try to drop him. Nope. We just took our first damage. Okay, and we now have pain to go along with everything else. So, what was that command? Let's see. Toggle minimap. I don't have a bind for my minimap toggling. Capital P. That's what I want. I just want to see a long version of the log. I've only got 5 lines here because of the way I have everything organized and spaced for clarity. But we can see a big log here of what's happening. So quick strike, quick strike, quick strike. Then he did the whole wandering around goofily. Then I hit him again. Then we missed, and he bit our right arm. So we took some damage on the right arm. So, a little bit of damage. Does it actually show the details? Yeah, we see the numbers. Does it actually show the hit point number somewhere? I thought we saw the hit point numbers now. Man, that's a long list. That is a long... How many... Oh, whatever. It's a little bit of damage. It's fine. Let's try a swing again. Alright, that time we got him. It's carrying a toolbox. Hammer, pliers, screwdriver set. We've already got all that. Some caffeine pills. You know, there's some uses for that. Okay, so our focus is terrible, which I'm not going to explain the focus system right now. But focus is low. All right, I'll briefly explain it. Focus has to do with your ability to concentrate and learn. The higher, this is a percentage multiplier for experience you earn for actions you take. So if I do a blunt attack against that zombie, normally I would gain blunt or bashing weapon experience. If normally it gave 100 experience for the strike, I'm only going to get 21 because my focus is so low. So it's a direct multiplier for the XP you earn for actions. So it drains quickly when you're doing a lot of actions. It's kind of a resource pool that gets used. So as you're doing various things, it's going to drain that focus down. And you'll get less and less and less XP for that activity. It's normal for it to be pretty low and stay pretty low pretty constantly. It's hard to manage focus and keep it up. So, okay. I'm not sure I want to look too much around here anymore. This is not the building I thought I was going into at first, so I misremembered the location and what might be here. Some okay stuff. We don't need any of it. Steel-toe boots, depending on what you're trying to do. Yeah, we don't need any of this stuff. Alright, let's just hop back out. Get Stickinator over the fence. All right. Will it go to YouTube? It will, and I'll probably have to record a very brief intro segment that I'll stick on the front end of this actual live stream that says very little gameplay. Yes. Or 5 hours. How long have I been going now? 5 hours, 20 minutes. Lots of talking, very little gameplay. Because I will get comments. Those YouTube folks like to let me know when, you know, I do a lot of talking up front and or, you know, during the stream. There was an abnormal amount just because of the nature of this particular stream. But yeah, I'll send it over there. Oh yeah, Stickinator. Interface-wise, there's only been a few things that have caused me to stumble. Most of the things are the same and or my memory is coming back. We're on a road with interesting locations. I guess we go south. Wow, look at this grass. What the hell is this? It's just long grass? Long grass, tall grass? Huh. Does it hide anything? Oh, it actually has a different, not a pure like square. This is new. I haven't seen these vast grass fields before either. So that's totally new. You gotta pay extra if you want actual gameplay, Cube. That's the thing. You get what you pay for. You pay nothing, you don't get much. I need to be incentivized for actual gameplay. Otherwise, you just get wild, boring rambling. That grass field's going to keep going. It kind of looks like it's... Unless I zoom in a bit, I got to be careful I'm not going to drive over a big boulder. I don't know if there's other consequences, but that's pretty cool. That is a whole lot of movement slowdown. I mean, it doesn't matter what the terrain is if you're just running away from something because it equalizes over a long distance. I mean, you have to move over that at that movement cost, and they also do, so it only makes a difference while they're on the rough terrain and you make it to the clear terrain. But over a long period of a chase, it all equalizes, so... But, yeah, that's cool. I kind of like that. I definitely need to get into a few more scrums and see if I notice the grabbing stuff, if it's an issue. So we're heading down into another city opportunity. But what I hate is I hate a road that dips into the forest on both sides and then goes directly into a city. It means I have no maneuvering room to kind of work my way around the outside edges and look for opportunities. So it's almost not worth even going down here because I know there's going to be too many zombies on the road with no way for me to maneuver the vehicle. We'll go. New moon. Is it 11 p.m.? I guess it is 11 p.m. Well, that's a different problem. Now, wait a minute. 11 p.m. and it's just now. Oh, fog cut in. Fog cut my visibility. It's 11 a.m. All right. I saw my vision cut down and I thought it was getting dark, but now it's just fog. All right. I didn't think I had done anything that spent a whole bunch of time passage to put me at nighttime. What do we got? Nature trail right on the outside edge. And there's the pile of zombies that I expected as our welcoming party with multiple ferals. Not worth me going down here. Now, if we were in the Humvee, I would just hit the gas and we would just blaze right on through here. I can't afford to try to work my way through a city in an electric vehicle, though. Made of tissue paper. Let's see if we can find another road network or interesting POIs up and around this forest section. Get out of the way, turkeys. There's a lot of turkeys. Ooh. almost cut that edge wrong and smashed into a tree. Hey, another road network. We got lucky. Right into another town. No zombies showing up yet. Can we keep it that way with the fog screening us? Fat zombie there. Hasn't spotted us yet. I'm going to try to creep up on this house and see if we can duck in for some looting and possibly zombie killing. Oh, that zombie sees me now. Alright, let's get closer. Grab the stickinator that I still have not replaced. Ooh, feral prepper. No, came right around the corner. Damn it. That's not good. That guy is a problem. He's got a mace. Well, that's unfortunate. That's probably one of the more dangerous guys that we can face. Tell you what, we'll lure him out and we'll try to run him over, just so you can kind of see what happens. This is where not being able to tuck that weapon away is problematic. Now if I have to go running for it after I wreck this vehicle. Alright, let's get some distance, try to get spun around. I'm not sure I'll be able to get going fast enough to do any damage to him before we hit him. Alright, we're going to hit right about there. We might drop that frame out. This will be interesting. Hope we don't wreck the vehicle. Our exploration speed is going to diminish radically if I wreck the vehicle. A couple of light hits. We got him down to 2 bars. We'll turn up into him slightly. We destroyed our security system entirely. And he's so close to dead. I don't think if I turn again, we might swipe him one more time to finish him. Hey, we got him. I'm not sure if the wheel went over him. No, the wheel didn't go over him. So, alright, let's take a look at what gear he's got. Varsity jacket, a barbed wire bat. It's pretty damaged. A military rucksack with some stuff. A pipe mace. Yeah, we definitely want to look at that stuff. What do we got? 2 regular zombos now. I'd rather not ram them. Let's swivel. Damn it. I didn't want to hit the bush either. That fat zombie, I got no good terrain. He won't be able to fit in the vehicle. We'll have to do smash and move, smash and move. Yeah, I know you can't. It's a hard habit for me to open those windows and then remember I have to click or move in the window for you to be able to see it. You just weren't paying attention the 2 or 3 other times I mentioned it. It's a combination of the way I record and the newer GUI interface system for bringing up windows and stuff. It makes it invisible to you guys. I can see it. It's on my screen, but it doesn't get captured properly unless I interact with the window in some way. So it's just really, really hard for me to remember when those windows pop up. So engine's off. Did I grab stickinator? Grab stickinator. Open that door. Get over here, zombie. Two hits, back off. An e-ink tablet PC. Alright, fat zombie. I got no terrain I can use, and we got a child zombie coming up. That's not good. And we left some parts of our car here. Damn it. Alright. Grabby. I'm going to try to move directly away from him. We'll try to break the grab with a movement down and... No, I'm just going to go straight to the right. Alright, so we successfully broke the grab. Now the more things that grab you can actually get grabbed and then smothered by the zombies if there's too many of them. So you always want to try to keep the fights to one-on-one when possible. It gets really dangerous, even with low-level zombies, if you let them get surrounding you and get multiple grabs and get smothered to death. So we're gonna move and swing. I swung one too many times without moving, which allowed him to get that grab opportunity. But we'll play it a little safer. Damn it. Really hoping to get him dead before the child zombie showed up, so I could use the vehicle. Missed. There's a few consequences to this fight. Ah! I damaged it by missing? What? You swing wildly and miss, and damage your stickinator. I guess I hit the vehicle frame when I missed the child zombie? We still haven't landed a hit. I hate child zombies. I absolutely hate child zombies. They're small, which gives them some hit negatives to try to hit them. They have sharp claws. They give you a negative morale for killing them, up to a certain number of them killed. I think the number's still 50. Then you stop being sad. I will always and forever complain about artificial morality in games like this. It's an undead creature trying to eat my face and my liver. I'm not sad at all when I smash it into a gory pulp. And, you know, you artificially telling me I should be sad always makes me mad. It's 100? Am I misremembering the 50? Was it always 100? I was pretty sure it was 50. 100 is a lot of these damn things. So we still haven't hit it a single time. Hey, finally. One more, back off. One more good hit. There we go. Alright, corpses are pulped. Let's go take a look at our prize. What do we got? Tear gas sprayer? Barbed wire bat, a butcher knife, and the pipe mace. All in pretty tore up condition. I'd be interested in the barbed wire bat normally. I mean, take a look at this thing. Yeah, you guys can see it. 17 bash. I mean, we're only at 14 bash on our quarterstaff, but 17 bash and 6 cut, which is added by the barbed wire portion of the bat. Still retains the high to hit bonus of +3, which is great, especially for fast, small things like the child zombie. A bit high on the base moves per attack, but for the extra damage and such, not too bad. Plus, it's got brutal strike to stun and knockback. And medium blocking ability, so it's a pretty good weapon. Pipe mace is trashed, 14 bash at the current status, pretty heavy. So almost as important as damage numbers. I mean, most newer players are just going to look at this and they're going to go, "Oh, higher is better." It doesn't tell the full story. It is an indicator, but it's not the only indicator. The to hit bonus being 0 is not good. And the stamina use is an important factor. So being able to do a higher number bash damage sounds great, but if you can only swing it 3 times before you're completely winded because it's so heavy that it burns so much of your stamina per swing, that tells a whole different story on whether that's quote-unquote a good weapon or not. So you gotta, as time passes and you learn about the game, you gotta understand some of these variables and all of this important stuff, where typical damage per stamina is also going to be an important indicator. And that per stamina is factor of weight and so I don't remember all the factors, but it's something to pay attention to. So swinging this on average is going to cost me 1.3% of my stamina. Whereas, for example, the butcher knife is going to cost 0.8 for a per swing. And the good old Stickinator, who's now pretty damaged, is also costing me 1.3 because it's about the equivalent weight. So, just again, layers and layers and layers. It's a game where, as long as you get the basic controls down, you can play it with just a high level of knowledge, not knowing all the details about the specifics. But one of the very few games where you could play it pretty regularly for a year, and you're still not going to know all of the just overlapping levels of detail upon detail upon detail that goes into all of these various systems. So yeah, I mean, it's okay. The rucksack's just got like one thread holding it together. It's almost completely destroyed, so it seemed nice when we first saw this guy, but the stuff is pretty trashed. So, and that's true of a lot of times when you try to kill these ferals and zombies and so on. A lot of the gear is going to be pretty trashed. If it's a utility item that you don't really need to worry about durability on, like a crowbar that you're just going to open doors and windows with, then it's a different story. But we're not going to worry about any of that stuff. Alright, we had a combat encounter. I love continuously having to drop that. Let's fix this problem before I forget for the 18th time. I need something to break the little tree. Yes, I could use the pipe mace over here. What was your number at? 14 bash. We'll use the bat. Come here, young tree. Alright, lots of long sticks. Nothing in the area. A little dangerous to do crafting like this out in an open area. Burn another hour. I'll have a table helping us craft this time. Alright. Stickinator version 2. Don't need the bats. I think we'll ditch the previous Stickinator. We'll just take the time to make new ones each time. Okay. Yeah, I went easy on you this time for the duct tape. Normally, I'd be charging you full price, but you got a special Vorm is returning to Cataclysm discount for this one time only. Don't get used to it. Don't rely on my generosity. Where's that zombie? Way to the north. Alright. These windows are open and we don't have a crowbar yet. A broken window in the middle of that north wall. We'll just go in the living room. Circle back around. What do we got? We got Modern Chemistry, the student edition. So this is a skill book. We'll teach chemistry foundations to an early level. So let's do an initial read. What that does, so it gets us this info here. It can bring our applied science knowledge to level 6 maximum, requires level 3 to even understand, so we can't even really read it for any effect right now because we don't have the minimum level to read it. Takes 10 intelligence to easily read it, otherwise you get negatives. Affects your morale. It's kind of a boring book, so our morale goes down while reading it. And each chapter takes 35 minutes, and it provides all of these recipes. All of those recipes that unlock at various levels. It's a good book. We can't really use it. I'm not going to take it with me right now. But this is a skill book versus just a general fiction morale type book. Like a spy novel or so on. Hydrogen peroxide. Sure, we'll take some hydrogen peroxide. Our dressing room has headgear. Sleeping bag. Football armor. Do we have a picture for the football armor? Whoops, I didn't want the football armor. I just wanted a picture of the football armor. Nope, no picture. What this one? Raincoat, leotard, long underwear. Check the kitchen. Flashlight, extension cords, lots of food. Hey, there's my butter. I'll take a stick of butter, thanks. While we're here, we'll have the bacon. And lemonade. We are turgid. Turgid! That means, you know, stop drinking stuff, fool. There's a pretty complicated system that the game tracks your intake, your K-Cal and vitamins. You got iron, calcium, and vitamin C tracked. Your stomach has a certain volume that it can hold. You can't just eat unlimited amounts. There's a lot to it, but that's just some brief info on kind of what's going on there. You have to actually metabolize your food over a period of time. A lot of glorious, glorious detail involved. More super glue. Alright, not seeing anything too critical. Anything in the garage? A wood saw. We could saw down trees. Has level one tree cutting. Really bad butchering and wood sawing. So, tools for various things. Plastic rake and some sandpaper. No vehicle in the garage. Alright, that's pretty much it. We had pretty much free reign to loot the house. Wow, man, the distance you can see ahead of you is pretty small. Can't even see 4 spaces, with the 4th being on a diagonal. Well, I can see that one. Oh, that's 2 spaces. That would be 1 space. Yeah, that's 4 and 2 spaces vertical. Looks like 5 spaces away is where you get the building details. That's a pretty big change. Having perfect map knowledge, I mean, if you could see any symbol at all, you would know exactly what it is. That definitely makes scouting out cities from heights, from range, way different. Now you got to get up close and personal. Can't plan out those, I'm going to stand on top of this tall tower and see the vast panorama of cities around me, and you can see that I'm going to go to that gun store, I'm going to go to that hunting store, I'm going to go to that pharmacy. You won't know all that unless you actually get close to the places. So, gonna go get a snack, are you? How long have I been going now? We're coming up on 6 hours. I gotta think about stopping sometime. So that time might be now. Let's try to get into some trouble. I don't feel a particular affinity to continue this run on the next stream. You know, for all 12 of you that'll show up for the next one. So I don't really care if I die. Let's do something goofy and get killed. I don't want to just drive around forever. So let's I tell you what, let's see how long I can just run through town. Let's not even drive. This vehicle's not going to be a ramming vehicle anyway, so let's stop driving. Let's equip Stickinator. And let's just go for a jaunt through town. Let's see how long I can stay alive just walking through the middle of town. Get killed and start a quick lab run? Nah, what I need is I need to put up a poll I don't know if I'll put it up on YouTube or on my... I'll probably need to put it up on Discord, but I need to put up a poll to get opinions on what kind of quote-unquote real run I should do. Today was an introductory, get reacquainted, check out a few of the new features, make sure I could maneuver around the keyboard interface, and give people a chance to get over the shock that I'm playing Cataclysm again. So yeah, for the next one... Or maybe I'll just spend the weekend doing this type of stuff, and then on Monday I'll start an actual challenge run. So, Mighty Mouse 2.0. I don't know. That mutation stuff's pretty tough nowadays. I don't know if I could do a Mighty Mouse run again. So, basically what I'm saying is I'm going to get myself killed in the next 18 minutes. We're going to call 6 hours the cutoff time. I think I'll die sooner than that, but let's see how far I can get and what kind of fun we can have just running through town. Stat-wise, we're in pretty good shape. Before I go too far, let's have an acetaminophen. Ignore. They're getting closer. So we got a little tiny bit of light painkiller in our system. I got no pain effects currently. We got a slight bit of damage, but we're not worried about that. One of the problems we're going to have is the staff that I'm using for combat. I'm not going to be able to carry with me if I go shimmying up drain pipes, I don't think. I'm pretty sure they remove the ability to, you know, have a 60-liter gas tank in your arms and shimmy up a drain pipe. At least I hope that got changed. I can't remember if they limited that or not. That was always pretty silly. An antenna. Deck of cards. What else we got? Anything fun? I should probably just keep moving. I don't need the food. We're not worried about staying alive. Yeah, let's not worry about looting unless I see something that's going to help me in a combat-related manner. Ooh, rosebush. Let's not step on the rosebush. Okay, the fun has started. The zombie dog is a problem. He's fast. The other guys aren't super fast, but are, you know, dangerous. These guys are about as fast as me, meaning I'd have to burn stamina in order to stay ahead of them. Burning of stamina is bad. We're gonna pretend they just don't exist. Oh, they're throwing rocks. So, feral human throws a rock. It reflects off my left arm. So, our left arm that has 3 encumbrance from my duster protected me. Whoop, that's a good hit. We just took 4 torso hits from that rock. Bastards. I hate ferals. Alright, another batch of zombies. What is that location over there? Is that the construction site now? Or a version of the construction site? Open sewer? Yep, that's the open sewer site. That looks different. I don't know if that's just a graphical change or if they've changed the stuff there. Alright, so normally when I go jaunting through town, I try to plot my path. It's a lot harder now with visibility so low and buildings being kind of hidden from me. So I'm worried about fast movers. I need to get ahead of ferals. I gotta save my stamina at all costs. Burning of the stamina is very bad. Because as soon as I turn that on and start sprinting and we start losing, it's really hard to gain back when I've got stuff coming at me from all directions. I can use vehicles as blockers and slowers for the enemies. I can transpose the vehicle between myself and them to try to slow them down. We can use drain pipes to climb up on top of buildings. But as I mentioned, I'll have to most likely drop my staff, so we won't be fighting after that as soon as I do that. I won't be doing much fighting regardless. This will be mostly a kind of a demonstration of maneuvering in a city. Hopefully staying alive while we do it. Stop burning stamina. Damn ferals are just fast enough. So I'm moving directly towards these guys below me because they're all slow. And I'll be able to kind of skirt around them. I'm trying to catch as many of these pursuers on the vehicle as I keep coming down this way. I want to get the angle such that they either bump into and can't pass through because they're solid parts, or they have to trundle over the high cost parts. I'll be partially successful at that, and there's nothing on the far side of the guys that I can see currently that worry me. So we just need to make sure we stay a couple of spaces ahead of everything at all times. This stupid tough zombie is worrisome. He can actually stumble forward. They're a little faster than they seem to be. It says it's a bit slower than you, but they have this stumble forward mechanic that will catch him up to me pretty commonly. So we want to be careful of that. I didn't distract either of the ferals that are chasing me, but we got at least one of the zombies in. See, look at that guy. He's supposed to be slower than me, but he's keeping up with me. So much for the slower than part. We do have a window open in that kitchen that we're going to go through, I think is our next stop. What's in the mailbox? Newspaper. I'm going to take a 2-step run, 3-step run to get ahead of him again. This will be our first opportunity to possibly put a bunch of space between us and them. Close the window behind us. Then... this isn't a really big town for me to try to jaunt through. I don't have a lot of direction options here. Looks like the building behind us is partial. I think I'll try to go... if I go south into that next building, it puts me in sight of the intersection, which is bad. Sight lines are something you want to be careful of. But it's better if I go back here, but I'm not liking the looks of this. It looks like a partially built building. It's going to really restrict my options. Or is this a garden? Raspberries? This might be a garden in an actual full building. So, yeah, let's try to go through there still. I believe maybe I'll cut north. Get me out of these guys' line of sight initially until they see me through this window. Maybe I'll try to go through this door and out a window over here. You always want to be thinking about sight lines and what their response is going to be. Now, especially since they don't follow scent trails. It's going to take me some time to kind of practice and figure out just how impactful that change is going to be. Alright, we're not looting here. I can quick jump through that window. We got a shovel over on there. Shovel is important for some reasons as a tool you want to have available. We're not worried about it currently. Let's just hop out the window here. Alright, we just got the attention of a few zombies up north. Wow, that zombie's got some range. That dude's seeing me from... oh, he's only 30 away? Never mind, my scale is off. I thought he was further than that. Alright, that's not surprising then. So, more zombies to avoid. I'm going to cut down to these lower windows on this next building. Hey there, butcher knife. Are we carrying a butcher knife? I have the pocket knife. 14 pierce, -1. I don't like those numbers. Okay. Keep moving this away. What are we looking like for our environment? Got more houses we can cover. Be nice if I could peek a window and see what's just dope. Somebody's coming through the door. So this is an indicator that I'm hearing sound. When we were doing character gen, I showed some of the perks you can take, and there was ones for good hearing that extends the range that you can hear things. So I'm hearing somebody breaking the window or pounding on the door to get in. Somebody over there detected me as I came through. We got some zombies coming in the windows there too. Is this going to be an exterior door? Nope. Alright, I'm going to close that. That's so that things pursuing me will have to break this down to continue the pursuit. So that's good. Nobody in sight out that way. We got a few people behind the wall over here. Let's do a peek action. And there's going to be a few that we see out that direction. More ferals. So far, none of this worries me. We got another tough zombie that's got that stumble move that basically makes him as fast as me. Other than that, that one feral there will be in range to see me when I move out. That's fine. Whatever. We got stamina. I'm trying to stay in walk mode hopefully regain that full bar of stamina we're missing right now. None of these guys concern me over much. We have windows, we have doors. That's another one of the big houses there. Let's go... I'm trying to pick my path here. If I go through this window, we're going to have to go through this hallway. We're going to get spotted. Maybe I'll ditch the staff and just start climbing roofs. And I can demonstrate how you can fall down and hurt yourself and get swarmed and killed. I don't know if the climbing code and stuff has been amended either. Let's check to see if I can climb with the staff in my hands first. You gonna let me climb? Nope. Good. That always was silly. Is that a dead-end room? I feel like that might be a dead-end interior room. I don't remember this layout. That's a lot of books. U.S. Weekly, Popular Mechanics, Transistor, so mechanics book, electrical book, computer science book, cooking book. These are all skill books for various important skills over time. Bottle of maple syrup. Always love grabbing lots of maple syrup. Fun to chug down maple syrup to keep you fed. And we have a Torii necklace. Yeah, it seems like without the scent trail, I wonder how do they move to their last seen position? I'm gonna have to do some experiments. This scent trail changes. Man, that's gonna be huge. I'm tempted to just sit here in the middle of the house and wait and see what shows up, if anything. Let's just sit right here so nothing that saw me previously. I just want to sit here and wait and see if anything shows up. I am curious. Can you throw the weapon up first? No. You can drop things down, but I'm not aware of any way to throw things up. So if I were standing on the edge of the roof, for example, I could drop my weapon down to the ground. Or in some cases, it's a good idea to drop a backpack. You take the backpack off, you drop it over the edge, then you shimmy down the drain pipe, because that frees up the encumbrance, which is one of the factors involved in the computations for whether you fall. So the lighter you can make your encumbrance, having parkour helps, having high dex helps. I forget all the factors that compute into the code for determining if you fall or not, but there's a lot of variables in that. Yeah, if you've got a bunch of glass bottles in your backpack and you drop it, most likely they're going to shatter. So, but if the alternative is you falling and dying due to direct hit point damage from the fall or from, you know, the pain and getting grabbed by zombies or whatever, better to sacrifice a few glass items than to get killed. Alright, I'm just going to press the pastime key. In the past, the zombies would be following my scent trail and somebody would be showing up. So I've passed a whole bunch of turns. Nobody's here. That is a huge change. Yeah, I'm really going to have to investigate the consequences of that change. Is there a particular... anybody know offhand why they removed the zombie smell system? Did they just think it was too outside the box for the zombies to have that acute of a smell system? Or was it some kind of mechanical computation or a mechanical issue with how things worked? Apparently dog type enemies have it, and there may be a particular zombie type that still has it. I can't think through all the combos of zombies. There's so many of them, to which might. I don't disagree. It just is a pretty impactful change. It makes this kind of thing running through towns hella easier. So much easier without that system. So I could probably dodge through town indefinitely at this rate. I wasn't aware of that change. I remember seeing something about it months ago, but I didn't remember it before I started streaming today. And I probably could have handled that first town we went up to a little differently. Now that I've got some practice with things. So we'll definitely do things differently next time. But we'll also be using harder settings. So okay. Also, the population of zombies inside. Has there been a single zombie inside a house that I've gone into yet? What the hell? No zombies. No zombies. No zombies. I don't think there's been a zombie inside a single house I've gone into yet. Outside, yes. On the streets and such, but this is a pretty long sequence, and I don't remember the other ones I stopped for having any zombies in them. There was the one of the first houses we went into had a zombie in it that we had to fight. So I guess it still happens, but last I remembered they had increased the number of zombies that were inside the buildings, but now they are almost all feeling empty. Maybe I'm just, you know, weird luck. Is a possibility, but it just feels odd. A hair trimmer. Look at all this stuff. Holy crap. We're definitely going to have to go back to lowered item rate. So much antiseptic and hydrogen peroxide. Alright, time to dive out another building. The town is still going. We're going to hit a commercial district sometime soon. Still looks all residential so far. All the green arrows are houses. Usually you'll have residential bands, and then there'll be a commercial district with grocery stores and banks and things like that. The super small ones are just usually housing, but this size I expect a bit more. Well, I need to die. I set myself a bit of a time limit, and I've yacked my way through most of it. Let's get rid of the staff, and let's demonstrate climbing. So, this is a drain pipe. We're going to climb up, and it's asking me which space I want to climb to. It's either directly west, or it's this space or this space. So I'm just going to go directly west. So we successfully climbed up. I don't believe typical zombies can climb. There are flying enemies that can come up on the roof after me, and these zombies, knowing I'm up here, might do a little bit of destructo action on the drain pipe, or the downspout. And I can come to the edge here, and I can do a peek action and see what's down here more specifically if I couldn't see it normally. Hey, pigeons. That is the only, not quite the only. We got one more spout over here. So, examine the edge, climb down the downspout. It seems safe to climb down like this. Falling would hurt. May have problems trying to climb back up. Alright, we went down, no problem. We're pretty well geared out for this climbing up and down right now. We're in good shape. We've got an average dex, but we've got parkour, which helps pretty substantially. See if we can get dogs over this fence. Nope. Occasionally you'll run into a house, you'll hop the fence, and there'll be a big old pack of dogs waiting for you. Ooh, a basement. Let's go in a basement. Door is locked. Let's wield a hammer. Break the window with a hammer. Sure. Go down in the basement. Shall we peek the basement? Let's turn on. Let's do this. Sometimes going down to the basement can be really dangerous. Turn on the flashlight, which is our helmet flashlight. Then we'll peek downstairs. Then we'll actually move downstairs. Well, hi there, basement. We got first aid, antiseptic, bandages, ibuprofen, more bandages, kerosene, duct tape. A lot of boxes we'd have to pry open, which we do have a hammer. The hammer will be able to pry these, just might take a few tries. A dark ring. What the hell is a dark ring? Is it a magical artifact? Dark silver ring with skull decorations and pitch black onyx mounted on top of it. Nah, it's emo jewelry. Alright, so it's a bit of a workshop basement. Benching cord. Another electronics book. Good old water heater. Hey there, water heater. Can we still drink directly out of water heaters? We can. And it is clean water. The water heaters have clean water. So this is a good source for early game water to drink or to refill from if you have containers for water. There's 24 drinks or doses or units of water available. 6 liters worth. So sure, have a drink. Are we still turgid? Consume screen. Yep, we're still turgid. Or we are now turgid. Alright, turn the flashlight off. Back up we go. What else we got? Lots and lots and lots of different house designs. So, as you can see from us running around. Pop back out the front here. Alright, come on zombies. Somebody needs to come along and kill me. I got no weapon. Ooh, there's a fast mover. That's one of the guys you don't want to see. Zombie runner. So, if I try to walk away from him, you'll see he's going to be gaining on me. Not by a huge margin currently, because I'm full stamina, but he is gaining on me. So I can use the vehicle there. That's the kind of maneuvering you try to do. Force them into obstructions or things that slow them down. He's now back out again. That's alright though. A lot of blood on the street over here. What am I gonna get myself into? What's killing zombies over here? Soldier zombie. SWAT zombie. Who's doing the zombie killing? Whoever's killing the zombies could possibly show up and kill me. Aphid? Nope, cockroach. I don't think cockroaches would account for that many zombie kills. This area has got very few zombies. Oh, there's a crowd. I guess we could try to burn a building down and get safe so I can kind of show what that looks like. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, now we are gonna die. I goofed. I didn't look inside close enough. We have a damaged door that I can't open and move through. And there's no other way out of here except the window I came in. And there's a Z9 dog coming for me. And other zombies. Alright, so my choices here are try to bash that door down real fast, and I have very poor tools to try to do that. We got rid of our staff, and I don't have anything with a bash value worth anything. So that's not going to happen. So, can I get into the windowsill and then get moving before that dog blocks the window? Ooh, and a shock zombie too. I will get the sill. He's going to get a bite on me when I move outside. Alright, we made it. Yeah, let's go up and around. Now we gotta pray for no grabs. This is where it gets dicey. You gotta be really careful about your movement. Alright, K9. Yep, he's faster than me. Time to hit that drain pipe ahead of me again, I think. So let's put on a burst of speed, burn some stamina. Get the climb done. And then while we're standing up here, we'll give a wait command until I catch my breath to recover all my stamina. You did not wait. What the hell? Catch my breath. Ignore and continue. There we go. Alright, now we got all of our stamina back. And we leave from the FARC. Oh, they're waiting for me. Alright, let's try dropping off a random edge instead of using a drain pipe. How are things looking here? Eek. Another canine. Up this corner. Yeah, pretty clear over here. Lower myself. And we were successful. Your skill in parkour makes it easier to climb. Yeah. Love the parkour. If you're a new player and you want advice on a trait to take, parkour. So many advantages. Take it. You'll thank me later. Once you understand what it's actually doing. Cardboard boxes in the middle of the room. Oh, I remember this place. One of the big old school houses. Lots of stuff in this place. There should be, yeah. Another opportunity for us to check out a basement. There are generic design basements, and there are also specialty basements. Hopefully we get a specialty basement. Could be the game room basement, but it's probably a generic. Oh, this is the cyborg basement. Did the cyborg kill the zombies? Bug splatter. Cockroach? Cockroach. No way the cockroach killed these frickin' zombies. Did we get the cyborg? Oh, it's full of cockroaches. So, there's a therapy pool here, and in one of the versions of this area back here was, I don't know if it's still around or if it's been removed, but it's a cyborg kind of operations room. Always fun. Oh, specialty basement. Stupid cockroaches. Leave me alone. They can be dangerous if you're not careful. Hello, crowd of zombies. Oops. Stepped out into the picture window section. So that building has been defaced with graffiti. Government did this to us, and it's also boarded up. Reinforced boarded up windows. There's also some houses that have traps inside that can get you. No curtains on some of these windows. Yeah, it still feels like the changes have made maneuvering around the city a lot easier with knowledge and experience. Folding knife, concrete mixer, propane tank, some basement. If I go down there, I'm gonna have a hard time getting back out again. But we'll try to take a look at it quick. Basement full of cockroaches. Ooh, roadblock area. Did it have a turret? Anybody been hearing gunfire? I haven't been wearing the headphones, so I'm not hearing any of the game sounds. I see we have a duffel bag with a laptop. We got some ammo on the ground. We got a magazine, a Glock 9x19 millimeter 15 round mag. Technician corpse, F5.7 20 round. Yeah, this was a police roadblock. I don't see any of the sandbag shooters. Get a look at this from another side. Maybe I can manage to get shot by something. Ah, the generators. Active backup generators. Any actual weaponry. Sort by category. A USP 9x19 pistol. Ooh, there's an M4A1 carbine. With adjustable sling and upper receiver. Alright, let's go see if either of these have got ammo, and we'll try to shoot a zombie before I call it quits. I am almost out of stamina. I'm not going to get this thing equipped by the time... bottom corner. Burned all my stamina. I forgot I was running. We got 12 rounds. Plus a spare mag. Oh, and another full spare mag. Nice. All right, they're coming for me. Let's do some demonstrations of shooty stuff. So we are rocking an M4A1 carbine, 12 rounds in the clip, or the magazine. Range damage 40, maximum range 36, tiny bit of AP, armor piercing, pretty heavy dispersion rate. I'm not going to explain all of these things, but you know, it's good info. Lots of different ammo types you can feed through it, 223, 556. Couple of minor mods, the sling and the upper receiver. So if I hit the F key to say fire, we can then choose a target. I can use the arrow key to move the targeter around, or I can hit tab to move the targeter from enemy to enemy. We'll just shoot at the near guy. Then it shows right here, kind of a somewhat complicated system. There's a few different ways you can display this information. I have it set to display the actual numbers instead of a bar system and such. But it's showing basically, if I try to fire right now, how many moves it's going to cost, and my percentages to get hits. So a 1% chance for basically a critical. I don't know why they call it a great hit. It's a crit. 6% chance for a normal hit. 2% chance for a grazing hit that would have less than damage. And a 91% chance to miss. So in order to get numbers that are actually going to land a hit, we need to get down to about this level, which is going to consume that many movement points. I can either press the letter and it'll automatically fast forward time until I have spent that, at which point I can then fire, or I can just manually pulse the aim, just round by round by round, and this will slowly increase these numbers as we aim and as he gets closer to us, and then fire when I choose to. So given the distance, 525, he's going to move. He's usually got about 70 movement points, I think. We'd probably get the shot off, but I am just going to press my 5 key to pulse the turn sequence slightly, and you'll notice these numbers are changing while I'm tapping the key. And they're moving as time passes. It kind of goes into a slow motion mode when you're doing this aiming stuff. So sub increments of time are passing while I'm standing here trying to draw a bead on this guy. And our numbers are going up, and as he gets closer, the numbers jump up as well. So now, for 99 more points, we'll have this row here for chances. Assuming within that he doesn't move another space forward. I'm going to let him get 2 spaces away, and then we'll take the shot. So one more movement out of him. And skill factors into this. We've got pretty poor gun skills. Weapon attributes, mods, skills in the various ranged combat all factor into these numbers. All right, so now we're going to take the shot. 30 more points. We got 26% for a crit, 74 for a normal, and we're not going to graze or miss. So we'll take the shot. Bam! Zombies only got a bit of health left. 30 points, but now we've had some recoil and our numbers are lower. Now we've got actually a 22% chance to miss for a following shot if I don't bring the aim back down again. So again, weapon statistics and attributes and so on are going to affect the recoil effect, essentially, is what's happening here. So we got recoiled off our aim point, and it takes a little bit of time to bring it back in the crosshairs. I'm just going to take a wild shot from right here. And we missed. Jeez, and we missed again. We're up to a 65% miss chance. All right, no point in continuing to fire. Oh, we got little tiny hits. Never mind. We got 2 grazing hits instead of misses. So he is very close, but not going to go down right now. Let's do a tiny bit of running. Get some distance. I need to take out this other guy. Do we have burst mode on this gun? I don't know if this has burst. I forget where it shows it. Right there. Yeah, we have a 4-shot auto and a single shot. So let's go to fire mode. Target the guy that's going to get up to me really fast. And then fire mode S. Full auto. Alright, so now we're going to do a 4-shot burst into this guy. I'm going to let him get pretty close too. We're going to need, at our low, super bad skill level, we need him to be real close. I heard wham! Why did I hear wham? What's making noise? There's no turrets up. Somebody breaking a window next to me? Oh, we still have a terrible hit rate. It's possible this guy's fast enough he can move and hit me in the same time frame, which would then throw off my aim. I'm going to risk it. See if he gets another move. Hopefully he moves diagonally and he can't hit me. Come on. Take that step. Alright, now we're going to take the shot. Blap! Alright, so we got him blapped. What did we do? Oh yeah, 41 damage followed by 55 damage. Now we're making a horrendous amount of noise. So we're attracting attention from inside this boarded up building apparently. I don't know if it's zombies or bandits or who. Well, it's not bandits. I think it would tell me if it was bandits here. But we're making an unholy amount of noise. So we can tell that right here, sound. This, without giving you a full course in the sound system, think of it as the distance in squares that sound travels. And then the zombies, never mind. I'm not going to get into that whole thing. There is a sound system, and we're being really loud right now. That's pretty much all you need to know. Is the nope, the corridor is not clear. And we're running with no stamina. So I talked earlier about how if you go low stamina, the further down this goes, the more it costs you to move. So when we first started the stream, I demonstrated moving a space on flat, clear ground like this. I had 100 action points given to me at the start of the round. That's my speed. And when I moved a space orthogonally, it would cost me 100. So right here, it's showing costs and my speed. So watch this number here as I try to move. 192. And that is happening because we're just totally winded and out of stamina. It's almost double my movement rate. So I'm having to basically spend 2 rounds to move a single space because of that cost. That is very bad. And it's not going to change while I'm being actively chased by stuff. These guys are now faster than me. And that's the tipping point. There's a certain point on this scale where these guys will become faster than you because your cost to move has increased so much. There is one further level this can go down where you totally get blown out, winded, and it's pretty much over at that point because you won't be able to melee attack or get stuff done. You'll be getting hit multiple times around and so on. So this guy's going to die here real soon. This guy behind me will get a grab and hold me in place, and we'll get toasted. The symbol over my character is a weird death symbol. So, oh yeah, we're about to get dog-piled. And there's the grab. Can we break it? We cannot. Can we break it? We cannot. Stamina is too low. You're crushed against the walls. So, we got a bite wound. Our first bite wound showing in blue right there. That is the you will get an infection and die wound. We were successfully grabbed. Those only occur while you're grabbed, so it's always critical to break grabs. We weren't able to. We're pretty much tapped. So I think we're being grabbed by multiple people now. Yeah, we have our arm grabbed, our leg grabbed. We got the bite. Pain starting to go up. Lots of negative consequences are happening. Our speed's going to go down. Basically, we're dead. Oh, I actually broke the grabs. Wow. I am shocked. I still can't move. Not going to make a difference. All right, now we're done. Oh, yeah, look at all that damage. Glorious, glorious damage. Winded, grabbed. Stats are getting trashed. Pain is causing huge amounts of problems. We're grabbed all over the place, pretty much our full body. I think we're getting crushed and asphyxiated now. I don't think it's possible for us to increase our stamina because we're getting crushed under the weight of all the zombies. Alright, let's just die. Come on, where's the you win screen? And there we go, rest in peace. In memory of Vorm is going to die, appropriately named. 13 whole kills. Last words? None. No, I don't want to watch the last moments of my life. It's loud and kind of annoying. Get rid of that message. Open the diary. Oh yeah, I didn't show the diary. You can open a diary and it records various information and such. Achievements. So there's a big list of scores, and I'm still mad that I couldn't convince them to put bacon consumed on this list. It should be right at the top. It should be bacon consumed so that everybody knows who's the winner of the apocalypse. He who consumes the most bacon is the winner. I tried to get it pushed through. I was denied. They just don't understand. And a list of all your kills. So, you know, if you really want to know the maximum velocity attained while piloting an aircraft, there you go. You got that. They'll tell you that, but they won't tell you how much bacon you ate. Oh, there already is a mod for it. Somebody made the mod after I talked about it, but I never used it. It's just a half a joke, but it would still amuse me to have bacon total. I don't care about 90% of this stuff. All right. We are forgotten and lost among the billions. And we're out. Character's dead. We could create a new character or even use the same character and go back into that same world. We could nuke the world, create a brand new one with different world settings and options and so on. And there we are. That is definitely it. My voice is actually getting hoarse. I've been talking so much. But that's Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. That's our introductory stream to get me back into the flow. I learned a lot. So several things that I have encountered that I'm not sure I agree with. I don't know if I really noticed extra grabbiness. Was that typical grabbiness for the kind of encounters we were getting into? Because it didn't seem overly egregious if you keep them down to, you know, small numbers of fights, keeping it to one-on-one if you can. I didn't really feel any large grab issues. I didn't have any battery issues. Several things changed that did surprise me. The scent thing is really, really twisting my gourd. I'm still really undecided how I feel about that. And, yeah, for several reasons, as demonstrated. All right, I need to take a break and go get some food and rest the voice and all that good stuff. So thanks very much, everybody, for joining me for this return to Cataclysm. I'll have to check to see, you know, how the stream behaves metric-wise here on Twitch, and then I'm going to chop this up and send it over to YouTube with a big old warning message at the front end about how much talking versus gameplay there is for all the experienced players that were really hoping to see me dive back into one of my super hard challenge modes. This ain't that, but we'll rapidly move towards that. But yeah, you know, like, comment, subscribe, you know, do the things, and I will catch you later. Thanks a lot. Stay safe out there.